boleh lah
Let's fight
YT
to our
saya start
heart's
dulu YT.
content.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the
enemy
shadows
is
that
picking.
YT
plague
saya
this
start.
world.
Ini kita tutup. Mana? Kita standby.
This will sting. You have my word.
I'm done.
3, 2, 1.
하야부사 산조.
Your team is picking.
Onyx Falcon. Okay, kita dah cium dah. Kurus pula aku kan dalam gambar ni.
Come on, Dexter. It's our show time.
Lagi 15 minit guys.
I feel like
Crowned by
Bleeding
heaven's
as a
mandate,
snowflake's
my
breath.
legacy
As
shall
as
endure.
timeless as a glacier's heart.
It ain't just a game. You gotta fight for yourself.
Here comes the blazing gun
Please pick a hero.
Balerik lagi Aku macam shock pula main Balerik sekarang ni. Serius tu. Laila, God, Hayabusa, Dirot. Dah ni menang. Tak kalah 5 galak Bang Lot. Grand Final International memang malam Tak juga. Tengoklah waktu tuan rumah. Dia ikut waktu tuan rumah. Kebetulan jatuh waktu malam kita pukul 8. Kalau tidak sana pukul 2. Kan 6 jam beza kita dengan Paris. So sana start pukul 2. Kita pukul 8. So dia ikut tuan rumah. Dia bukan kira malam ke siang ke. Kalau tuan rumah tempat lain silat-silat dia boleh jatuh tengah-tengah malam. Pukul 2 pagi, 3 pagi. Macam tengok bola EPL pula kan.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Do you mean it?
Boleh menang tak Nana? Nana? Boleh menang tak ni?
Teaches you things you can't learn from
Sini.
the books.
First blood.
Okey, baik.
Great play.
Green leaves may fade, but wisdom is evergreen. Seeds of hope are all over this land. For thousands of years, I've searched in vain for the Ancient Ones.
Mampus kau bodoh.
Kids, pride usually comes before the fall.
An ally has
Baik.
In death,
Waalaikumsalam. Kabari waras. Kabari waras.
The abyss may corrode our
Nona, sini Nona.
but not our iron will. Green leaves may fade,
Ally has been slain.
evergreen. Rise usually comes before the fall. The wind!
Launch attack.
Solo kill.
Initiate retreat.
For thousands of years, I searched in vain for the Ancient One. In death, I shall be whole.
Kikis, kikis, kikis.
Against the wind!
Request backup. An ally has slain the turtle. An enemy has been slain.
Ini menang lah, insyaAllah menang dah ni. Aku dah nampak dah. Bayang-bayang kemenangan.
Your team destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
The abyss may corrode our
Slain. Request killing spree. Double kill.
Baik.
Launch attack.
Sorry.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Solo kill.
Killing
Makan tu.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Jom top pula.
Solo kill.
Mega kill.
In death, I shall be reborn.
Backup.
Things you can't learn from the book.
Unstoppable.
Enemy battle spell on CD.
Green leaves may fade, but wisdom is evergreen.
Oi, tak dapat tu.
The soil. To the soil.
Your team destroyed a
Game
turret.
tak pukul 5, betul. Waalaikumsalam. Goro Nara. Baik.
SMP Cool BRP Bang
Sampai gol
Babar.
apa? Mabab. Bang, ini last game, ni last game. Lagi wah, lagi 6 minit nak start dah.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Ni pun dah nak habis dah ni. Baik. Pulang.
Time teaches you things you can't learn from the books.
Barang yang apa dah. Ini kalau menang ni masuk legend ni. Aku selamatkan aku punya jungler tu. Nampak tak?
Battle spell in cooldown.
Agis ni cukup-cukup masa. Betul-betul cukup-cukup.
Initiate retreat.
In death, I shall be reborn.
Enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
4-3, cantik.
Quest backup.
Gather up the Lord.
Ally has been slain. An ally has slain Lord.
Sayang
Initiate retreat.
At user 8,937,570,816,921 MCMMACM Monalaji.
Follow Lord.
You have slain an enemy.
Main Macam Monalaji coach.
For
Coach, dia pergi KL air tadi, pergi ambil luggage dia.
in vain.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Tapi tak sampai lagi lah. Tak sampai office lagi. Sempat kot dia nak sampai. Hari ni ada cuti kan. Ada dato' dia keluar-keluar pergi jalan-jalan.
Enemy battle spell on CD.
Has been slain.
Superb control. Superb control. Superb AoE.
An enemy has been slain. Mega kill. Double kill. Launch attack.
Dah, settle.
Victory.
Bye, Do Team. Okay, nanti kita sambung lagi Nona ada 3 game lagi. Cliff Rossfield, Adam dah habis. Terima kasih. Sorry kalau kita kalah je tadi. Thanks a lot. Thanks Adam. Skin Valentina, skin Parsa. Mana satu nak ambil dekat event shop ni? Parsa lah ya. Ui, lagu dah macam pergi kelab pun. Muzik macam muzik kelab pun.
Lion.
Belum pun ada sih. Waalaikumsalam. Shadow, sehat alhamdulillah.
How do I put this in?
Apa tu?
It's not fitting in.
All of your fallen soldiers, eh?
Don't get me started, Chris.
You need to stop cursing these teams. It's every single time.
I'm not trying to.
Hang it up with the other losers.
I'm not trying
Hang it up with the
I just
other
want to support
losers.
the teams that are here.
Well, Onaga are at least still playing today. They're playing their third, fourth playoff match, right? So you don't have to curse them for that anymore. At least we've moved on. We are,
Ada kata
well,
akademi
I
ada
really don't
kos
think you should
untuk
pick one of the
coaching ke?
jerseys for the
Ada.
finals today.
Do you guys
Ada.
actually think
Awak DM je apa
I
Todd
have-
Academy punya social media.
a curse? I mean, Liquid? Vitality? Onyx?
All of them. And some would argue it is your fault, but the grand finals coming up today, we've got Spirit up against Yangon Galacticos. I mean,
I have so much power.
You can't.
I have so much
Don't
power.
do no. Right,
Please,
no, come on,
just
we need to
please,
go get ready.
please,
Let's go and
Chris,
get ready. Let's go and get ready. Let's go.
Please, Chris.
Day 3 was nothing short of
Apa maksud
spectacular.
tadi itu tu?
The day opened with a clash between Yangon Galacticos against Team Falcons Philippines.
Apa maksud
the
dia tadi,
Burmese powerhouse defeated their long-standing rivals and powerhouse defeated their long-standing. Day 3 was
Power. I'm not trying to
Okey. Nak dengar tu kejap boleh tak?
in. It's not fitting in.
You need to stop cursing these teams. It's every single time.
I'm not trying to.
Hang it up with the other losers.
I'm not trying to. I just want to support the teams that are here.
Well, Onaga are at least still playing today. They're playing their third, fourth playoff match, right? So you don't have to curse them for that anymore. At least we've moved on. We are. Well, I really don't think you should pick one of the jerseys for the finals today.
Do you guys actually think I have a curse? I mean, Liquid? Vitality? Onyx?
All of them. And some would argue it is your fault, but the grand finals coming up today,
okay,
we've got
faham.
Spirit up against Yangon Galacticos.
Setiap kali dia pick satu jersey tu semua dah kalah. So dia kata last 2 jersey tu jangan pilih, tapi dia tetap pilih sekarang ni Spirit. So maknanya dia nak Yangon menang, betul.
I have so much power.
You can't.
I have so much
Don't
power.
do no. Right,
Please,
no, come on,
just
we need to go
please,
get ready.
please,
Let's
Chris,
go and get ready. Let's go and get ready. Let's go.
Please, Chris.
Okay, now understood.
Onyx and Team Falcons PH battling
Dia
for the
macam
final
balok yang dia
podium
pick
spot.
kalah.
First match, and an additional
Tak ada kena-mengena tu.
$100,000.
One last day, let's
Then
go.
after 50 matches and 13 grueling days, we have
It's
reached
better,
the end of it
TSO
all.
Aurora
The
Turkey.
grand finals.
Both of them are
Young
better. It
Galacticos
just
versus Team
kadang-kadang
Spirit. The culmination of skill,
bukan yang
strategy,
kalah
and
tu tak
resilience
bagus.
will be brought to the
Cuma
table.
mungkin
But only one
lawannya
team will
lebih
take the
prepared.
trophy. Only one team will claim the grand prize of $1 million. Only one will rise above. Who will be the new kings of MSC at EWC 2026?
A new chapter in MLBB history is going to be
It's going to be
written
one long
today,
day.
and at
Kalau
MSC in Paris,
TS
France,
or
at
YG,
EWC
saya macam go for TS lah, sebab ramai nak
we will
YG kan.
see
Saya against the
maybe
odds.
one of those teams that
Nanti
were
MPL
mentioned
sokong
before.
siapa bang? MPL saya sokong semua tim guys. Kodak kan sebagai sponsor, so saya tak boleh lah. Nah ni cuma untuk season lepas saya bawa naratif Ahlawan Mos. Benda tu berhasil sampai ke international, so dia dah macam takdir kan. So untuk season ni kita tengok kita nak main naratif apa. Benda ni tak dibincangkan pun dengan Wamos sampai owner Wamos pun cakap thank you. So this is how we dekat podcast kita membantu tim-tim tu juga untuk hypekan lagi.
It's going to be an amazing day of MLBB action. As I mentioned, we got a little aperitif before we get into that $1 million grand finals later on today, starting at 2 p.m. CEST. Today, we do start, however, with our third place and fourth place match, Winmar, which is not a joke either. There's $100,000 on the line. There's 100 club championship points on the line. Everything is on the line today.
Yeah, I passed by the players yesterday of both Falcons and Onyx. Of course, I saw the Falcons boys first, and they've already moved on from the loss. They're already talking about today. And one of the players, I'm not gonna say who, but they did say we still got tomorrow. It's $100,000 more. Woo. We're gonna run for that.
Trex, I mean, it's no joke.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it's all about today. Who can recover the best after yesterday's loss and still bring their A game? 100K difference is huge for every team in this tournament. A lot of teams were just fighting to get to that point first off.
Adakah final ni buat satu tamparan besar untuk negara yang ada MPL bang? Sangat.
This tournament, and speaking of yesterday, we had maybe the
Satu
most
tamparan yang
fireworks
sangat
of all.
besar.
It was already a banger because we saw the top dogs coming into this, whether it was SRG from Malaysia, Team Liquid Philippines. The top contenders fell one by one by one. The winners of MSC previously fell one by one by one until it was just Onyx remaining, and then they fell yesterday as well, guaranteeing us a brand new champion.
Yangon Galacticos and Team Falcons, that match was insane. It started off with Yangon showing their dominance, but then Falcons showed theirs, but then Yangon made some moments wherein they capitalized on errors, uncharacteristic errors from Team Falcons.
Team Spirit as well. They looked like a team that was
Finally,
on a mission,
after
Trex.
5-6 years, region yang tak ada MPL akan menang MSC. Ya, betul tu.
Not Onyx particularly, but the fan base still
Betul,
believe
sangat
that they
setuju.
could have an Indonesian representative in that grand finals because
So
that's
guys,
what we're used
welcome to the stream. Thank you very much. Mungkin game ketiga ke yang keempat mungkin tak ramai nak tengok, kan? Ataupun mungkin nak tunggu start dulu. So yang mana yang hadir tap screen, jangan lupa. Kalau ada auto clicker, korang boleh beli auto clicker sekarang, letak je zrap 1 million likes pun boleh bagi tanpa sebarang tekan. Korang tahu kan ada auto clicker sekarang ni? Untuk Android dan iPhone compatible. Baru semalam jalan apa FYP. Banyak pula tu. Swipe je auto clicker, swipe je auto clicker.
Were nothing short of Titanic. You see the emotions from Coach Marvs, even Zay's Cass, one of the biggest streamers in Myanmar. It meant so much for the country to get that win.
And doing it with all Myanmar.
Betul. Sebab tu aku pun sokong ni juga. Tapi at the same time Myanmar juga daripada M1 pun ada. M2 dekat Grand Finalist, Burmese Gold kalau korang masih lagi ingat. Kan? Kedua-dua region ni sebenarnya dah lama dalam MLBB. Daripada M1 lagi ada. Cuma mereka tak berkesempatan, tak ada rezeki untuk menang. But somehow this season, this year, getting suspended.
Got to battle and exercise their demons, and they did so
Reproduce
in convincing
content.
fashion.
more than convincing
Apa
fashion.
benda
The fact that it was a
ini?
3-0 is still blowing
Bro.
my mind. I remember after game number 2, I'm like, this could happen. They're about to 3-0 Onyx. What is going on? And the doubt was still there because Yangon Galacticos almost did the same thing. It went 2 games. I'm thinking Onyx is
Restream.
going to make a comeback and we're going to go the distance. But no, Team Spirit puts a stop to them quickly.
Diarang
And that was
Dulu
really
Kahalong
important
Prime
because you could
PH
tell that
Terrace
if you
2.
gave them a little bit of room, it
Waalaikumsalam.
might have just been a best of 5 that went all the way. Of course, our club
Serious,
championship Aramco rankings will give us another story that's underlying all the action happening today, which is that we are fighting for tens of millions of dollars behind the
Paknalah
scenes
Restream.
with the club
Tak apa kita
championship
tengok.
rankings.
10
Remember,
minit, 10
this
minit.
is all
10 minit tahu dia hantar
every
gift,
game at
tak apa.
EWC together, all of the 40-plus titles that are here, all of the 6-7 weeks. These orgs are competing for a major prize, and that's the opportunity to be a club
Saja terus pergi
champion.
GOF ke bang? Ya,
And
ya.
if you can do that,
Terus
like
pergi
Team
GOF.
Falcons have
Dan
done
Vamos juga
back-to-back,
GOF.
it
Onyx
could
juga
change the
akan
direction
pergi.
of your org. Not as Spencer
Aurora
currently
juga
in
akan
front,
pergi.
but going into today, there are 2 teams that are actually still playing, Team Falcons and Onyx, who have some implications here.
Yangon
if they
juga
win.
akan pergi
Yeah, but I
besok.
hope they don't forget, as an
Waalaikumsalam,
organization,
waalaikumsalam.
Team Spirit is just looming there close by. They're at 950. If I'm not mistaken, that should be 1,000 points if ever they win the grand finals
Nawi
later.
sekarang
But
ni
for
nombor 1
Falcons, we focus onto them. They really want to get this third
Vitality
place
sekarang nombor 3. Wow,
placement.
Club
They haven't
Championship
won
ranking.
a title yet here at EWC 2026. At least get all the points you can get, and then just
Golf 2
win
Invitation K.
one down the
GF2
road.
Invitation,
That
yes.
will change the picture completely.
The difference is when
Ada
you
dua
look
tim
at
saja yang
1,600, you
qualified.
go to 1,750, you go to that to 800. I mean, the difference between third or fourth or fifth, it might be 100 points. That is what's on the line. Falcons stand to win if they can get third place, 100 more points. So we'll see what happens. Chris has an update on the overall club championship for us as well.
Well, thank you guys. You've let me outside here in Paris. It is a lovely day, as it has been for the past 4 weeks. But club championship-wise, let's talk about it. Our main story this week really has been about
Sarah
Falcons
Knock,
and
Jump,
Vitality.
Laggy, Tim,
At the
Tim,
start of the week,
Cac, Doc,
Falcons were
Nanty.
faltering, but they have started to catch themselves up with a good result. And Vitality's poor one has really allowed them to close that gap. It was, of course, around like 1,000 at one stage,
Asian
but it's been
Games,
cut
Vila
down
Bang.
by 300 points by Falcons. And if they win in their third, fourth place game today, it will be cut down again. Another 200 points is on offer. So a massive, massive moment for the side of Falcons. It could be cut down, 500 points on offer for them today if they can finish in third, which could be huge in the club championship. Plenty of other games that Falcons are involved in as well. So a little bit going on in Street Fighter. They've got a good opportunity to win it in Warzone. They could be first by the end of the week. Let's see how it does close out. We'll be updating you throughout the rest of the day. That is your small club championship update.
Thank you, Chris. Falcons known for being pretty much one of the best teams in Warzone as well. I've had the privilege of casting them in some of their matches. That is a good thing to look out for. As today and, of course, tomorrow comes to a close, we will continue to update you, but it's all about MLBB and MSC. We got our grand finals. We got our third, fourth place match, and to get there, we had to crush some
Appeal not
keys.
approved.
That's right. It's an EWC Classic. When you go home, you don't just get to leave the building. You got to get your key crushed, guys.
And he was excited for that one. You could tell so much emotions on his face as he's crushing it too. Like he's into it.
He looked like he was
into
like
it.
pressing
He was
hard.
enjoying it.
Yeah, he was like, how hard can I crush this, please?
Yeah, it was pretty poetic, though. It was the Filipino head coach of Yangon Galacticos to crush the key of the last hope of the Philippines for the championship at MSC. And, of course, Kid Bomba, I'm pretty sure that felt great for him.
Oh, yeah.
Onyx has been a boogeyman for him in international, so he got that.
Certainly has. Here's a look at our knockout bracket. We had a week of group stages to lead to this moment, which then gave us our quarterfinal matchups. We saw Team Spirit and Onyx move out early, 3-2, defeating Aurora Gaming, who many thought were the best team coming into this knockout stage. Onyx took them down. We expected a big play from them versus Team Spirit, but no, it was a 3-0. And Mom Bomba, Sis Bomba have been features in our crowd every single event. Kid Bomba playing out of his mind. Yangon Galacticos on the other side came in undefeated.
Safe
They would
Menang,
take their
Boleh
first two
pilih
losses
Flag
against
Lagi
Team
K Bang.
Siapa
Falcons,
menang boleh
and
pilih
then they would
flag
go
lagi
in
ke bang?
and take
Tak tahu
them
kali ni.
down to ultimately send Falcons and Onyx into our third place match, which we will see today to
Boleh ke?
start off our action.
Masih
And then we will
sama ke?
finish with our grand final starting at 2 p.m. CEST. Team Spirit versus Yangon Galacticos.
It's the battle for third. It's the M5 Grand Finals rematch for the battle for third in MSC. It feels like we're heading into a new chapter, an end of an era. I'm not saying it's the end of the PH era. My Filipinos, don't come after me.
Did you just say it's the end of the PH?
No.
Clip
Don't say that. Don't clip that.
He said
don't
it.
clip that. No,
It's not me.
That wasn't me.
It
That's
was
not what I
him.
said. No.
What didn't you say?
I just mean like it's the end of an era in the sense that it's the same regions we keep seeing in the grand finals. We see the same regions dominate.
Damage is done.
Hari ni ke guys mengundi di Negeri
I
Sembilan?
think the biggest point is neither of these two teams are part of a MPL essentially.
Yeah.
It's not a professional league that they're coming from. It's more of it's still a pro league in a sense, but there's a big difference between the MPL regions and the regions outside of that. In fact, that both teams, it's not just one that snuck in, got a good win. It's not just one team that's going up against Philippines or Indonesia or Malaysia. It's both teams facing off in an unprecedented match. Like, it is honestly still mind-boggling to think about.
EWC
Yeah, the good news is
Bukan
that
Laji
it don't
Negara
matter because
Zian
they
Yang
took down
champion.
MPL, MAL, MOL, whatever you want to call it. They took it down. So they are here. They are in the grand finals, and they're going to be playing for $1 million. When you take a look at who you think might get the win, not only us have a say up here, not only the players, but you as well. You have the chance to earn your share of 300. That's right.
Abang dah tengok Spiderman ke tak? Asian Games bulan 9, 29, 30 dan 1 hari bulan 10. Waalaikumsalam Marfi.
Here. And also, I cannot leave without saying one more time, it's Rhino Day, baby! Let's go! Make sure to grab your emotes and check this out. This is the celebration that keeps on giving. So go be a part of it in-game.
Dia kata dia pergi ke KLIA, ambil luggage yang hari tu yang ada masalah dekat Paris tu. Dia kata nak pergi ambil. Lepas tu terus masuk office. Sampai sekarang dia tak masuk. Mungkin belum settle lagi urusan dia dengan KLIA ke, ataupun selepas tu dia ada pergi tempat lain ke. Wallahu alam, tak tahu.
Oh, not too far. Somebody probably will let me do it.
Clip that.
Indonesia bukan lagi negara Asia champion. Ya betul. Waalaikumsalam J2K. Borong hantu hai.
Story of today, pride on the line for this third, fourth place match. This is what many would think a grand final should look like in MLBB. Heck, this is what many have seen a grand final look like in MLBB. A M5 rematch. The Philippines, Indonesia, Onyx, and of course, Team Falcons PH. Renmar, so much on the line. Yes, $100,000. Yes, the club championship points, but it's also pride.
Yeah, it's definitely the key word for this matchup. Onyx has not been able to get a big, iconic win against this roster. Of course, it was few back then. Now it's Haji. There's a new element to them. And of course, Lutpi, who has been fantastic for the team. But if you're looking at Pride, I think it'll hurt the pride of Onyx more if they lose today. While for Falcons, I mean, there's a sense of pride there too, but I'm pretty sure, I'm looking at boys, I'm looking at them right now, they're thinking, we need the points for the bosses, and we need that money.
I mean, there's a lot going on, Trex. We'll dive into these two teams in a moment, but throughout this tournament, we've got Flap. We caught up with Flap, with Kyle before the set.
We are now with Kyle from Falcons PH. Kyle, how are you feeling coming into this match?
Not quite good.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
Everything okay? Everyone well rested for today's match?
Well prepared.
Kemarin
right
gila
now,
Sans
and
alti angin
good
bangsa.
reset, yesterday.
Hari ni tak masak. Hari ni tak masak.
That's a very quick reset.
Yeah.
Are you used to
Tak masak.
doing this
Hari
type of
ni
thing? Or?
Baker's Cottage punya ayam.
Very easy to us to quick reset and let's focus on the match.
Focus on the match. What's your mentality coming into this match? It's a third placer, it's a bronze match. Obviously, it's not the situation that you would have wanted. But are you still going to be like super try hard for this match as well?
Yeah, of course.
Seorang je kejap lagi sampai kot, Rin. Kejap lagi dia akan sampai ni.
It's really important to us.
And it's kind of like a rematch to a certain grand finals. M5.
Yeah.
Are you expecting Onyx to, try to find their revenge today?
Yeah, I think so, but we didn't give easily.
Okay, they're not going to give it easily. So what happened actually? Like, we didn't get to talk after your loss yesterday. What do you think that Yangon did better than you guys yesterday?
I think what happened yesterday? We have a lot of mistake that take our losses, and for sure, we need to bounce back to reset this coming matches. Yeah.
So you mentioned about mistakes, Kyle. What mistakes are we talking about? Was it execution that was off, communication that was off?
I think it's the execution. Maybe
Bro, when they are playing at this level, there's no such thing as the hero pool lah, melainkan tim-tim yang baru.
Play our game that
Tim-tim lama ni kita tak payah borak pasal price apa hero pool.
Off that game 5, so yeah, that's why we lost.
Okay, so the discipline just wasn't there, and I'm sure you had a quick reset last night. And if we're talking about the meta, Kyle, what do you think about the meta? Do you like the meta?
For me, I think if I'm gonna rate it, I'm gonna rate 8 out of 10 because it's like a weird meta right now, and it's like heroes that weird heroes, but it's gonna you can execute right that what you call that. Any teams that you can execute the hero that's weird. Yeah.
Okay, so it opens up really weird heroes.
Yeah.
If I had to ask you if there's something you didn't like about the meta, what would you say?
I think the hero of the tank. There's so many tank heroes that coming to the tournaments that we didn't see like in our practice.
Okay, so you were surprised as well.
Yes.
And obviously, it sucks to be a jungler in that case, right? So, speaking of jungler, you are going to have a jungler matchup once again against Kyrie. Kyle, give us something. Give us a message to Kyrie. Other than good luck, have fun, give the best show. What else is there?
Yeah, I think it's same. I'm going to say to Kyrie, good luck and have fun. And yeah.
Nothing else? You don't want to say anything else?
Else? Because Kyrie is my good friend, and yeah, we always talk about in the
Bukan Kyle macam Khairul Aming.
Okay, so they're friends outside and in the game.
Tahu
So just
Chelsea 18 kan dah
Onyx
tahu
is
dah
our
semua.
friend and best friend.
Oh, it's friend and best friend. Yes. Okay, we're going to see the friends and best friends hit at it in the bronze match. Thank you so much for this interview, Kyle. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I thought we were going to get some trash talk here. I mean, friends and best friends. I don't need to see you guys skipping together, holding hands to start this third place match. We need pride on the line, baby. Come on, keep it together. No, I love the fact that these two are competing, but also keeping it respectful because they know they didn't get to where they wanted to be, but there's still so much to play for. He mentioned that $100,000. Not just Team Falcons PH are going to be playing for it. It's Onyx as well.
Dan siapa paling seram season depan, bang?
The way that they thought. At least Team Falcons clawed it back to a game 5. Onyx lost 3-0. So they have yet to get a win in the last 2 days. They will desperately hope to get off to a good start. And the person that might be the most important to make sure they have that stability is Kelra. We caught up with him and Eterna earlier on.
We're now with Kelra for our third placer. Kelra, how has everyone reset after yesterday?
Just sleep and eat.
Sleep and eat, but everyone's okay?
No.
No, not okay.
Because this is the second time we play Battle for Third.
Yeah, that's right, but you're under a different banner. How does it feel to be back here again, Kelra?
So sad for me because I already said last year, way back EWC 2025, that I don't want to play again in Battle for Third.
But here you are.
Yeah, no choice.
No choice. Are you gonna give everything though?
Yeah. Still.
You still want to win?
Still 100,000 USD.
Okay. So money's on the line now.
Yeah.
Is pride also on the line, Kelra?
Yeah.
Well, what pride? Can you talk to us about the pride?
About the pride, I want to prove that even though we didn't reach the finals, I want to prove that I can still play with PH team.
Okay.
Best
and I think you can do it.
I think.
You think 100% out of 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still 100%.
Still 100%. Okay.
Okay.
Well, after playing with, an ID team finally here at
Prediction match
MSC,
score.
what do you think is lacking from the ID region?
I think the communication and sometimes, communication.
So it's just communication. Do you think mentality is an issue for the Indonesian
I think
teams?
no.
No.
The only lacking is communication.
Okay, so the only thing that's lacking is communication. And technically, I know, again, this is kind of weird to ask you,
Communication
but
maksud dia
technically this is a
bukan
rematch
communication
of
dari segi
M5.
bahasa tau.
So did you hear anything about that from the rest of your teammates?
Yeah, expectation versus reality.
Expectation
Itu
versus
language
reality, what
barrier.
does that mean?
Because
Communication
it should
means
be
ada
the
mungkin
grand finals,
di
nothing but a
Philippines
It
cara
should be the
mereka
grand finals of
communicate
battle
mungkin
for third.
lain.
Yeah.
But of
Dari
course,
segi
you're
mungkin
coming in
info
with a
apa
lot
semua
of
mungkin di
energy
Indonesia dan
again for this
Malaysianya
battle of third
ya
place. You
the
mentioned
in-game
about your pride
communication.
as well. So Kelra, with that in mind,
So mungkin
do
di
you have a
Philippines mereka
message
communicate dengan
to
cara
your
yang lain.
opponents here in the third place match?
For my opponent, still good luck and have fun, and let's give the viewers a very good match.
I heard you guys are best friends. Is it true?
Yeah,
Best of friends?
best friends
Best
forever.
friends. Thank you, Kelra. Good luck for your third placer.
Thank
We're
you.
now going to throw it over back to you guys.
Dia
Does
lawak
seem like
juga
there's a little
Kelra
bit
ni.
more relaxation, although Kelra has always given us those fun responses, and he continues to do so. Battle for third on the
Kelakar
line
ini.
here with Onyx and Team Falcons PH, and I think, Renmar, this is a matchup that has a lot of implications. We said it before, but for a third-place match, there is so much to fight for still.
Yeah, I hope as we progress into this match, you see the players getting more hyped up, forgetting that it's a battle for third, thinking that it's a grand finals. They bring out the best in each other.
They truly do. And I think if we were talking about whether this match is just going to be a show or not, I think no matter what, we're going to have some great games here.
Yeah.
Whether it's
Communication
for third,
lebih
whether it's
kepada
grand
shot caller
finals,
dan
these two
decision making
teams
in game. Ya,
are always
betul.
going to bring us some entertainment.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I
the
think getting to
in-game
the knockout
communication.
stages, having $100,000
Ni Falcon menang.
guaranteed, but then in third and
Falcon
fourth
kalau
place,
main
having the
macam
ability to
semalam,
double
the
that
third,
prize
fourth
pool.
game tu akan jadi seru.
That has got to be
Tapi kalau dia
motivation.
main
And one
macam
of the
the
things I
first two
love
game
about
tu yang dia
MLB
kalah dengan
being,
Yangon
we have told
tu,
stories
easy win
behind
for
the
ni.
scenes, what these players have been able to
Tak nak
do
Restream
back
dengan
in their home
streamer
countries
Indo
with
ke bang
his
meriah
prize
nanti.
money. It's
Tak ada bang.
life-changing.
Yeah, a
Saya
bunch
dah
of them
biasa
have their
macam
own
ni.
small businesses, have set up homes for their families, have fulfilled long-held promises of mom, dad, I'm going to build a house for you, I'm going to get you a car. Extra 100,000
Come
G's
on.
for the team, that means the world.
It's huge. I mean, it is, what is it? That's practically 2 MPL championships right there for your
Somewhat,
team.
yeah.
That's 2 home league championship wins in just one game. All the work they put in for a whole season essentially is cooked down to this one game right here.
BO7
Well,
tu.
so far in this tournament, adaptation
Jam berapa kick
has
off?
been
Jam 5.
the
Sepatutnya ni
test,
dah
but
dah
it is
kick off ni.
also
Fake stream
now
solo
the
con bang
requirement
lord.
Ya, ya, baik
to
stream
move
solo.
forward. Team Onyx and Team Falcons PH have not had the roads they expected. Expectation versus reality is the theme for this third place. But when it comes to the club championship, when it comes to an extra $100,000,
Falcon
there
3
is
Onyx
so
kosong.
much
Wow.
on the line in this
Waalaikumsalam,
third
Warna
place
hadir.
match. So you got
Mas.
to pay attention.
Mat,
You got to
pula.
give your best. One series could be the difference between life-changing money.
Welcome yang mana yang belum
still
tekan
wanting
apa
more.
button follow dan juga subscribe, please do so. Let's start the day. Third, fourth place matchup.
Good morning, my friends, MLB fans all around the world. MSC 2026 at the Esports World Cup is almost coming to a close. We have one matchup before we head into our grand final, as you've heard on our panel. This one is for the third and fourth place. But trust me, none of these two teams are going to be playing it easy. It's a big Indo-Philippines matchup. And Rose, we've seen this one 1,000,000+ times.
Yes, you know what, Milosh, you are right. Because this is not just a IDPH matchup. This is a rematch of the M5 Grand Finals. And if we remember correctly, that was the matchup where Falcons came out on top.
That's some sort of bragging rights to play with, right? You want to continue on with that story, at
Betul
least here in
wakil
third
coach
place.
alter
at
ego
MSC.
sebelum MSC dia cakap
They've
tim
been
dari
here
Rusia
before
tu
in
yang kuat
MSC
juga.
last year. They want to go beyond
Coach
that.
Rain,
At
Coach
least
Rain
hold
ada
on to that
urusan
third place.
luar. Sepatutnya dah
Now the
balik tapi mungkin dia
question
lambat
is,
sikit kot.
Who will actually
Relax je.
get the bragging right of
Mungkin
number
kejap lagi
3
dia
here
sampai.
at MSC at EWC?
Sementara tu korang
So
boleh lah
without
lepak sini.
further ado, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Falcons Philippines!
Ramai juga
Battling in one final match where they are pouring their everything. No longer for the trophy nor the
Enjoy
championship,
tu dia malam ni.
but for $250,000. And and all the bragging rights in the world of MLBB.
No,
As
tebal je
this
jabang dia,
is
Bang Lot.
the
Itulah.
M5 Grand Finals rematch. Can the Falcons
Bill
glide
7
their
you.
way through the Sky Kings once again?
Oh, they're coming in hot and a lot of energy behind it.
BG
This is
Lord
what we want to see here in our third place matchup. So please join me in welcoming their opponents.
Lama Mas tak ada keras.
Ni match Heaven Jayi Karina Dai Orang Kawan.
So Oni datang macam mana? Menarik ke? Joget.
Themselves for two consecutive years between Cloud 6 and 7 at MSC. And once the trophy's out of their reach, their cash prize and the bragging rights are still up for grabs at the MSC stage. From the gold lane to the jungle and everything in between, these two rosters are incredibly familiar with one another, including in the moves themselves. My God, dancing steps before a third place game.
Hold on. Can we do something different for this third placer match? Instead of a handshake, I would like a little bit of a dance battle. Kelra, Flap, let us meet in the middle as the rest of the players take their seats.
As you used to it, please come on into the middle.
A little bit of a dance battle. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they're going at it, guys. They're going at it.
Yeah.
There you go. The pride of the Filipinos in the third placer match. All is fun and all is well here in MSC at EWC 2026. Milosh, this will be one hell of a match.
Tak dapat bawa piala aneh-aneh.
I cannot wait.
Yeah, there's no pressure, guys. Tapi pressure-nya adalah untuk mendapatkan 100,000. 100,000. So nombor 4 akan bawa pulang. Nombor 4 akan bawa pulang 150,000 dan nombor 3 akan bawa pulang 250,000 US dollar. Perbezaan 100,000 di situ.
They're shaking off some emotion. You can tell that they've went through the heartbreak yesterday, and now they've got to bounce back. It's like doing the ultimate exit interview. You have to come back on stage after losing, after failing what you wanted to get, and still show up and perform, still put on a smiling face. So I like that they're leaning into it, but also choosing a different approach, because yesterday's seriousness, in this meta didn't quite work, so they know they've got to adapt, they've got to take a different approach.
So far, I think they're just slowly peeling away the layers of the onion that is
Nombor
satu berapa bang? 1 million US dollar. Nombor 2 500,000 US dollar. Nombor 3 250,000 US dollar. Nombor 4 100,000 US dollar. Semoga coach kedua tim buat draft match.
It's Philippines and Indonesia.
And sometimes when you get down to it in a sport, when there's so much on the line,
Kenapa
the only
stage
thing you can
MSC
do
kali
as a
ni
player,
macam downgrade?
Trex,
Habis
is
tu
just
nak buat
focus
kat
on
mana?
the game. You have to put all that to the side and show up and
Cuba
play
bagi tahu.
how you normally play.
Stage-nya kena buat dekat mana yang menampakkan macam gempak. Kau tahu tak EWC ni bukan MLBB sahaja untuk dia nak buat satu stage khas yang gempak-gempak gila. Ini adalah macam satu arena yang besar di mana ada berpuluh game yang ditandingkan dalam satu kawasan yang besar.
They were prepared probably to face each other.
Tahu ke tak tahu? Sebelum kau nak komen pasal stage tak gempak, downgrade dan bagai.
They know exactly what they are about to go up against.
And I hope we still get to see surprises in this MSC of upsets and surprises, because last year
Apalagi Wamos dapat juga ke? Wamos dapat 100,000 US dollar.
We got to see Kiboy play an Estes. Can we get that kind of level of surprise again for this battle for third? I hope so.
Well, it is going to be a matchup of stars. You could see it in the sign. I feel like Maui maybe is he telling the crowd all of our pre-notes? Because that sign had Gold Standard versus Bulletproof Marco. That's what I was going to talk about here, because the gold lane is a big matchup between two stars, but also two keys to victory for these teams that they have to somehow enable when so much of the focus has been on the EXP lane and the jungle.
Yeah, I think these are two gold laners that have gone down in the history of MLBB, and to see them face off today,
30K Bangalore.
I mean, we're in for something, and every lane speaks on that. EXP, Kyle versus Kyrie in jungle, mid lane. I mean, all of these players, all 10 of them are veterans.
Now let's see what happens in the draft.
Rain pergi ke KLIA tadi untuk uruskan luggage dia yang hilang tu. Mungkin dia lambat sikit. Sementara tu korang boleh lah lepak-lepak dulu kejap. Once dia dah sampai, saya beritahu korang boleh pindah ke sana. Korang dah tak pressure sangat. Okay, ini macam Onyx creation, pemain Onyx pemalu semua ni lain Keldra. Keldra dia hyper. Jangan cakap tim Poke versus tim Poke. Ini tempat ketiga keempat bang, 250,000 dengan 100,000 US dollar bang. And you say Poke, how much you earn bang? Come on bro. Even yang masuk playoff pun dapat 100,000 US dollar. Yang kau katakan Poke tu, how much you are earning? Please let me know.
That forces also the Fanny and the
My opinion mungkin karena di region Eropah MLB belum terlalu popular di station. Kalau tak nak try Ramos ganti bocil ke? Me.
Every single day, every single matchup.
Price pool berapa abang Lon? Untuk champion 1 million US dollars. Untuk nombor 2 500 USD. 500 USD, 500,000 lah. Untuk nombor 3 250,000 USD. Untuk nombor 4 100,000 USD dan seterusnya 100,000.
Trex, earlier you were mentioning the importance of each lane matchup. I think we have to look with EXP first. Lutpi is still undefeated on his Uranus. Meanwhile, his counterpart in the lane, Flap, is undefeated on the Esmeralda. So Falcons decides to respect the Uranus and give the Marcel. But remember, the Valentina is still open, and with Marcel giving shields to the lowest health member of his team as his passive, they might just lock in a surprise Valentina Esmeralda right away.
Prediction Bangalore
could be good along with that Valentina. Barat's also still open.
Rematch AGA Karang Sikat Karina Kat on Kaki Butts and CW Cementara D Falcon Taki
The Beast, my bad. Belleric also still open, and then the Harara as well, which I feel like some of these picks, as we've gotten farther in the tournament, haven't been as guaranteed win. We've been seeing the Harara lose here and there.
Live aku dah boleh ni ke? Dah boleh send gift ke? Sebab tadi kena ban. Sorry, tadi kena warning.
Yeah, but Falcons decide to go up against that. They leave the Valentina open. I think they're expecting the Valentina won't get picked up by Onyx, as you usually want to pair up heroes such as the Kimmy with this Marcel, sometimes the Eve, so that you get a longer box of lockdown so your opponents can't get away. Falcons, I love this Esmeralda pickup.
Okay.
The Herrera this early on, I feel like this is just a lot of respect on the carry and the capabilities of that hero. Again, a lot of players, pro or
thank you for the signing for 10 jewels. Thank you.
And she doesn't require the same level of
bukan Team Ray
execution
bayar ke? On loan.
proving to be
Ciska pergi ke Team Ray sebagai loan player.
to go in and get that extra kill and get out.
Lebih besar juara amateur
There are
running
things that I feel like
juara
now after an entire
Rematch
tournament,
M5 tapi nombor 3. Enggak apa-apa bang, enggak apa-apa.
Fanny's banned much too often and requires such a
Enggak
high
apa-apa bang.
skill
Daripada kau
ceiling
cakap nombor 3 kan, nombor tim kita tu nombor berapa? Tim Malaysia nombor berapa? Kau nak kutuk tim orang, tapi tim kau yang sokong tu mungkin tak masuk ataupun di belakang lagi. Apa benda ni tu? Tukar sikit mentality boleh tak?
The answer to the Harara. It's become the possibility of defeating it. And the big thing is it can keep its range, right? It can drop down, it can go against it in the Turtle or Lord Pit, but I do think there's also a big risk.
Mari kita lihat adakah tim Helang akan tercucuk dari landak ataupun tim landak akan dicakar serta dipatok Helang. Let's watch together.
Until late game at that point. Don't get me wrong, Harley
Amos
still
tak nak
does
beli
have
ke
a decent
Untitled
late
tak
game.
main MPL dah.
Holy Crystal, once that fourth or fifth
Ya
item
Untitled
gets
inilah
locked
cara
in,
nak buat duit. Dia pegang, dia hantar loan, play itu perform boleh naik harga lagi make money bro. Kalau kau dah jual habis dah macam hari tu Momo dengan Dolia apa semua, aku tak nak jual. Zaid apa semua aku tak nak jual, aku nak pegang. Tapi bos Todak cakap tak nak bang, saya nak abang fokus dekat kita punya bisnes. Tinggalkan e-sport apa semua, player boleh jual semua jual. Lepas tu saya cakap tak apa, satu season ataupun 1 year once sahaja kita akan deal benda ni. Tak apa bang, kita Todak tak perlu duit. Todak tak perlu duit katanya. Kalau tidak aku pegang tu, aku tak jual.
Possibility of picking up a ruby.
Just loan lah, tapi kita tak freeze. Just loan there, loan here, loan there, loan here.
Close range and clumped up together. One pick they have to watch out for here in the gold lane is the Granger of Kelra. That pairs very well with the Marcel, and together with the Harley scales up way too quick.
Well, I think I was first going to ask this question before we saw the ban come out. Claude, do you respect the ban? Because that's what Super Marco did yesterday.
Harley siapa yang paling seram tu?
He had that moment where they dove him, got
Harley
the
Team
turtle,
Spirit tu.
got the shield back up, and then
Harley
turned it
Team
back
Spirit
into a
paling seram
2-0
nak mampus.
win, and that won them the game. The ban comes out immediately for Monik.
And what makes that so interesting is earlier on in this tournament, the Claude kind of fell off, and it just goes to show how much of a comfort pick this can be for some of the gold laners still in this tournament. Even a hero that a lot of other teams couldn't pull off,
Harley Spirit
Super
one hit
Marco
you.
is just a menace on. So very well done by Onic, I think, calling that out. Eudora also goes down, which could have been a great stiff arm to this Harley. One of the few heroes who can quick stun it still. Falcons now, all bans off the table. They're on the gun for first pick and second phase.
I think they save up their mid lane pick for later. They need to see the gold laner of Onic get picked up first. I think just go ahead and pick up your mid... Oh, wait, not mid laner. Excuse me, gold laner. There you go. Clint is the pickup for Falcons. They need a little bit more range. So it makes sense why they ban out the Sora and the Ruby. You get the Glue and the Esmeralda together in the front line. Of course, Herrera always puts herself in the front line. That's just the nature of the assassin hero. And you need something in the back. Now, the mid lane pick of Falcons will either be something static with a strong box, such as an Eve, or some really great crowd control to help out the Clint, like the Lo Yi or the Vexana.
We have been seeing Falcons enjoy picking up that Farza. Could be another one.
Yes.
Very something similar range. They've opted out of the two big, backline mages with the Yve or the Farza. They have opted for the Farza sometimes. The burst damage that it supplies. They could use Shred though with the Yve. I think because they already have so much burst on their side, could definitely be the option. The Granger gets locked in from the side of Onic. We saw how well Kellera was able to play that before. Another hero that other teams aren't using, but Kellera is making it a monster.
Yeah, again, perfect pairing with the Marcel, and I think this is time. You mentioned Farsa, that would be great. Lo Yi wouldn't be that bad either, but if you're looking at comforts, I think I'm gonna have to double down on what you said, Trex. The Farsa looks good here.
Lo Yi, I was thinking it. The only risk is the Harley against it, but against with their lineup, Jushin's still open. Jushin's still open.
I thought they'd want to get more long-range burst and poke, but they're doubling down on crowd control in the center of the map.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Let's
watch. Control has been key in this meta. It's been the thing that has been a menace to so many teams. This is a crowd control meta at its core.
Well, there was a lot of bans targeting the EXP lane, and we have a chance now to see Phoveus let through, and that'll be interesting. Can he do enough on the Onic? We know how the Marcel has been dominant early, has lost a couple times late, but this is Onic and Team Falcons PH, their last chance to make their final statement before M8. It all comes down to this, $100,000 on the line for this third place match, but more so than that, the pride of the Philippines and Indonesia, expectation versus reality. Let's kick off our finals day here for MSC and send it over to our casters, Naisu and Leo.
After many matches and almost 2 weeks that lead us to this point, it's a third place match, a battle of pride, but also a whopping $100,000 between third and fourth place finishes here. We'll find out who gets the victory. It's me, Naisu, Leo, bringing this best of 5. And later on, the grand final is going to be amazing too, but this one is a rematch, Leo, all the way back from M5.
That was almost 3 years ago where they took it all the way to 7 games. Here tonight, they might be able to take it all the way to 5 games. We're expecting a slobber knocker between
Saya macam lama tak nampak Phoveus patch ni, harusnya Phoveus tak bagus. Mungkin. Americano double shot espresso lah bang. Tak, coffee bean. Hazel nak latte. Hari ni macam nak penuh hazelnut. Let's go! Rain. Okay, untuk korang yang tanya pasal Rain
Oh, he does.
Rain pergi ke KL lain nak settlekan dia punya luggage, tapi saya tak tahu, mungkin ada delay kot kat sana. Sebab dia message saya awal tadi tu pukul 1.50. 1.50. Tak, ini dah pukul 5, takkan tak settle lagi.
They went with this first pick, Marcel, who's kind of slipped through some of the drafts. He's been either banned out or teams have gone and picked him up. But it was Onic that picked up the Herrera multiple times throughout yesterday's match.
Speaking of the Herrera, Kyle here put down a quarter of his health. Ogwin stopping the backup from coming through. It's not just Onic who has this identity that they're forcing through from yesterday's bouts. Even Falcons, you see them play the Esmeralda once again. The glue in Ogwin's hands.
Semak tu apa si Marcel ni.
Prize pool EWC 3 meters. Goff 900K. First place
Saya salah share.
Goff DLM 300K Cam 2.
In the hands of Kaiser yesterday was the finisher.
GOF 325,000 untuk
we see
first.
Haji in trouble. Crimson flare back, and that's one major tool out for this turtle.
Yeah. They want to fight for this first objective here. Some tools already
Dia
used.
lepak KLI lah tu. Itulah pasal. Semangat buat PH dan dia depan kita pun dominasi lagi. Ya, confirm. Satu series ini je. Ui.
But then again,
Okay,
retribution was short. Kyrie secures, now Ogwin flickers back. No harm, no foul. No casualties just yet, but Onyx gets the big one.
Yeah, they get the objective. Looks like taking a little break here before this. Again, no first blood given just yet. And this is kind of the nature, man, of the compositions that we've seen, throughout MSC. It's like this push and pull factor. And a lot of that has been because of where the jungle meta is, and it's fallen into. I mean, we heard Kyle share some of his thoughts leading into this matchup, exactly how he feels about the jungle.
Janganlah pause, dah lah BO7.
But half of that
start pun dah lambat sikit hari ni.
It's just these two teams.
Yeah.
It's rare that you see a full-on Titans of Southeast Asia clash in MSC. Look back at the last 2 weeks, Joseph. Look back at the last 2 weeks.
I'm looking back.
Young Pause
You
Falcon
see
K.
Yangon Galacticos with their own little flavor, team spirit,
Macam
Phoenix Suns Pause
with
House
the
Black
Dragon
Fry.
Tavai play style, and then you have the likes of Vamos and Pro.
Ada nak tengok final je kan. BO7 tak tahu lah kalau okey kejap lagi kita tengok atas Kalau ada 4 bintang.
So that's why we're seeing such a surgical first 2 minutes.
I mean, again, they came into this matchup in high spirits. Got to see some of the antics on stage as they both came out, of course, but one thing's for sure, in the game, in this best of 5, they're going to lay it on the line here. They're going to give it their all. We already talked about how it's that pride factor, but also the difference in terms of money. I mean, $100,000, man. In Philippine pesos, I think that's around 6 million pesos. In IDR,
don't even get me started.
Final jam 8.
It's like almost 2 billion.
Final jam 8 Malaysia
Life-changing money even at this point.
And the fact that they can keep the brevity, harken back to their brotherhood, harken back to how far they've come and how many times they've played with each other. They decide to dance in their entrance. Like, that's just the kind of athletes and just young men they are, how much they love MLBB, while still acknowledging the stakes.
Yeah. I mean, they did
hujan tak nobar ke? Aduh, susah doh. Kalau setiap 5 minit saya kena explain pasal habis hujan ni. Yang mana yang tahu bagi tolong bagi tahu. Saya kalau benda yang sama nak kena ulang ni. Saya jadi macam aku ni buka counter pertanyaan pula kan. Sorry doh. Yang tahu tolong jawab.
Of course, when it comes down to the in-game, that's where you really see it kind of come to fruition here.
Tolong type lepas tu copy dulu. Nanti siapa-siapa tanya paste je. Okay, thank you Harisa. Harisa. Thank you. Okay, BO5. So dia dekat Wikipedia salah. So ini BO5 sebab nampak ada 3 tanda, 3 segitiga tu kan. Maksud siapa-siapa menang 3 kali settle. So it is BO5.
Again in this best of 5.
A minute and a half till Turtle spawns lower
corner. Mula-mula dekat Wikipedia dia tulis 22 BO7 tu. Saya cakap apa gila sampai third fourth pun sampai BO5.
I'm reading the map correctly.
Ni dah okey dah tu. BO5. Tak nak predict tu. Tak nak.
A little more since that first attempt at Grant the Purple kind of cost them.
Yeah, it didn't happen, right? But I feel like too, when you just
kita just enjoy.
You're kind of allowed to do that.
Bangla masih Onyx lagi counter match ni. Tak saya Falcon.
Avoid things, it's like
saya Falcon.
You're kind of self-reliant in yourself, although the most successful Harara gameplays
so apa yang saya choose semua kalah. Jadi saya nak Onyx menang, tapi saya terpaksa pilih Falcon.
Okay, he's burning the flicker. So he's got that, but Harley essentially does the same thing. You're pretty self-sufficient to be able to move around the map. You don't have to rely too much on your team until obviously you get to that mid or late game.
Yep, they have their stats skewed to one side slightly more on a spectrum of junglers between mobility and, single-handed burst damage. Haji and Ogwin holding down the fort. stopping the rest of Onyx from actually crossing over.
Ada
So
Saja
both teams
Bangalore
respecting
Nak
other
Bagi
boundaries, their
Kutukan,
jurisdiction
Lap
when it comes to
Mana kena
stealing
letak,
away
eh?
and taking out resources from the other. About 20 seconds until the turtle spawns, lower quarter. This is as safe as it gets. Again, not more than a 500 gold swing either way.
Yeah, Leo, this is about as safe as it gets. It's
Okay.
like you're playing.
Prediction saya
There's
letak
your side
situ.
of the map. Here's the line. We're drawing it.
Okay kan?
We're gonna stay on this side. You guys stay on that side. I mean, imagine, you know, 4.5 minutes in, no kills, no first bloods.
Okay.
Just that turtle is what they're fighting for. This one definitely looks like it's going to be resulting into at least this 4v4.
Dekat bawah. Tadi dia keluar benda tu.
Fighting for the second turtle. Luffy's going to jump in.
Live from Paris tu dia tak nampak.
Haji bursted down, forced the Crimson Flare back, and Suns!
I see Bangalore.
Kyrie scored the kill via the deadly magics. Now Lupi jumping up. Ogwin finds them out. In comes Kelra. Warning shots. Finds another kill on Ogwin after a golden hour. Revitalize, making sure that the rest of Onyx are topped up, and in comes Lupi.
Oh, itu Lupi.
Down goes Kyle, down goes Flap, and that's all she wrote. Unless Marco wants more flying clouds. In comes Haji. Looking for that choke up.
Mati lagi dok. Maksud saya dekat bawah abang dok tadi okey dah tu. Tak apa ni dok. Okey good.
Resulting in 6 free kills plus the turtle for Onyx.
They just got a whole lot, man. We were just talking about how nothing had happened in those first, few minutes of the game, and then all of a sudden, boom. Look at this, 3,000 lead, you got 6 kills plus a turtle.
Joseph, a whole lot is an understatement. That was a metric ton of advantage that Onyx have scored in that minute-long sequence. Again, one more look. Maybe the fact that they got the mount was the sign of, okay, maybe we should try.
Yeah, I mean, again, even fighting in between the two turrets here, I thought Falcons would be a little safe. But
That should have been.
Yeah,
that should have been, but no. The fact that there was a revitalize, and sure, despite the crowd control being sound for Falcons to an extent, it was still Onyx who was declaring and dictating where the fight happens.
Saya rasa kan Rain mungkin dia pilih untuk stream final je kot. Itu prediction reverse psychology ke bang? You do. Saya terpaksa tu.
Onyx NIH Bile Lawan Falcon Main Dai Rang Lepas Sengat Gilaran Lawan Tim Lane Main Top Lepas Sengat.
Baik Lupi.
Kyrie DHX YAH Pate Harara DH. Malaysia Manang 2.
And I mean, even on this, golden hour used.
A wall 2 stuck Sky
Down to a little stomp as they force Patrick Star to take a dirt nap. Lupi gets knocked up, but again, there's no damage between Flap and Haji here. Falcons once again lose 2 for free.
I mean, what do you do?
Hey.
Kyrie, oh, he stops him.
He does, but the damage is real. Kyrie finds another. But there is a trade-off. Down goes Suns in mid. Haji traded out for Keyboy. What is he rocking?
Dia orang fight.
These enhanced basic attacks on the Marcel are doing work.
Perang
What
terus
is going on here
bro.
for Falcons? I feel like across the map, it feels like Onyx is everywhere. And at this point, that's what they can do, man. Just continue to build this lead of 5,000 up ahead. The next turtle, last one, is coming up here. But look at this, Kyle.
Mati
No breathing room.
lagi.
That's it. We've seen Hirara survive a Deadly Magics through a sequence of spell vamps and iframes, but not like that. Not in a moment of, I don't know, savage vulnerability.
Kalau dapat Granger tak payah cakap untuk Windows.
2 to 3 minutes worth of
Macam aku punya Granger tu.
Against Yangon Galacticos last night.
This feels like Onyx time, like in game 1. I mean,
sure.
Yeah, it's Onyx
this
time.
is going to be the next turtle that they get 3 for 3 there. You saw the difference for gold in the gold lane, man. 2,000, I think it was, for Kelra. I'm wondering, too, if he already had the Sky Piercer. I'm not sure if we saw that. If we can take a look at the items here to see where the gold lane is falling in. Yeah, so he's got the Sky Piercer. I'm not sure exactly when he picked it up, though.
Minimum 2 stacks.
Minimum 2 stacks.
Kelra JDN main fighter
Malefic
jet.
Roar already. I mean, think about it, man. You got a Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, and Sky Piercer already at that 8-minute mark. That's why, all they have to do is lay down Keyboy's golden hour. Here's some Rhapsody shots. There's the stacks. He got 4 stacks.
There you go. I counted minimum, so I'm like, all right, apparently he built it before the whole shebang went down.
Hey, man, if you could just line up Rhapsody shots and then guarantee them to hit after the golden hour is done, like, what else can you do?
Looking for more. They burst down Flap, force him to back off. Flicker spent. Again, better flickerless than dead.
Onyx mode,
They
Mabar
will lose this tier 2 though before the 9-minute mark. So already I think that ship has flown. That boat has sailed. They can no longer play clean and safe. Golden hour. Putting over right where they want him. Another stack for Dwayne.
That's gotta feel bad. And look, there's more. It's Marco.
Oh! The KK connection is online.
Tak boleh dah. Surrender bang, surrender bang.
Oh, Daniel,
Boleh
I hate to
surrender
say it,
ke?
man, but this might be one of the cases where
Nak main apa
Falcons just
tu ni?
go next, you know? It just does not seem right. I don't know if it was the fact they're on flying clouds and they just haven't won a flying cloud.
Suren.
I mean, they have a wave coming through. Falcons can clear. And I'm glad to say, go next might not be the next thing in the to-do list. Because I think Falcons can still clean up, all right? Falcons can still kind of tighten up the belt and say we'll play cleaner. But it's going to take so much. It's going to have to involve Onyx saying maybe we stop.
I'm worried, you know. Change the belt, change the cowboy hat, because right now, it's Marco. Yeah, he's got to get a new horse. You know, because right now he just showed up to this rodeo without one, and that's unfortunate. He's 0-3. He's so far behind Kelra. And so what do? You know, this Lord is just going to easily go over to Onyx. They ballooned up the lead to 10,000 plus up to this point. They already took out the top base turret. Final. Oh, look at this. The damage.
Even underneath tier 3, they take 2 for free. Kelra is close to maxing out, man. He's one away. Building that BOD. They pop the holy shield.
Oh, no,
and even Marco! So close to the base! Gets taken down!
That's not very yeehaw.
Alamak Falcon Penna Bontai Du.
Oh, man, it looks like it could end here. Leo, Flap, and
Enla.
Get a wave pushing in bot every single lane. Lord is just now spawning. Is Onyx looking to end?
Kyle, of course, use the iframe early. Couple of dashes back, loot P.
Belum lock sampai dah end tu.
Flap eats a face full of deadly magics. Down goes Ogwin. Next up is the base. Onyx one more. Kelra maxed out on stats. Gets another just for good measure. Onyx take game 1.
Onyx
kena bantai terus ya.
Game 1. That's exactly what they were doing there at the end. They knew they had it in the bag. A dominant win in this game 1 against Falcons, man. You know, and again, you look at just the way they played, it was executed well. Onyx made it happen.
But as all of the armchair analysts and online pundits will say,
Onyx mode lower bracket.
Falcons knew what was up.
Yeah.
Halfway through that game,
Macam
I think they
epic
knew that next was the next measure.
Alamak McCam main rank
At one
Doran.
point, as much as you want to say, you know, they can come back from this, they can make a stand in the base, they can make this happen. There's some cases where that's just not going to happen. And this was one of them, at least for game 1. Again, hopefully we still have 4 games ahead of us, but you know, these highlights brought to us by STC, you're going to see this kind of, it started so slow. Imagine 5 minutes in, you really don't have any action until this fight.
It was the first major sequence, 5 minutes.
Yeah. And it was off this fight, off that turtle, and then
Dari
in between
pause.
the 2 turrets, and then it just did not stop from there.
That's about accurate, right? I said halfway through.
Yeah.
Falcons knew, oh, all right, I think we, how do you say, we dropped the ball.
We dropped this one. And again, like, I mean, look at this. Super Mario, this is all he dealt with all game. You know, one of the unfortunate things about going against that Harley is he can just make that happen.
I'm pretty sure our panel will mention how the range on Onyx draft is just all the more superior. We'll throw it over.
Yep, let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down our game 1.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, the range, the kill counts, the lineup, the energy in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, all in favor of Onyx here as they take game 1 over Team Falcons.
Game masih banyak, mungkin boleh jadi game 1 Falcon cuma nak kuatkan. Nak tengok kekuatan Monik. Bang! Kau apa ni bang?
In the green room, not this time around, guys. That was over fast.
Yeah, it was pretty much over in the draft. I couldn't believe that the
Dari pause minum air terus Monik menang.
Instant lock and pick right away. But I think at the same time, Onyx took some pages off of the book of Falcons by realizing the importance of the Harley, how good it is, as you mentioned, the small tricks against the Hirona.
Yeah, the Harley's a monster. So many things in that draft.
Tapi surprisingly, tim daripada Philippines
just kind of worked out.
Very bad.
As we saw, the Harley, I think a lot of teams were searching for an answer for the Harara throughout the beginning of this tournament, and eventually the Harley popped up, right? And that was kind of the death of the
SRG
Ling in a
macam mana?
sense.
SRG
We haven't
macam mana?
seen one Ling get picked, I don't think, in all of knockout
I'm waiting for my
stage so
coffee,
far.
guys. Coffee bean
And
is
it was
coming.
one of the most
Need to allow
favored picks
Kita
in the
Bang
beginning.
main. Pause
Well, as you
vitamin
can see
loop.
here, it was just
Vitamin
dominant
loop.
from start
Betul
to
tu,
finish.
pause
The other
vitamin loop
thing,
kan? Mana
maybe
vitamin aku?
oversights, maybe want to test the waters, was the Marcel and the Phoveus getting through. The Valentina, you
Balik
picked up on
kembali,
and
balik
not
batu,
grabbing
jarak
the
jauh
Esmeralda faster. They still ended up getting it Falcons.
Tapi kalau ada
but it
early
was
user
not
yang
a
bagus,
matchup
I think
that
this is
she
their
can win
meta lah. Dia,
Yeah, that's why I was looking for more poke
Ani tak
and
pakai
more
baju ni, Bang Lot.
damage through
Ada.
the center of the map
Itu.
for Falcons. We know
Tak mau
how
pakai
great
sebab hari
the
ni
Juicin
aku
as a pick is, but in this
dukung-
scenario, knowing that you're up against a Valentina
Mana
Esme and a Harley in the center, I know teams
Dukung
like to pick
Falcon.
up the Juicin as a response to the Harley, so that if
Saya
ever you're
main
the one that
Dota
gets
dulu
focused by
selalu
the deadly
pas
magics,
sebab nak
you back
kritik
away.
vitamin ya, ha,
But
ha,
you
ha.
needed that damage. You put too much crowd control and put all of the
Hari ni saya
damage pressure
dukung
on your jungler
Falcon.
against a Marcel.
Against one of the things that I think that's the thing with that's the thing with the meta right now. So many picks are overlooked. There was so much
Oni semalam tak
counterplay
mau respect band.
in
Ali
even.
and Ravis.
I think we can get a little bit more in depth in the moment, but the reality is there are so many answers to so many picks, and you think you are target banning and draft, and then you forget about, oh wait, this is still a priority that I have to worry about.
Yeah, and we're getting deeper into the meta as well, and we're also getting different motivations, different moments of them snapping back into the competition. It feels like Falcons haven't shown up yet. That was too fast of a game for them to be happy about, even with all the smiles and the different approach early on. You know what you're fighting for. There's a lot at stake. Onyx, land the first blow. And now it's time for Falcons to find a response.
Yeah, Onyx and Kelra mentioned that for him, some of the one of the biggest things that Indonesian teams could work on, according to Kelra, is communication.
Napa
That didn't look
Falcon
like the case
suited
for
Tabu
Onyx. It looked like
Lawan
their
Harley
synergy,
counter
as
love
even
the
Coach
K-Saber
Midnight and
flap
Aurora
cry.
mentioned before, was just really sharp. Their comms sharp. They knew exactly what they needed to do.
Well, taking a look at that, kind of hard to break down too much because it was such a short game, but in your eyes, Trex, what went wrong? Let's take a look at the draft.
We're going to take a look at the draft. This is actually my first time getting to use this thing. I'm going to put my
baby,
glasses on for it.
Welcome.
So, the major things I want to focus on
Alright.
is the beginning in
Weh, hari ni
the first
laju tu.
set
Kita punya air
of
dapat
bans. Now,
expected.
Team
Tadi
Falcons
pukul 6.
being
Tapi ni
on
awal
red
nak mampu
side,
sampai.
opt to go for some more target bans. One of the major ones being this
Ah.
series. And I think that is where the big downfall of this whole draft begins. Instead of banning out the Marcel, they go for this Uranus ban. And I think the idea was, I don't think they thought the Marcel was going to get picked up. I think they thought Onyx was going to favor giving Kyrie this Harara, giving Kyrie something that they know he's going to flourish on, because Onyx is a lot of times thought of as Kyrie. They want to make sure he gets something this strong, but instead
hampir 2
Onyx
inci
goes
juga
for the
hilang.
Marcel.
I think memang kot untuk take away sebab takut tumpah kot.
All frontliners in their beginning phase, something that Marcel is going to just stun, and then another thing that ends up getting forgotten, one of the picks that is consistently banned throughout this whole knockout stage, throughout this whole tournament, was the Phoveus.
Dan
And that
saya
is the
ada
thing that
beli.
is just kind of the cherry on top of this draft. I know we talked about the
Kan bagus
Harley,
kalau
I know we
Onyx
talked
ini
about
main
the
lawan
Valentina,
TS
but the
malam.
reality
Bang,
is the Marcel is what opened everything up.
Hi,
And every time that these three heroes
yang kemarin jangan
wanted to come in, they immediately got
Jangan
stopped in their tracks.
dicerita
And I
lagi,
think
guys.
Renmar's going to go over some of the highlights that shows that how this Marcel gives the opening, that Kyrie can come in on this Harley and just shred everything up. Now, again, it was a 10-minute game. I'm not going to go any deeper than that, but Falcons is definitely going to have to think about in their next draft what they want to give over and what they want to keep for themselves, and what risks are they really willing to take in that first phase.
Yeah,
I don't know how do we race
Young
this.
Suda Balalu Beer Con
So
Balalu
clearly, it seems like
JGN
Falcons
Decanon
decided to look way too deeply onto the Uranus pick. The
You wish
mention
ASMR.
is
ASMR.
undefeated for Lutfi. I'm good. I learned some techniques from Brigida yesterday about how to do this one-handed. Yeah, exactly. So this is the fight where I was wondering, why is Haji playing this position? You're up against a Harley that would want you to show yourself. I know you pick up this Juicin because, again, it's so much easier for the Juicin to just get away with the Crimson Beacon, but with the Harley so close by, and you know, based on the positioning of Onyx, that Harley is in the orange buff, he's going to be coming there. He wants to get some pokes off on Tiki Boy so that they control him. But the problem is also, you already have Lutfi in a really good position to stop any responses so that if ever Haji gets a crowd control, Keyboy, Lutfi's already there to disrupt again on the Phoveus. And of course, you have Sans there as well on the Valentina with great poke, crowd control, and with the juice in his hands. We play this out, and I'm just gonna be talking over it. You see how quick Keyboy is so quick to just jump on the opportunity and not even using his golden hour yet. He holds onto it for the best moments, which should be somewhere about now, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. Just when Super Marco arrives just in time to deal damage, the other members of Falcons have already fallen. And this gets stretched out to its limit, where Marco would get busted and get caught out. I think you see Keyboy and Sans calling for Kelra to come closer here, knowing that there's a potential play. Marco and Haji decide to go forward. Keyboy yet again going in through the back. Didn't even, I think he just went ahead, raised his movement speed, got that extra bit of crowd control. That just doubles down on the great communication of Onyx. Falcons seemingly lost in the comms and lost in the sauce in the draft. Didn't know how to deal with this.
Great breakdown, and again, we have to reiterate how fast this game moves. Sometimes in a tight match like this with two very competent players, people who have won championships on either side, who have been at the best of the best internationally for many years, you know, somebody beats you on a line drive. Like, it's just the way that it goes. When you have great teams, you're going to take a loss, but how well can you bounce back and give it back?
I'm back. Sorry guys, aku tengah usaha untuk dapatkan whitelist apa GOTF.
Also probably from just the common eye can see that they maybe thought there would be more to that draft that they were trying to get deeper into, when the reality was you let go of the Phoveus, you let go of the Marcel. You didn't get an advantage almost anywhere in that draft, and it made the Harara your key advantage less impactful.
Yeah, you also let go of the Valentina. Again, I keep scratching my head. Why prioritize the Hirara right away? I know she's a great pick, but you already found the answer to the Hirara and to those kinds of lineups into the Harley. If ever Onyx picked up the Marcel, then picked up the Hirara later, Falcons could have picked up the Harley at the next point of the draft.
Yeah, I guess that's true. My thought is they realized the Harley was a prio pick, not only for the jungle from Onyx, but also the fact that felt like that would be good for their jungler. And I think that if they gave away the Marcel, they were looking at giving away the Hirara as well, if they didn't take her.
Yeah,
and I think that's probably in their mind. Might not have been the right call.
Yeah.
But you feel like they were just like, we can't
give
Marcel
kenapa kau tak live? Tolong bagi tahu.
You know,
belum gaji. I feel like their draft was more focused on taking things away from Onyx than actually just drafting and trying to counterplay. They ban out the Uranus, they take the Esmeralda, they take the Harara. It's more of, let's see if we can take away some of these power picks from Onyx, instead of exactly thinking too far ahead, because you're completely correct. They could have given up the Harara. They would have got the Harley, which probably would have done better against the Marcel because you're not getting up close and personal. Which probably would have done better against the Harara because you're not getting up close and personal. It gives you more kites to pair well with your Jushin that you're possibly going to get. Just overall, the draft could have been approached differently. But one thing about Falcons that we have to remember is they lost 2 games in a row yesterday and were still able to come back in 2. It's definitely not out for them. They have the ability to always recuperate themselves.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at this conversation and you take a look at the head-to-head and the player spotlights, it's Kelra who also had a very good game, 9-0 on the Granger. Remember that Claude was banned on the side of Super Marco, and while we do focus a lot on jungle, EXP, we even focus on mid. One of the stable foundation points for both of these teams is who has a better game. Is it Kelra or is it Super Marco? And it felt like they leaned better in the draft on that one as well.
Yeah, they ended up with a great combo for the Granger. If Harley's not going to get the kills and Granger's going to quickly get the stacks, we saw the Marcel, Valentina at the center. Again, if Falcons, you got to stick to the textbook. If you're willing to give up Marcel, pick up the Valentina. Ever since Marcel popped up in the meta, that's always been one of the things you want to pick up against it. That's why you see some teams on the blue side who want to get Marcel. They ban Valentina in the first phase because they want to be able to set up and manipulate the draft so that the other side is thinking, oh, do we ban Marcel? What are we going to do? I think this is just one of those
juara
things
3, juara 4?
made it
Beda
easy for Onyx
$100,000.
making it easier for them in the game.
Interesting. Trex, your thought on this Valentina? Renmar's pretty focused on.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why Valentina has consistently stayed in the meta, because every time some new crazy hero comes out with an insane ultimate, How do you counter it? Well, you just get the ultimate for your
Baru
own team
1-0,
as
guys.
well, right? It's something that even if Valentina gets a little nerfed in terms of damage, her utility, her package, her skill set will always be viable.
I think I have a little theory as to
MPLM
why
white.
they didn't want to get the Harley up against the Marcel, because technically you could also use the
Tanggal
golden
14.
hour on your own teammates if ever, let's say, Kyle
MPL
Casey
Indo
was
juga
on the
tanggal
Marcel.
14.
Excuse me, Kyle.
Hari yang sama, guys.
If he was on the Harley,
MY dan ID.
he gets the pop off the ultimate.
Kenapa
and
MPL
just
tutup
when the
komen?
deadly
Oh, ya
magic
ke?
pops, that's when you bring down the golden
Mungkin
hour.
terlalu banyak
But then in that case,
apa,
you're going to be using
komen-komen
the golden hour
berjudi,
in a
apa semua.
defensive way, which is good
Lepas
for
tu
the
yang
offense. Yeah, better than offense.
PM
but Kimura
tele.
was just on the offense all the time with that
Ah,
golden
ditutup
hour.
tu.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really interesting thought. All of these are great to hear the opinions on. And
Bagus
obviously
tak,
the
boleh
players,
layan
they've
dengan
got
aman.
their thoughts. I know you do in the chat as well. And if you're streaming,
Juara 4 pun dah
you're
kaya.
definitely already sharing your thoughts with your community.
Juara
But if you
4,
haven't streamed and you thought
$150,000
about it,
US
have
dollar.
something to add to this conversation, not just at MSC, but in all of EWC.
Juara
Join
3,
that creator program. You have a
$250,000
chance to
US
win some cool prizes. You also have a
Juara
chance to
5
go
sampai juara
live
8,
and share your
100,000.
thoughts. Get involved in the conversation. We're here for 7 weeks in Paris. We'd love to hear what you think. Scan that QR code and join us.
Man, I don't think Falcons expected that to happen in that fast. I think that's why we saw Flap laughing there at the end. It's like, oh yeah. Even Leo was pointing it out. I was like, yeah, at some point they probably just said, let's just go to the next one, guys.
If it's a natural oversight that looks so obvious to us, I have a feeling they were just in the moment, caught off guard.
Yeah.
And now they have thought, okay, we can't let that happen again. The interesting thing, though, to see,
bini
we don't know
bergaya,
where
ai.
they'll be, red side or
bujang lah
blue
kejap
side,
sampai
we mentioned
malam.
how good Onyx is on red side. Almost a 50%
Kadang-kadang
win
itulah
rate when
me
that is
time.
much lower,
Bila tak ada anak
lower
bidik kat
on
rumah,
average
kau
for
duduk
most of the
sorang-sorang,
teams who deal with getting that
aman
second
sikit
two
rumah.
picks and that final last pick. They thrive there, and they make it an even match. Will they switch over to that side? Will we see Falcons fall for another trap in that 5th pick?
Kena tiba yun,
Will we see it going back and Falcons
Falcon
realize, you
kena
know what,
tiba.
we can do this on red. We understand what they did. We won't make that mistake again.
I mean, Falcons in past has opted for red side. They're one of the few teams that
Falcon
enjoys it. I think in a
ke.
meta like
Onyx
this, where
satu.
there's just so many power picks. The swing back of the 2 in the first phase can be dealt with very, very well, especially in the hands of Falcon. and their
Aduh,
coaches.
kena lagi tu
I think, yeah, just to
restriction.
recalibrate, regroup, think about whatever side they choose, they have opportunity. It's definitely not over yet. I think that's the most important thing that we all need to keep in our minds.
If Falcons decide to go on the red side again and they still keep the same bans, then I think their mindset is really just Luthi on the Uranus is something that they'd rather not deal with. They've seen the 5 games where he went undefeated with it and realized that there's something with how Onyx plays the Uranus that even their Esmeralda might not be enough to just deal with that pick. But I don't think they should lean too hard into that. We've seen them go up against teams with some fantastic Uranus players and beat them with the Esmeralda.
Well, I mean, is it better, right? I mean, they said no Uranus, but like, okay, Phoveus, and then you have a Marcel and a Golden Hour to deal with. I mean, let the Uranus through if that's what you're facing. Notably, no Belleric as well in response to slow things down and try to set up some counter initiation if they do try to get aggressive. But again, I think you've got to get the Giants off the table. And I'm sure the bans will look different here, Renmar.
Yeah, Trex did mention it really felt like Falcons just kept wanting to deny things from Onyx, but in that desire to deny what Onyx wanted,
Dah aku dah bagi tahu dekat apa MPL dah. Semua yang lain pun kena. Patut give suspend. Yang lain pun semua kena. Terima lain pun.
So there's the choice though. Falcons opt for blue side. They take first pick, which immediately forces something different. And even the way they're banning already changes up. We still do see the Barats from blue side. Last time it was Onyx, but this time
Sebab dah masuk bulan baru. Bila dah masuk bulan baru,
could we be
macam ni
searching
lah.
for a possible fan?
Dia orang kena apply untuk OBS punya ni.
Definitely something divey, looking for the Harar again as a possibility. Onyx have taken out the Freya.
Memang tak boleh bagi lagi.
Similar to their last set.
Yeah, I think that's the
Nak
definitely
bagi
the player
bagi
for
kat
Falcons.
ni
You don't
SB
see this
SB.
Melissa banned out often on the blue side unless you're trying to trap your opponent into getting some specific bans so that the Fanny is open up for you. But they decide to ban out the Marcel instead.
Yeah, meaning there's still Atlas on the table.
Rasa juara Messi
There's
kali
still
ni
a
Yangon.
Fanny on the table. There's
Saya
still
rasa
a
Team
lot of
Spirit.
things that Onyx is forced to
Team
choose
Spirit, Team
from
Spirit.
here.
Berapa
And at
skor?
the
Onyx
same time,
1.
if ever Falcons decide to rush pick the Fanny and not give it to Kyrie, fair. But be ready for Kiboy to show up with something like maybe the Badang that's going to be a pick. The Cho's still going to be an option. You mentioned the Atlas as well. there's a lot of picks that if ever Fanny gets rushed, the composition might not be enough to set
Sebab
up
bunyi
for
kunyah
it.
kuat sangat. Oi.
Oh, Onyx says, let's play the game. Let's roll the dice. We are going to leave it all open. We take out the Valentina. So Fanny open, Atlas open, Herrera still open. Lots of opportunity.
In some ways, it's saying take the Atlas. Take the Atlas. You know we can't get the Valentina. You're going to have the Fatal Links. But we've sometimes seen teams that dive into the Atlas without the Atlas Barats, without the Atlas Cho, without something else to be that kind of lockdown alongside to burn Purifies, to burn Ultimates, to burn Flickers. And I like it. I think Falcons have a good response there and said, no, that's okay. We'll grab Fanny.
Yeah, I think the internet would have dogged on them more if they decided to just give Kyrie the Fanny. So fair to just go ahead and pick it up despite there being so many answers open.
Yeah, we have to remember what happened in Game 5 of Onyx versus Aurora. The Fanny was the nail in the coffin. And when you're behind a game like this already, it might not be something you want to give up. But this means
okay, aku tebak apa draft Moskov
1. They don't need to pick up a jungler because Fanny's already been picked on the opposite side, so they have freedom to pick up something else big in another lane. Do they go into EXP lane?
Atlas.
Alice.
Uranus, Esmeralda still
Atlas
available.
Phobius
So
pun
is
boleh.
Shin, so is Phobius.
Atlas Moskov boleh.
A lot of characters that we've seen banned, and it's the Herrera back in it. Interesting, but I think just trying not to show their cards too early.
I wonder if there's just going to be a Belleric Atlas trade here, so we get the Belleric for Team Falcons. Will make things disruptive. I think Belleric Esmeralda would be okay. You don't pick up the Uranus. You don't pick up something like Hilda to hard focus an assassin because the Esmeralda is still open, and that if ever the Hilda gets picked up, Esmeralda will be an easy pickup for Onyx. I think Esmeralda plus mid laner. Oh, Claude, yeah, you're right. Claude and Esmeralda wouldn't be bad for Falcons.
Yeah, it denies it, saves a ban.
Oh, Claude Belleric, excuse me, yeah.
Nah, tu.
So
Dah sampai dah.
do we pick up the gold laner or do we pick up the Esme?
Honestly, with how deep the EXP lane pool, the EXP lane goes right now, they go for the Jushin instead. You get a little bit of crowd control. You get some possibility of kite, so definitely not a bad idea. This is a hero that is never so stable and sitting in the same spot that it can kite back from the Atlas.
Yeah.
But also can pick up the Purify and still be very, very valuable.
At least now Falcons know that they don't need to worry about that Harley. I think either you can make a case for any of the picks that show up here, whether it's going to be the Claude, and then Onyx will later just ban out the Brody. If you pick up a Sans pick, then Falcons will ban out the Claude and maybe even ban out the Harith at some point. Should be worthy. So if they leave everything open again, they don't fall into the trap. They pick up the Uranus. They're probably going to ban out the Esmeralda. That forces Falcons to ban out things like the Brody, as we mentioned, and the Moskov as well. But if you ban both of them, then you're going to have to worry about a mid lane pick being very free for Sans. Onyx decides to ban out the D-Roth because they're expecting Falcons to put that into the EXP lane as the response of the year.
Ini apa tak boleh ni doh OBS hari ni semua kena. Nah.
Yeah, wrap it up.
Dah dia suruh buat stream relay. Sekarang aku tengah fikir kalau aku buat stream relay.
Yeah, it's banned out, you know, obviously.
It could definitely be a clutch pick. I don't think they needed to.
Right?
But
so keeping something open, is that why they're doing it?
Well, I mean, it
thought process behind that.
It's a shredder, right? It's a big. It's something that could be the possible counter to the Uranus.
Yeah.
And maybe whatever else Onyx has in store.
Obviously, looking at the Uranus and the Esmeralda as two
kali kedua warning.
kind of yin and yang, two pieces of the same pie. And Sans already grabbed that for his team. Obviously, still looking for that mid laner for Sans as well. Went crazy. Kind of something we've called him before, Crazy Sans. Finally had that big game.
Oh, they banned out the Hanabi too. Okay, that's some really good respect by Onyx. Not gonna lie.
It's interesting. It's interesting. It's definitely respect, but this means that I think of this. Are they just having fun at this point? Are they just having fun?
I hope not, man. I mean, I hope they are, but I also hope not. I feel like they got to understand the implications. I mean, this is for Falcons as an organization, the back-to-back-to-back. I'm sure that's not taken very lightly. With a quick game, you've got to get some edge.
I'm almost wondering if this is is Onyx gonna get a little crazy, go for double fighter here and like a Farza in the back or something? With the Dyroth ban, with the Hanabi ban, it's making me think that they could be going heavy front line here.
You have to be
Nombor 3 dapat berapa duitnya bang? Nombor 3 $250,000 US.
Give it a Sea Halberd at some point so you get some form of basic attack damage. That would be good. And then you paired up with even more bursts in the center. So
Rin tengah set up live. Kejap ya. Kejap. Sabar.
The thing is, are they okay with playing the Paquito into the Jushin and the Belleric? So they pick up the Vexana, one of the heroes that we did mention all throughout this draft. Again, Onyx damage profile, their strong front is just good. The Vexana for the Hirara in the mid as a means to support that jungler is so much better.
Have they had an answer to the Fanny yet? Do you feel like they're missing something here on the side of Onyx?
A little bit.
Yeah, could be the Moskov as they end up getting the Claude.
Okay.
The fact that they locked in this Vexana first, though, means they're definitely still thinking about how they want to round out this draft. But yes, Moskov could be an answer. I mean, it's not exactly an answer, but it doesn't get targeted down as easy. They haven't found any hard crowd control. Uranus also a little bit dangerous because the reality is he has zero crowd control as well, and Fanny can't just move right by him. The Paquito
masalah.
Yeah, they're willing to play into it. Despite the presence of the Jushin, Esme, and Belleric. They're feeling it today.
Dia kat luar, kuncinya dalam rumah. So tak dibuka. Terpaksa panjat apa semua settle.
And this is where that Dairoth ban comes in, right?
Okay, Paquito okay.
Where if a Dairoth comes in and shreds down the armor of this Uranus, shreds down the armor of this Paquito, there could be a problem.
Hello, Bang Lau, hi.
The Vexana also will be more protected. And now you have this big group where everyone can kind of stick together, Ube-esque, and the Fanny coming into that, it is a death ball for... So that is your answer. Instead of crowd control, we just all stay together, and if Fanny comes in, you die.
No need to control it. We'll just all stay in a crowd, Onyx say, as they try to go back-to-back with wins. Can they take a 2-0 lead over Team Falcon's PH? Naisu, Leo, what do you think about these drafts?
I like them, man, you know. Good drafting here for both sides. It makes sense here, and I think for Falcons, after essentially that first game stop that Onyx had, this is what you want to go ahead and, you know, bring in some of your best heroes, make it work. Kyle got his Fanny. But again, this is also Onyx, right? Remember when they brought up the Fanny, Leo? And so they know the game plan to play against a Fanny here.
And that's what I like the most, is both teams came in with answers. There are less questions than there are solutions. So I'd like to see Falcons equalize here 1-1.
Yeah.
Because game one, I think 95% of the community will say that was no game.
Yeah. Like in their minds, they want this to be game one, basically. But nonetheless, Onyx, if they do happen to go ahead and secure this game, they'll be at that match point. And again, we've already talked about what's on the line here now for Falcons, specifically, you know, playing into this one. Putting something like the Claude on Marco is way better, I feel like, than having that Clint, just because, again, you can be a little more self-reliant. He's got a Purify to work with. This was the hero, again, that, you know, this bulletproof Marco moniker started on, and just the fact that he's really hard to kill on it. So some of that alleviated by the fact that you complemented it well with a Jushin, who can help control some of these team fights, you know, around this beacon and that Lantern Flare. Flap, usually pretty dominant on the Esmeralda. I mean, the XP lane is going to be, you know, nothing's fancy is going to happen against Uranus and Esmeralda. It's more of what happens into the first objective fight, which is just seconds away here.
It's interesting that both sides actually commit a few rotations to bottom. I think they knew that both of those gold laners needed a little bit of help unlocking themselves to try and make for quick rotations. Lutfi, man-to-man defense here on the Flap, trying to get a bit of damage before Flap actually hits level 4. The Prior actually does that first. Keyboy looking for a quick frigid breath to stop Flap from pushing in. Quick knock up on that Lantern. Keyboy down to an 1/8 of its health. He does survive. Jump in, falling Star Moon, answered by Internal Guard. Extra bodies for Onyx does help reset the turtle.
Kelra comes through. Rest of the fight, they already got the beacon out. A whole lot expended for this first turtle.
Another big knock-up. Put that Eternal Guard Witch, why not? Kelra punching Haji in. Forcing him to go back. Suns with a little bit of burst damage from that Vex. Takes down the turtle. Lutfi threatening away Kyle's purple, I guess that was Falcon's priority to begin with.
Oh, look at this threat too.
Kenapa tak dapat give bang? Tak boleh kena suspend.
Right here. The full champ stance here in front of Kyle, but
ada problem MPLMY tengah ni. Rain baru start.
Catching Kyle, serving him up.
Mati juga dia.
But Haji trades it out for him. 1-for-1. All in an effort to secure the golem. Joseph, I don't think that was worth it.
You know what? I think at this point, Kelra,
Rain baru start
he's
live.
happy to take it. You know, it slows down the Fanny buildup, I guess.
Oh no, another EG. In comes Kyle. He wants to go again. But there's 3 of them there. Make that 4 if you're counting the EG. What this does allow for Falcons to do, though, is put a lot of bet on Marco. Marco spent the past minute just taking waves. Unfortunately, he did not get the chip away at the shield. So I guess he's just half happy with the outcome on that.
Yeah. So it looks like at least
Zona boleh handle Fanny, bang.
I didn't know if
Yeah,
Onyx
betul,
would
betul,
continue
betul.
to put pressure there. A couple punches here from Kelra. T-Boy's here around the corner. Okay, nothing's going to happen after this. Again, good responses here on both sides, but alleviating some of the pressure. Nothing built up on either side off of that, but it's mainly that kind of nature, right? When you have a fan, you got to go ahead and help secure that jungle, and that's why Onyx knows. Let's put pressure even on the green camps, the small camps if we can. Kind of slow that down a bit. And you can see there was a small lead now in terms of XP being built up by Kyrie.
And Kyrie slowly rotating, holding that fence brush. Will not force it, will not push his luck and try to steal away the purple. Kyle will get it, so this will allow them to at least go 50-50 on this turtle spawning lower quarter.
All right, Kelra in position 2. Fighting for that. Whoa, Kyrie gonna get forced off his green camp.
That
Wait, serious lah?
was the bane of Falcon's existence. Tower shot coming through. Cyclone Eye to get the safety. Oh man, Kyle is not in shape to take the turtle. Gets taken down by Lutpi off of
Fanny user, bro.
It's all Onyx.
Yeah.
The Sky Kings are taking their second turtle as they apply more pressure on Falcon's jungle.
I thought it was going to be the perfect escape, man. The
Mana ada Fanny user
cables
macam tu tu?
going through the walls, getting a little speed boost, but then Lutpi comes through with the flicker to take him out. So now Onyx looking to build up more. Confused.
Oh, Ogwin used that Wrap the Dryad defensively to stop him from pushing forward. Are we back to square one? Is this the game one situation all over again? Onyx playing on
Serious
Onyx
Falcon main macam ni?
Feels like it. I don't know if they're going to be able to get this turret too. It looks like. Oh, hold on. They want to attempt.
Volley Star Moon.
Gone.
Mingala Batura. Good luck Myanmar guys, yeah, for grand
Onyx
final.
2,000 gold up, given that was 4 members of Onyx underneath tier 1.
Yeah. It's not as devastating as Game 1's Turtle Take.
I support
we
Team
had
Spirit.
that one team fight and Onyx pretty much took everything.
6-0.
Spirit.
6-0, but Falcon's still okay. This lead is building up. They got to look for something to slow this down, though. That's the big problem. I mean, look at this Keyboy's waiting position 2. Lutpi.
Tak bermain tu Fanny ni.
Oh my God, Haji had a couple of major members of Onyx behind him.
Falcon Diamond Lepus Sangat Dilaran Lawan Tim Lane Talk
Rather the Dryad, Kyle does not have enough energy to start.
Onyx ni bila lawan Falcon dia main lepas sangat. Giliran lawan tim lain macam ni.
Avenue near the purple. This is tough.
Based on draft guys, based on
Now
draft kiri.
up 3,000, push tier 1 in mid and bot, so the map is shrinking.
Ini kiri dah tak draft dah ni. Dah main macam okey dah ni.
It's just they're kind of putting pressure where they need to on the camps here of Kyle, but
hari ni tak ada challenge muntun ke?
Jarang doh tim Filipin main macam ni.
To allow Kyle to get this kind of farm or even his purple buff hell, and Onyx can just continue to press down on the wound here.
Uh-oh. Get a quick knockup, but answer with a fatal link. Super Marco couldn't make that blazing duet last more than 2 seconds. Ogwin underneath 3. Make that 4. EG coming in, knocking up the big 3, chopping him down. Lutpi scores another, but they find a punish on Suns. Can Kyrie finish what he started? And Kyle falls.
Abalot, siapa first pick?
Kyrie here. Kyrie gets away.
Oh man, the mobility again with the Hirara on the showcase here. Just when you think, you know, sliver of HP left,
dia orang
at
ambil
least take something down. At least Kyrie gets away. Look at the replay here. Brought to us by STC again. The Eternal Guard in this fight. Enough crowd control to keep Ogwin in place. Obviously, Kyle comes and gets a kill, but at the cost of his own life too. So, you know, again, it's just Onyx playing to the advantage, and now we're going to see that continuing happen here on this side of the jungle. And they've already got this lead built up 5,000.
Oh no, Onyx, no. Ratri as he goes for his purple. They take him down. And they're going to continue to march through. They steal away his buff,
3-0.
kill him, go for the turtle, and then pressure mid continuously.
Man, I don't know. Onyx lineup is just like having... They just got bouncers, man. They got the Uranus, They got the you got to count the Eternal Guard from the Vectana, and then you got Kibo and the Atlas. Like these are 3 tanky dudes, just giving so much space.
Ini bukan fight, apa ni baik mahal.
With perfect match, that's another body you have to worry about. Team Falcons are getting smothered here. It's literally just
Aku letak berapa tadi ya? 100 poin je doh ni. Best kali ni tidak berpihak ke tim PH.
Almost 8,000 up. The math does not.
Ya, tapi tim-tim yang apa ni pun ada je player daripada Filipina.
Lutfi of all people on this Uranus, just go ahead, face off against 4 members of Falcons. Doesn't really matter. You know, he's not going to get shredded down at this point, unless somehow Falcons can catch up to this. But just like we saw in Game 1, being down 8,000 gold leading in to eventually his first Lord, you almost expect Onyx just to secure that and start approaching these base turrets as they now take down all tier 2 turrets of Falcons.
And I would not doubt in this next wave, they're able to actually pop that holy shield. Ogren falls once again. Kyle secures his malefic roar, so there should be some. Oh, Flap gets knocked out by Kalra underneath that inhibitor.
I don't know if there's any hope here, Leo. It looks grim. 2 of your tankier heroes being taken down in the lineup here against Onyx. Kyle's got that choice. Kyrie jumping in, gets the beacon out too. They might just take a base turret now.
All right, the siege minion will fall.
Yara ni hero.
Aku tu.
Kelra sitting at 3-1 and 2. Sure, look at Kyrie 4-4. But Kelra since minute 1 has been the forward assault. He's been basically the bouncer that can't wait to get some quick knockoff on a Lutfi. But it's enough time to buy.
Now free the pad for Rafa USD ban.
Kyle was dealing with the wave down bottom, and now they have to clear the wave in mid. Lest Onyx end it now.
No way. Okay, they should be able to clear this. They still have a wave.
There is still a wave, and Marco's here, waiting for stats on AOT and Blazing Duet. Onyx taken. Game.
Let's go. Nombor 3 dapat berapa USD bang? 250,000 US dollar.
Back-to-back games of Onyx.
Sekali ini cocok untuk war terus. Betul.
Bantu tap screen guys, bantu tap screen guys.
Betul. Setuju. War terus fast rotation. Sedangkan PH ini bermain objektif, slow pace. Mereka akan fokus pada objektif. Mereka takkan war terus. Ini siapa yang suka main barbar ni kan? Gameplay yang langgar sangat sesuai.
The velocity at which Onyx won this.
Gold Fighter is back
70% of it says we're going forward.
Falcon bagi Onyx menang. Jangan
we are in your face and we win fights.
Bang, game 1 tadi Falcon lagi teruk kena bantai.
Oh ya, lagi teruk mana? Sangat teruk. 21 kot. Onyx 20. Falcon 1.
They just flipped the switch and it became Onyx time again, you know, and you would think they'd have a little bit more difficult time getting into the space with this kind of lineup, but they just had such a lead that they brute forced their way through it. And again, Falcons left kind of wondering what happened here through this one. So just a really tough game. Back-to-back Falcons and for the Falcon fans out there. Let's go and throw it over to the studio to break down our game 2.
Well, jubilation continues for Onyx as they go 2-0 up and are only 1 game away.
Nah, gameplay barbar. SRG pun macam tim PH gameplaynya. Iya.
Less than an hour. It has actually been less than 25
meta toda ni bang. Iya doh, meta langgar.
Earn $100,000.
Alter ego. Ini meta alter ego. Kalau di Indonya alter ego. Meta tabrak-tabrak ni.
Use of your time, right?
Yeah, we've yapped longer on this panel than we've seen actual gameplay in this series. That's Onyx time, man. They are. It feels like this is like years of frustration.
Ya, masalahnya kita bukan kat Paris.
Team Falcons and their members.
Kalau kat Paris boleh juga kita minta ni.
Frustration from Indonesian players against Filipino players.
Ya, hari ni aku main tadi 5 game.
Even in the draft, it was
menang 1, kalah 4.
He said, I mean, we basically walked back to the talent room and then ran back here. Yeah, that's about how. That's about right. It was a walk back and it was like a light jog over this way because that's how fast it was. I mean, I gotta say, the man on my mouth right now feels a little bit disappointed.
Itulah pasal Aku dah bawa, aku punya Bellerin MVP mulu.
Comeback story because I'm sure Filipino fans
MVP, tapi game tu kalah.
originally, and then Falcons started to turn it up against
Tournament
Diego
GOF tu di
Galacticos.
Kazakhstan
They
ya.
brought it back 2
Saya
games.
baru
They
dapat
got
info
Super Marco on
untuk
that draw, which is
GOTF
yet to happen
whitelist
again and again.
semua dah
And they
tutup
made their
untuk
moment. So
apply
guys,
whitelist.
I'm not
Aku dah minta daripada hari tu dah dekat bawah sana.
dismay, maybe the doubt that's
Tapi
occurred
mungkin
here.
tak tahulah
I'm actually gonna
sampai
talk
ke
about
orang-orang
what
yang
if-
tepat ke
what if
tak.
we can
Tapi
see this
katanya
Team
dah
Falcons
ditutup.
PH team bounce back yet again because
main dengan Gusion
that's
ke
what I
tadi?
know everyone at home
Ah,
is hoping
Gusion.
to see.
Dia main Kadita bongo. Kadita pegadahnya Kadita.
Community here. I feel like a
Dia
lot
kata
of people
abang
are
jaga
thinking,
KDA boleh
do
lah,
they
MVP
really want to
tak?
see that?
Apa dia?
After years of Filipino
abang jaga
domination,
KDA
and yes, this is
boleh
a
lah,
Filipino
MVP.
saying it.
You might be right.
I gotta be honest, there are
Tanji
probably a
Route
lot of members of
C11
the community
Info.
right now watching
Kalau
this
dia
and
Kadita, aku nak set up macam mana bang? Kadita ni memang perlu main dia je.
You know me. Even I want to see this go to
Ah.
5 series.
So Kadita takkan ada orang pergi jaga Kadita. Kadita ni kau tunggu dekat satu tempat, kau pick out satu, lepas tu kau belah. Itu cara main.
Want to see this go 5 games. I don't ever want to see a 3-0 sweep like this.
Bukannya aku perlu ikut kau 24 jam.
2 games in essentially under
GOF tak nobat. Tak, baru je saya cakap GOF tu tak boleh. Itu bukan under Muntun. Itu adalah third party tournament. Jadi kami dan streamer-streamer lain tak dapat any whitelist. Cuma kalau nak juga buat, kena minta daripada tim ke apa ke, mereka kena tolong. Tim yang kena tolong. So saya dah minta. Bila saya dah minta, katanya dah ditutup. Saya daripada minggu lepas minta. Katanya dah tutup. Tapi mereka cuba. Kalau dapat saya stream. Kalau tak dapat, tak ada.
Minta izin makan guys.
Get a chance to be us. That's what the disappointment would be. And if we take this maybe one step further, this is the last statement before M8. We talked about it coming into here. How do you want to leave? What do you want to put on the table and say, yeah, we didn't get where we wanted.
Tak habis ke 2-0? Onyx 2.
That's what I know Team Falcons wants to do. Let's not even talk club championship at this point because they are 3 games in a row away from being able to do that.
GOTF Onyx juara bertahan. Iya, benar.
Aku jadi Spiderman tadi guys, aku parkour tu.
Skor punya lagi dapat ke tak?
Dapat.
Barang tak hilang.
Tak ada.
Spender semua ada.
Semua ada.
Cukup.
Semua warna ada.
Yang warna pink yang apa awet Paris belikan tu?
Allow no bar deck YouTube boleh bang.
Wow, chill. Jangan main kasar, chill.
Kalau Nova dekat YT boleh bang. Saya tak pasti tu. YT sebenarnya, YT pun kadang-kadang dia copyright juga. Dia bukan tak boleh, takut nanti tak boleh monetize bila orang tengok balik apa semua kan, nanti dia akan claim. Dia akan claim copyright. Jadi kalau kita dah ada whitelist, boleh lah, tapi tak boleh mengharapkan sebarang monetization lah. Monetization. Dia akan apa? Restrict. Some region tak boleh tengok, and then you can't monetize. Itu masalah dia. Orang nampak macam YT ni, senang je boleh buat kan, tapi dia akan shutdown benda lain. Dia tetap akan biarkan kau punya tu, tapi kau takkan boleh monetize. Tadi bila tak boleh monetize, buat apa nak letak kat situ? Sakit hati nanti tengok. Kena pula aku seorang yang buatkan puluh ribu, ratus ribu view tapi tak boleh monetize. Oi.
Harini live Bangalore kena warning talk.
Dah 2 warning dah. Ini tak boleh send gift.
So it's not just me here, Trex. If you want to jump in at any point, especially discussing the clips or the draft, let
Gameplay tabrak-tabrak alter ego jagonya.
Yeah. They want to make sure that they take the fanny away from Kyrie. Good. All right. Everything set up really well.
DP kau tukar nama boleh tak? Susah lah aku nak sebut nama.
Kenapa malah tak predict Onyx menang? Sebab semalam yang saya predict semua kalah. Jadi hari ni saya main reverse psychology. Saya nak Onyx menang tapi predict Falcon. Macam benda tu sedang membuahkan hasil.
Jungler that wants to have really good tempo and be the one to be aggressive is that strong side lanes. Yes, so far in this tournament, Esmeralda versus Uranus has been somewhat maybe 65% leaning towards Esmeralda over the Uranus. But what Lutfi did in this series as this Uranus is fantastic because he just kept cutting the waves. He didn't take that duel. He said, looking at the map of Falcons, what am I, gonna be at the risk of getting taken out by a Belleric and Juicin? That's not gonna happen.
Dalam masa
Fanny's not going to be able to take me down right away.
Live Dibo,
So Ludwig
Trisha,
kept
banyak
cutting
tengok
waves to
laki yang
control
serve.
that so
Serius
that
lah.
Flap is always late in helping out the Fanny.
Ni tiada niat mau menang, bang. Ada niat, bang. Beda $100,000 bang. $100,000 kalau di MPL MY 3 kali juara.
Thank you for the follow, Guys, korang dah makan ke belum, guys? Korang dah makan belum? Kalau belum makan tu, guys.
3 atau 4 kali juara baru dapat.
Berapa skor ni? 2-0.
In the one clip I will show you, crazy that
Bexana
Sans
bagus
is
juga
actually
hero
able
apa?
to
Okay,
get a good
Bexana ni
counter
guys,
fire off
dia
onto
bagus
Kyle,
pick
and then
dengan
the Juicin on the
hero-hero
other
dive,
side.
hero-hero
The
masuk.
Juicin for
Yang
control,
bagusnya Bexana ni
great.
ada dua.
Yes.
Pertama,
But
dia
then,
bagus untuk
similar to their draft
chain crowd
previously,
control.
they
Masuk
were
chain
putting
crowd
a lot
control
of
tu
the
engkau
pressure
bagi stun
onto the
berterusan.
damage
Okay,
simply through the jungle.
katalah
When you're
bunyi macam tu,
playing trio, it's very jungler
Lepas
damage
tu
coded.
Bexana
Ya,
dia nampak
250,000 tu besar.
We saw it
Dia
in
sama
game
first
1
skill,
and
dia
we
stun
saw it in
lagi.
game
So
2 again.
chain
Before we
stun,
go to the
faham tak?
clips, is
Chain
there something you
crowd
want to add to
control.
this, Trex?
No, I think you
Faham
did everything
Itu
perfectly.
satu. Kedua, bagusnya Bexana ni dekat counter engage. Apa maksud counter engage, Rin? Contoh, kalau enemy cuba nak engage dekat bahagian depan, ada hero cuba nak masuk. Bexana punya skill ni boleh mengganggu hero-hero yang cuba nak engage. Tak kisahlah kau main Imperial ke, kau main Atlas ke. Dia punya first skill akan kacau engage daripada opponent. Dia punya ultimate pun akan kacau. Faham, guys?
Kyle, he's hoping there's just enough
Kalau
in the
tak
tank to
bagus,
take
kenapa
down
kau
Keyboy,
sistem?
but he won't be
Kan
able
aku
to
main
because
lain
right
juga,
now at this
Sah.
point Marco has
Huh?
made
You
it
have
Sekarang
invite
aku dah
for the
main
rest of the team.
Rafael
Onyx
lah.
BTR. Ya,
Dah
di
main
Malaysia,
Farfar.
dari Malaysia SRG sama Vamos.
Falcons made the right call here, but it was a tough call.
Okay,
to
clear
back
Faham
off.
soalan pasal
Despite
Bexana
the
tu, guys.
really good falling
Sambil
star
makan ni,
mode,
mantap
despite
ais.
them
Makan.
forcing out the
Guys, yang
ultimate
mana
of the
kalau korang nak
Vexana,
makan sambil
once
tengok
Clever
live,
shows
guys,
up,
boleh buka
you
dekat
really
YT,
need to
guys.
back.
Duduk depan TV
Despite
makan.
Keyboy being very low, you
Rafa
just
mid
need
okay,
to go
gokil
back
ya.
here. There's enough
Tapi
crowd
damage
control,
kena
enough
cukup lah.
damage from the
Janganlah.
Aurora as well
Contoh kan,
to mess
jungle
them up,
tank,
and they just
SP
got
tank,
pushed back
Roamer
again
tank,
because the
Golden
Uranus,
marksman
yes,
lah. Mid
doesn't
kau pergi
have
bantai
crowd
Rafa.
control,
By
but
right tak suka
constantly
damage.
being in
Tapi
the
aku tak
fight
suka
a
situ,
long
Kalau Falcon masuk top tu, mungkin Falcon berusaha dia orang aim top tu, bukan tak
Aurora
tidak top tu.
buat meta, tak ada marksman benar.
Kita selalu guna Bexana skill 2 sakit. Ya, sekarang tak tahulah ada buff ke apa ke Bexana ni. Tak tahu kenapa tiba-tiba jadi sakit.
Flap and Kyle find the opening through the golem and want to go for it, while Ogwen and
Fighter
Haji
goal
are still
barbar. Kalau main MM memang kena
clearing
fokus
up
item,
mid.
betul.
And look
Official
where
lah.
Luffy is coming from.
The
As we
idea
said
of
earlier,
kenapa kau ambil
cutting
fighter
lanes.
golden
He's a little
is
bit
kau nak
behind
ada
this time,
strength
but it's
dekat
gonna be
early
fine
game
because they know
dengan
that they can
early
survive
dengan
this because
objective
Sans
team
is
fight.
gonna pull
Dengan
off
early objective team
something
fight.
really freaking cool. Let
Kalau
me just
anak
see.
semalam okey.
Kalau
Okey
kau main
okey
double
okey.
fighter, guys,
Kau tahu dalam hidung dia memang betul dia ada
dah
squishy.
boleh jadi 5 man turtle.
Doktor tarik keluar besar 1 inci jari kelingking.
Forcing the purify out from that Esmeralda easy.
Tapi kalau kau main marksman tak boleh. Contoh kalau kau main kata
Memang betul ada dalam hidung.
Clearing mid
First turtle
with a
kau datang pun
Belleric
tak
and the
guna,
Juicin
guys.
together. That's
Sebab kau tak ada item,
another
kau tak ada
reason
damage.
why
Melainkan
Onyx
kalau
just
kau
felt
nak
so
finishing
fast
lah
here.
sebab enemy
They
low.
cleared the mid lane much
Tapi
faster.
kebanyakan masa kalau kau main marksman, kalau kau datang first
Terrific
turtle,
Macam mana boleh
cleared
sangkut?
up
Dia
mid
dia
waves.
dia
Add a
jolok.
concussive blast on your Atlas for that,
Dia masukkan
and then
sendiri.
it leads to them just getting
Suara
around the
16 ni yang
map
berebut
faster,
Piala
taking
Asia
control,
sebelumnya
and
mereka
Falcons
pun
not
tak
having
kalah
any time
dengan Messi.
whatsoever.
Untuk champion 325,000.
identity issue. We talked about it, maybe a
GOTF.
draft issue as well.
Bentar
But
ya.
more so,
Aurora pun
it
start
might have
berterusan dia
been
juga.
an expose, not just on how Falcons didn't get it done, but how good Onyx really are, and how yesterday's match versus Team Spirit exposed how great Blink has been
Sebab tu
playing.
ada
Because
nampak
finally,
ada tim yang
Keyboy
nak bawa
getting
Aurora,
that
itu
moment
siapa,
to shine. You can see
Oh,
when
ni
he's
bukan.
on the right roamers, when he's
Kelab first
on
turtle
the
nak buat
right
apa je,
characters,
itulah,
he
Zaki.
can make a
Kelab first
world of
turtle boleh
difference.
buat
And
apa?
last
So
series,
the idea of
it
double
was
fighter
really
ni is
Blink
fighter
who
kena
went
main
so deep into the
agresif.
roam pool. Kidboy didn't have as many options. Now he's on an Atlas.
Pergi main
Okay,
invade,
yeah,
pergi
I'm gonna
kacau
do what I
buff,
need to do.
contoh
That
masuk.
was a
Kau
great
main fighter
showcase. So
golden,
again, yes,
enemy
we're looking
tengah buff
Onyx,
biru,
we're
kau
looking
kat atas
Falcons,
kan? Kau kat
but
atas.
also
Lepas tu kau masuk.
Champion 300,000, nombor 2 120,000, nombor 3 100,000.
Kau kat bawah.
Nombor 4 70,000.
Masuk
Wish.
jungle enemy kacau buff biru. Bait retribution dia. Bila bait retribution dia, Team kau free turtle.
Masuk saja udah ada 5,000 US dollar.
Dia yang rugi apa tau guys?
Nombor
Dia yang
16,
rugi kalau korang
5,000
main
US
double
dollar.
fighter
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, dia naik 5, 5, 5.
Tapi korang main passive
50,
sama macam
55,
marksman.
60,
Faham tak?
65, 70.
Sebab kalau korang main passive sama macam marksman,
Ada
bila
upper
korang
lower
main
masa
fighter kat late
knockout.
guys, bila late game,
Ada.
marksman tu akan jadi lagi kuat. Marksman tu akan jadi lagi damage output dia lagi besar, burst dia lagi tinggi. Berapa skor? 2-0. Bosan Falcon langsung tak melawan. Itulah macam mana kita nak Nak bahagia dari sebelah guys. Ini nampak gaya kalau 3-0 ni sekejap lagi ada yang masuk live aku ni. Tak ada kot Hari ni aku rasa aman lah kot.
Tidak. MLBB.
Korang kerja bergaduh korang.
Okay.
Bergaduh buat
sorry.
Suka,
2 vitamin bank.
Vitamin. Nombor 13, 14, 15, 16, 13,500. Jadi yang pergi tu udah ada 13,500. Champion dapat 315,000, second 144,000, third 108. Nombor 4 63.
Kenapa tak ada tim yang nak pick Sun? Tak bagus ke kat meta sekarang? Tak tahu tu kan. Aku rasa Sun ni sebenarnya hero yang kuat tu. Tak ada tim nak bawa.
So first game kalau kalah dia orang turun lower bracket. So menang 2 kali qualified knockout stage. Kalah 2 kali pulang. Sama je.
Itulah yang kita panggil trendsetter. Then kenapa tak live kat YT live lah guys? Bang, abang dah makan dah bang?
Dah.
Tadi abang makan apa?
Aku makan kat rumah. Apa ni? Baker's Cottage.
Wow. Baker's Cottage. BBQ.
BBQ. GOTF saya jangkakan final SRG Onyx. SRG Onyx.
Sun telah main gol semalam dah kena. Ya, Sun boleh main gol, boleh main jungle, boleh main SP. Tapi tak ada tim nak berani nak bawa je.
Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion.
Patutnya tak ada masalah lah untuk SRG dan Onyx lepas pergi ke knockout stage. Bigatron Vamos pun tak ada masalah. Falcon Spirit pun tak ada masalah.
Nak analyse macam mana tu?
Patutnya enggak ada masalah 8 pasukan yang favourite ni.
Lain composition yang dilawan ataupun lain matchup yang dilawan. Lain
habis dah ke bronze ini. Third match. Dah 2-0 Onyx leading.
Aku kata aku cakap ada Nigril, Terizla, Bezana, Liomot, Kalau kau lawan dengan satu line up A, outcome dia mungkin easy.
Menang 2 kali bang.
Kalau lawan dengan
mana ada menang sekali.
Satu line up composition yang berbeza yang mungkin ada counter hero-hero tadi tu, outcome dia mungkin berbeza. Sebab tu kalau kita borak pasal soal draft guys, kita
menang 2 kali.
Kau
tengok ke tak tengok ni.
Satu draft yang sesuai lawan semua matchup. Faham?
2 kali.
From match point right here would definitely be
Sebab draft ni sentiasa tengok matchup, sentiasa
first match kan Selangor dengan apa Aurora. Itu apa bracket final baru. Siapa menang apa bracket final. Yang kalah pergi ke lower bracket. Dekat kalah lagi bawah sekali dah pulang.
I do really think Falcons needs to get
back to the
okay. Okay, betul. Apa bracket final tu dah layak. Cuma betul. Okay, aku faham apa yang dia cuba cakap. Menang kali tu, yang first match menang tu sebenarnya dia dah layak. Cuma dia nak tentukan nombor 1, nombor 2. Ya, apa bracket tu ditentukan siapa nombor 1, nombor 2. Tapi dua-dua dah layak.
I understand that Yangon and Onyx are both teams that want to play aggressive and play fast.
Hey, Rain, say for Myanmar something.
So daripada satu grup, 3 pasukan akan layak. Satu terkeluar.
Is you deprioritize that juice in, get something else for Haji, and get it in the second phase.
Falcons have brought things
daripada setiap grup akan ada 3 pasukan yang layak. So takkan dah tak lepas Bigatron, Vamos, Onyx, Pro, Selangor Red Giant, Aurora, Team Falcon, Team Spirit. Ini adalah 8 pasukan yang boleh katakan elite lah yang datang daripada MSC. So sepatutnya tak ada masalah lah.
Which I think is clean play right here. They go for the Valentina, which again forces Onyx to most likely ban out.
Cuma dia orang buat macam ini, dia bukan keras tau. Dia orang buat macam ini nak bagi salah satu tim yang underdog ini layak juga. Nampak tak permainan dia orang ni?
Masa JD Lama.
Ya, Rin, saya pengadik. Kau jangan macam-macam. Tolong.
So bila dia buat macam ini, pasukan yang underdog satu mesti lepas. Cuma 3, 6, 9, 12 pasukan.
But
Tapi
the
komposisi combo draft
focus
Tiga,
on
enam, sembilan,
the
12.
roles early, I think has been more beneficial to Kaboy and to Onyx than it has been to
Marcel.
Falcons. And I
Marcel.
do believe that maybe second phase is
Kau
what's
aku tak main
important.
Marcel.
There's been a lot of EXP bans.
Tu korang
We've
nak
seen the
bet
Uranus
Marcel
ban twice
Hirara.
and then picked up. That's been
At
a high
Moss
priority
underscore
for this
Moko
matchup.
Lanjuk
Sama
Golf
je.
Lagi
Kau main
Tango
Marcel.
4.
Well in the hands of Falcons.
Apa?
But Flap now trying to
Menarik.
pick up something that could shift the tide. The Barat's
Hirara
finally
juga
open,
ni.
has been banned 2 games in a row, and now
Konik pun
could be
takut-takut je
something
nak
that they
main
go
Marcel
for.
guys.
You gotta go for
Match
Marcel
semalam
here.
2 orang yang main
Marcel
Marcel
gets
walaupun
picked up,
overspeed.
which is huge for Falcons. Unless, I mean, if Onyx
Hirara
has
tu.
an answer to this right now, then I guess Onyx just
Hirara tu.
they were destined to win this series at this point. They take up the Harara.
Macam
Go
tu je
for
kena beat
Belleric
guys.
here. I feel like Belleric is okay against the Marcel. You want someone that's going to come in.
Yeah,
Another possible answer down the line.
Belleric Cup.
Again, though, but my only problem with the Belleric is it's Belleric for Keyboy. Just never, to
Kau
me, has
jangan
just never
sebut
felt
kau suka
so
lah apa
comfortable in terms of an
benda
idea.
lepas aku,
So they go
pas
ahead and
aku
prioritize the
jangan lah.
Barats.
Nampak guys, betul tak? Dia pick Hirara guys.
Pick up
Macam tu je
Hardy,
kena
you
bait
have,
tu.
Another big stompy boy coming in through
Coach
the
Moody.
EXP that could mess you up and mess up your engages because essentially it becomes a 1-for-1 trade. They're gonna get the deadly magic off onto someone and will deal damage. Barretts is gonna
Tadi
choose
Marcel
someone
bawa-
up and
tadi
then it's
Mickey
gonna
bawa
be
Marcel.
-1.
First game ke?
I think Jusin should
Tapi-
not show up for any of these drafts, and both of the mid laners
First
need
game
to
tadi
go for
Kyrie main apa, guys?
high crowd
First game
control.
Kyrie main apa?
Get Vexana back, get Lo Yi
Yeah,
back,
betul.
Farsa, anyone who fills in that idea.
I think if they can go for a solid front line on the side of Falcon, the Harley
First game
can
Kyrie
still be
main
viable. And honestly, kind of feels like it's the only
Hirara
option
juga
right now.
kot.
Or the Guinevere.
Tadi
Guinevere,
Kyrie pakai tu
another decent option, honestly.
Bukan.
They also fall into Marco, give themselves some comfort, and I think in my mind, this is the only way
Tapi
this draft
Hirara dia
should have
jago
really
abang,
gone for
Kyrie.
Falcons. Don't big brain it too hard. They get the Marcel. They get so much power in these first.
Abalot, next hero Abalot, Marcel boleh tak?
All the way to 7 games.
Next hero
Here
Marcel
tonight,
boleh tak?
they might be able to take it
Oh,
all the way
first
to
dia
5
pakai ini
games.
Harley.
They're expecting
Harley. Okay.
Membantai dua Harley dia.
They get so much power in these
Bang,
first
next
few
hero abang,
picks.
Marcel boleh
First
tak?
game,
Winning.
Kyrie Harley.
Marcel
He
ke
gets the
tak kena
claw for
jiwa?
the first time as well. Super
belum main
Marco.
lagi.
And I am
Dia kena start
a
main
little
dulu.
bit worried. The only reason I'm worried on the side of Falcons continuing this on is because wouldn't you just think
Semua orang tengah menunggu final
goal.
kot. Game ketiga keempat macam kurang sambutan tu.
Maybe it doesn't work in practice, but they know what they're doing.
One thing that Onyx needs to ban out, I feel like, would be an R-Lot for
2-game
Flap.
Kyrie spam
You
Harara
see the
Nak
Matilda,
Savage
there's
knee.
a chance for Matilda Barretts together. With all that dive and aggro, some strong crowd control. Again, I think Falcons this time can
Ni kalau habis awal, aku nak macam restream balik tu. Saya nak stop kejap, lepas tu restream balik. Sebab
Gift tak masuk
bukan, kena ban ni kan.
Shadow ban.
Tak tahu lah, kalau restream balik dia okey ke ataupun
kalau yang gift tu dah kan okey.
Pretty long animation, right? You have a few seconds, and this Matilda could buy the time. It's also not a roamer that wants to just be in your face. It's not super stable. You get
sekarang masih lagi kan, tak boleh give kan? Tak boleh give tu.
You can actually keep up with the Marcel
Thank
in
you for the
terms
gift,
of
Amiro.
rotation and moving
Yang
around the
Kimi.
map. So possibly one of the things that Onyx was thinking about when they let this Marcel over.
Lapu Lapu and
Ada tak
Zushin
room
on the
yang boleh compete
bans
oleh
so
Marcel?
far.
Sebelum ni
We've
orang
seen
main ni,
EXP
sebab Marcel
bans focus
Guinevere
now
room, tapi
shifting
Guinevere
a
room sekarang
little
dah tak
bit
meta.
towards the mid lane on the side of Falcons.
Tapi kalau sekejap lagi restream, lepas tu dia warning lagi.
Had a tough matchup against Sans. These two have
Tak apalah, bagi habis 3-0.
They were highlighted earlier on
YT tak apa,
before the
boleh
set.
biar.
Maybe just taking away a couple of things, and right there, as you guys had mentioned, the Arlet banned out against Falcons.
Yeah.
Apa restream restream balik.
And let's not turn off the possibility that this Matilda might surprise and go into the mid lane, and then you have a different roamer.
Definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. I think so many things are
Prediction
open.
final aku Yangon
Falcons for
4-0.
EXP lane. Do we think Esmeralda's a possibility here with the since they're going up against the Matilda, you have shields. Maybe not the greatest matchup against the Barats, but it's a little bit faster in terms of rotation.
Actually, their bans on the Arlot and the Lapu Lapu might already be a tell that this Barras is going into EXP. Because those
Okay,
two
Barat.
heroes
Abang Azwan, thank you.
Rain.
right, not
Ya, bang.
answered
Barat
by-
makan.
It's a moot point.
Lepas tu tiba-tiba alti pula. Matilda pula dia punya skill tu Barat macam ikut terbang. Boleh ke sambil alti terbang?
Ambil alti terbang.
Yeah.
Is it enough to mix things up? Eudora feels like a forgotten thought.
Maknanya jauh lah dia punya telan tu.
Throughout this MSC. Picked up late after the bans from the mid lane have come through. Selena, Valentina.
Baras Alti terbang sambil makan. Boleh ke?
Macam boleh.
Tolonglah buat
Pernah nampak combo tu.
Ya.
Tapi tak ingat. Kita tengok. Tapi tak sebab saya boleh.
Barat's mukbang, laugh cry.
Barat's mukbang.
I think Phoveus is not going to have a good time with this lineup either. You don't put that Guinevere in the jungle, you just stick it into the EXP.
Siapa pakai auto clicker ni 100,000 likes. Terima kasih.
Get a lot of pokes in, but no, they go for the Farsa. I was asking for first and they got it. Oh, and the Sora. Sometimes I forget he exists.
Thank you, Abang Azwan, for the ringgit.
I mean, this is a pick that...
Barat Alti terbang tak boleh. Serius ah?
You have the Eudora, who's very close range, not a lot of range. A lot of Onyx is going to want to stick together a bit. Everyone's going to kind of want to huddle around this Matilda, especially with the Barat, someone that wants to peel for this Eudora, kind of protect.
Masih lagi ada V-Voice
Obviously, Aurora is going to be doing her own thing, but the Sora, one big shifting skies. And it could be detrimental to a way that Falcons wins here. You pair that up with a feathered airstrike,
Moscow K.
a lot of combo play on the side of Falcons.
Onyx were considering something maybe like an itch as a surprise idea, but no, they're still going to lean in towards the Savage. They can still play fast. This lineup that they drafted is still very on the
Ranger
If Falcons mess up the execution, then it was definitely Onyx Day and Onyx Series to win.
Bakio in the gold lane for Tara one more time. And we'll see if this can be the time that earns them
Berapa
third
gitu?
place. Kelra had a chance against Onyx prior.
SB.
It was an Onyx matchup.
Bang Pake auto clicker Tango Cat
Belok siapa juara nanti? TS ke Yangon? TS.
Okay.
Saya bang pakai auto clicker tengok. Saya dah agak dah. Thank you. Sebab laju naik. Yang ni awak beli yang apa iPhone dan juga Android compatible ke? RM20 lebih kan? Aku ada beli satu hari tu. Tapi aku rasa yang tu untuk iPhone saja boleh.
Dia boleh pakai untuk banyak perkara. Boleh pakai untuk start team fight.
Free.
Nampak orang berkumpul rapat. Ini samalah macam main Tigreal, main Atlas. Nampak orang kumpul cepat. Nampak orang kumpul cepat.
Macam mana boleh dapat free?
Dia juga boleh pakai counter engage. Maksud
pakai apa tu free?
Untuk protect pasukan. Contoh, enemy main Atlas.
Dia bukan satu device ke?
Orang pergi bekukan follow up Atlas. Faham tak? Itu gameplay counter engage. Tapi gameplay
ada magic untuk hari ni tak? Tak ada.
Marcel yang paling famous sekali guys adalah objective team fight, ultimate untuk objective team fight, which is waktu turtle dia akan target untuk bekukan jungle enemy untuk make sure jungle dia dapat free turtle. Itu gameplay yang paling famous kat Marcel guys. Sebab tu kalau korang tengok Marcel jadi top band sekarang, sebab Marcel ni
juaranya team spirit. Ya sama.
Objective team fight kat turtle, kat lord, tengah layan Nobarin sambil makan buruku. Okay, makan. Skor berapa? 2-0.
And I think that's what makes the
Harap
Barrett team scarier here for Lutpi, just because again, you know, you already cover a lot of grounds with the flicker, but then now you have Matilda.
Slow sangat doh Falcon main.
Over on the flip side,
frozen moment.
I kind of forget about Sora too. You know, I have to be on the same wavelength here with Renmar. You kind of forget about him, but just as we saw
selain Matilda, Barat pada Loyi Barat.
Korang kena tu, korang tak boleh sprint, korang tak boleh flicker.
Boleh ke dia ikut macam tu? Ulti lepas tu masuk dalam ulti Loyi boleh pergi jauh. Serius ah.
Tak apa, Sikri. Sekejap lagi kita tengok macam mana Marcel pakai ulti. Aku tunjuk contoh. Nanti SB.
Yeah, right now Onyx got control of it. We'll see if Falcons is in a position to fight. Kyle's going to be spotted out here though by Keyboy. Can they go in? That's a shifting skies started up by a flap, but to no avail as Onyx secures the turtle.
Especially dekat tangan coach bang.
That feather airstrike may be
a Marcel tak level 4 lagi. So first turtle ni memang tak boleh cakap apa lah. Tunggu second turtle yang
good enough burst, it seemed like to be the case, but what happened there with Onyx was just able to go ahead and zone out Falcons from the fight. And part of that was just Lutpi. I mean, on the Barretts alone, he just kind of separated the rest of Falcons from that, and they were able to go ahead and capitalize a kill on Flap when he tried to initiate things. And you know, honestly, that kind of choreography for these objective fights is kind of what I expect, unless somehow
Masa makin
Falcons
glory. Mana ada tu?
can figure out a different way to go through
Di
that.
mana
But
gi
that's
final?
what makes it really difficult. Again, you know, playing around the potential to surprise them with having this Guinevere, with having Ogwin on the Marcel.
At Bullied_Alia_13 Putukan Banglord ITU Kuat Lapra.
Onyx PH pernah buat bang Loyi Barat lawan Onyx ID.
To be fair, Ogwin wasn't ready quite yet. And that means 3 out of the 4 possible ults that were laid down to help disrupt Onyx form.
Okay. Thanks for the info.
Wasn't ready. They were lacking one major resource. So going into turtle number 2, spawning in the lower quarter, out in about 30 seconds and change.
Thank you for the follow, Akim Anwar.
Story. But again, that is looking at Onyx. They still have all of their resources. That does walk into the wall, plus the air strike.
Bapak sakitnya.
Lupi walks away with it. Flap goes down too by Kyrie's blade. Onyx showing no quarter, as even Haji might fall does not have the wings by wings. Kyrie, bloodthirsty, finds another.
Even before that Kyrie play, give it up to Lutfi, man, to be able to go ahead and respond that fast again. He saw that Kyle came through. Daytona's welcomed him, flickered defensively to get him closer to the team finals. We look at the replay. This is what I was talking about. Boom, right there, sets things up. San's also coming through to make sure that he got that stun off in time to make sure Lutfi survived. And then, of course, Kyrie cleaning things up under a tier 2 this early on. Man, it's not looking good in game 3.
Turtle number 2 is looking like a non-starter once more. Lutfi, Tetna's welcome.
Biar dia orang bercakap, jangan kita yang bercakap, Rin.
That's just but a consolation prize for Falcons. They are in no shape to contest.
Orang nak cakap apa-apa.
Biggest lead we've seen so far
pasal Saji ke, pasal rumors ke, cakap lah guys.
Reflect Lutfi Guile do.
You know, this is the power spike already for Harara. It's going to be really difficult to play against, and that's why even your frontliners for Falcons are having such a hard time here. Because even if they
Kirara fast pace farming.
Aku nak main Barat lah, Barat tank lah.
Barat tank pula.
You're going to slow this down a little bit.
Ataupun abang main Matilda room, saya main Barat mid.
Sedap
ke?
Barat mid tak sedap.
Onyx knows that they were going to get the turtle anyways, but I don't know if they saw that Marco was going to work the opposite lane. So that's at least a turret on the board for Falcons. They'll help keep this lead down to a palpable 3K, but Kelro will make quick work of that turret on the other side as well. So I'd say it's still just the free turtle.
Tapi Barat masih lagi boleh main jungle kan.
4,000 gold, they find one. And saving himself, Keyboy with a circling eagle. Onyx
dekat EWC ni bang, yang top team semua main hero yang boleh fleksibel. Barat, Pakito kan, Barat Pakito kan jadi top pick kan untuk Spirit dengan ni kan, untuk dengan Yangon.
Better airstrike. Kelra coming in from the flank. Stop. Flickered in.
Draft to flexible.
But Haji doesn't get the fly off even with the flicker from Lutfi, and the punish from Falcon is real. Ogwin punches him down. Golden hour. Will not save him from Sans though, as it turns into a 1-for-1.
All right, the 1-for-1 trade, at least Falcons is on the board, but man,
itulah. Kemarin nggak tahu bang, so hari ini predict begini boleh pula Onyx win.
How kind of, hold on, Flap, whoa, burns a flicker. Okay, Sans is going to be okay. So at least a battle spell expended. But again, it's weaving into these fights. The thing that Onyx lineup does so well, especially with Kelra or Kyrie, is how much they can maneuver around these team fights.
Around these 4-0 Jugani.
Was that a circling eagle leading up to Lutfi underneath tier 1, getting hit with a Requiem, and they get another. Keyboy falls, the punish from Falcons, getting 2 kills on Marco.
Yeah, did they just guiding wind into their death? I mean, Onyx tried to make it seemed like he wanted to make a play, and then they got punched in the face.
The only reason why it seems so unbelievable is it happened swinging the camera over, and then it happens. So turtle number 3 might actually be Falcons' way to redemption. And it looks like Onyx are not going to contest, so they accept the folly of their fumble. Falcons on the board when it comes to neutrals.
Yeah, that's when you say, you know, that's my bad, that's my bad, right? But
MB, go again.
MB, go again. Falcons able to get the last turtle. They still have some ground to cover, though. They're down a bit, a few thousand gold up to this point, but they are starting to
Siapa Kala Airport this way, left right.
Whoa.
Ini menang pun airport, kalah pun airport.
Marco, can we take a look at the items?
Bukan kalah je airport.
Release psychology.
Again, okay, so he's got his 2 items. He's working on his 3rd. That golden staff is what he needs to get that Trinity locked in for this Claude. So he's done a really good job, despite how things have kind of fallen apart for the early game for Falcons. You know, your gold laner for Falcons is really what you're leaning towards. Obviously, Haji too, only having the glowing
Talk
one.
Langsung Karina Nak for G-Goff.
It's got some damage, so Falcons is waiting.
A little bit of a sting there, and he's down a full 1,000 gold up from Sun, so Falcons have to play this very precariously. A minute until Lord spawns lower quarter. Fortunately, the long lane is in control of Falcons, so that's what Marco's been working on. Shifting skies, but he gets answered by that as well. The Builder Strike 2, golden hour, compromising the rest of them. Requiem on a Suns, and Falcons get a kill. Now into the back line, circling Eagle, knocking up Kyle. Kyle's not long for this world as Kyrie scores. Killer knocks out
Aku guess dia ulti untuk selamatkan tim, untuk selamatkan Sora.
Pushing them back,
Sora tu
but
buat
they're
apa
not
tu?
done. Ogwin runs through, recalls back, fight's over.
Okay, fight's over. Onyx gets the upper hand in that one. Sans unfortunately had to deal with the spatial migration. Kyle with a couple punches. Checking Ogwin here. They're going to take down the tier 1 in mid. So Onyx re-establishing that lead that they had earlier on. You know, but Falcons are showing some fight here. They're showing some promise. They've just got to find the upper hand. Again, this Daytona's welcome, locking down Flap. Look at Kyle, he finds Suns. That's great, but then this fight kind of gets split up, you know, and they don't really have the room to work with here. Flap has to disengage from it. The blazing Super Marco didn't get as much value as you'd hope for if you're Falcons. So it was just, again, having that upper hand in terms of itemization for Onyx, and now this board is up. So they've got control of it. Falcons here. Do they contest? Ogwin jumping forward to give some information. They will reset the Lord, though.
Flap holding this brush behind the Lord pit. He's gonna get flushed out by Ludwig. Missile expert.
Wave atas, wave belatas, Onyx menang.
Mac main magic chest go go left.
Threatening that long lane. All this while Onyx is also just threatening.
So dorang kena clear mid kiri.
Makes it so
Okay, Pak Kito jalankan lane dulu. Kalau Killera jalankan lane dulu, kat kanan ni dorang tak payah engage team fight. Dorang kiting kat area lot. Tapi tak payah, only in the fight tak payah start lot. Killera dah jalankan lot. Okay, pasal show, dorang boleh lot. Seorang show, dorang boleh lot nampak. Dorang start lot. Okay, enemy dah show atas, dorang nampak. Ada info pasal pasal. So, dorang tahu. Takkan cukup orang. Ni guys, dia pakai ulti untuk counter engage.
Settle, bro.
Empat tim tengah kena. Dia ni. Gila ni guys.
Habis.
The savage in the groups gets another, and I think we're close to calling it.
Oh man. Ignore the Lord. They've got waves pushing in here. They'll take what they want. It's Hunger Games right now. Look at the replay here by SDC again.
At Z Tony Batola.
This was a fight that was not in favor of Falcons from start to finish. And the team fighting here by Onyx again, just able to kind of dissect the fight.
Tengok performance Onyx hari ni macam tak logik kan. Onyx boleh kalah dengan spirit 3-0 guys.
I counted 5, but that's why it didn't come up because the
Betul
fourth went
Ya,
to
betul.
Lupi and then Marco got cleaned up.
Well, you know, you can still take the Maniac. Right? I mean,
And then the Savage from earlier in the tournament. But regardless, Falcons find themselves in an so familiar spot in this series. Onyx knocking down on their bases. Waves coming in from all directions.
Kalau MSC, WC, apakah setara M Series? M Series lagi besar guys.
Yeah, and they got a Lord come up to that top side. Big
M Series lagi berprestige.
at this point. 12 minutes in. BOD for Kyrie. Divine Glaive for Sans. You know, again, it's just you've got these items locked in that you needed. And you're ready to go ahead and knock down some of these base turrets. So, Daytona's welcome.
Siapa menang dapat hadiah duit basic banyak tau.
Down goes Flap. Ogwin barely gets away. Pops that Purify to buy time after the top lane inhibitor crashes. So Falcons are just staunching the bleeding here. Feather Dash Strike coming in from Haji, blasting away those waves. And they will save mid lane inhibitor. Top lane still in jeopardy. Bottom up next on the docket to defend. Onyx looking to control the amount of bodies that they put underneath that. And Kyrie's just looking to burst it down. Ogwin looking for the punish. And Kyrie survives.
Okay, I guess Kyrie's like, you know what? If you guys are going to deal with the defense, I might as well just go ahead and hit the crystal a little bit here. So he does some damage to it, but they maintain 2 base turrets. It looks like Onyx wants to go again, though, because Lutfi's got a flicker and the Daytona's welcome. He doesn't have many stacks. He's going to throw out the rockets.
Kena telan.
Eats up Ogwin. Answer with a feathered airstrike. That is a shifting skies lightning form by Flap. Lutfi put down 1/8 of his health. Keldra trying to do the same Kyrie was doing with the base.
Tapi MIG Okay, nanti aku tengok. Ada kat request tu.
Does not find it. Falcons
tapi
still
gelap kau
keeping
semalam
an eye on
jahat
the
tu.
prize at least.
Kau pergi gelap semalam.
Sama cakap Onyx lagi senang daripada Mamos bang. Ya tu. Tengok game pun semalam, ya tu. Sangat easy untuk Team Spirit.
Kalau kiri ni winning condition dia apa guys? Korang kena samakan goal lead dulu. Tapi susah sebab goal lead sekarang besar sangat dekat 10. Apa pentingnya samakan goal lead? Mungkin korang tak faham kan. Kenapa orang kata cari item dulu, samakan goal lead dulu. Dia macam ni, kalau enemy ada lebih banyak goal daripada tim kau, maksudnya enemy ada lebih item daripada kau. Faham tak? Bila enemy ada lebih item, maksudnya damage dia, damage team pihak lawan lagi kuat ataupun defense pihak lawan lagi keras. Tambah pula dengan level diorang guys. Sebab tu penting untuk korang samakan goal bila korang tengah losing condition. Cara dia macam mana? Freeze minion dekat depan tara, dapatkan farm.
I think Onyx are also looking for Falcons to slip up. They're looking for them to, you know, waste an ult here, waste a battle spell here to confirm this Lord and to confirm the end. Detna's welcome answered by a Requiem here.
Bagus juga match ni awal habis cepat sikit lah match.
Wayang gol nanti as well as the feathered airstrike.
Those are big ults that are expended by Falcons. I don't think you want to be anywhere near this Lord.
Whoa, big knock-up on Lutfi once again. He answers with Detna's welcome. Golden Hour trying to save that one target. And there's a shifting skies pushing back and splitting up on its attack. And they find Keldra, forced to back off. And now it's Lutfi up next. How has Falcons done this? He goes for the freeze, winner crowd, feathered airstrike. Oh, and a big knock-up by
Aduh, kena comeback ke?
Straight up for Flap. Sans goes down as well. 2 for 1, make it 3. Yeah, Marco chasing Kyrie. And the wind of nature saves bulletproof Marco now inside the base. Kyrie wants to end it. He sees the base exposed to a couple minions.
Picks up mortality.
And now we go back to neutral. Ogwin looking to stop Kyrie from taking any more from Falcons. The ending tally 3 for 1, but the Lord is still inside Falcons base.
Okay, that was a fight. The Falcons ends up getting under their belt. They got to deal with this Lord. It's going to be cleared out. Good thing for Haji and Super Marco to be up there. They're slowly but surely getting into a fighting position, but man, that takes some work. And also, some mistakes made by Onyx into that one. I mean, I guess they just, the golden hour threw them off. Even though the feathered airstrike came back off cooldown, that really helped Falcons. They got caught by Kyle's spatial migration, Requiem combo. So that'll keep Onyx in check.
For the first time in about maybe 10 minutes, Kyle was able to taste the purple and the 1 he stole away from Kyrie. What's the most impressive out of this is the fact that no purifiers were spent by Falcons. So that means they were in the right spot at the right time for their positioning to matter and for them to split on it up like that. If this happens once more, if this is
Aku Lagi Suka Harara TNZ Sabab Pandai Minari Flap Fry
in the upper quarter about a minute and change from now, then say goodbye to this lead. I think that puts us at deadlock.
Tapi coach, ramai tengah standby kalau ni menang ni 300 viewers.
They need to be a little more cautious on how they approach these fights. Obviously, you can see Super Marco online now on the quad.
Nak provoke kita tu guys, orang mau kalah.
Hold on to these purifiers are crucial for Falcons to flip this game over. They've done an amazing job holding on to the 2 base turrets too that they had to. Again, even seeing 2 lords being secured by Onyx. They only lost that 1 base turret they maintain here. Now, they still have some time to go ahead and do something before this next lord comes up, and that's why Onyx is just kind of playing a patient game.
Yep. Onyx are on Overwatch right now. You make the wrong move, get in range, in the wrong spot.
Kalau YG menang memang akan dapat slot. Kemungkinan besar. Kalau tim kau kalau tim kau menang satu tournament international berprestige macam NCDC WC ke, negara kau akan diberikan lebih perhatian untuk pembangunan ekosistem mobile Mobile Legends.
All right, he holds on with Purify.
He did get the Thundering Wrath out here, so ultimate use, but again, that's short cooldown up to this
GOTF,
point. Suns
GO,
have that backup
Game of Future
before
nanti masih
they
meta yang
maybe
sama
commit
tak?
to
Dengar-dengar
this
ada adjustment
Lord.
patch ke nanti? Sebelum start. Tapi aku tak
Mind
sure.
carry again. You know, he
Adjustment
hasn't
apa.
died. He's very elusive. 10-0-2.
Thank
Picked
you
up
for the
the
follow,
immortality
Mrs.
earlier
Queen.
on the
Okay,
runaway.
kita download,
But
guys,
now this Lord is up. Again, forget the gold lead that Onyx has. Falcons can fight this through. Kyle's going to jump forward, just checking out that bush. He sees Kyrie. So now it's fighting for the space.
Janganlah 3-2-1. 3-0 lah.
Warning shots out of Marco on a Lutpi.
Bosan 2 game ni.
Lutpi chunked down about a quarter of his health.
Bosan sebenarnya. Bukan bosan tu.
Finds one, answered by both defender air strike.
Nah, ni Marco main seorang ni.
In comes the rest of them, shifting skies, but look at this from the side.
Marco tengah kejar gol. Betul? Okay, gol dah 5K. Siapa kena telan tu?
And they are so close taking down Flap. In comes Kyrie. Flap with the dash and back gets taken down. Two out of the picture for Falcons. Onyx can smell blood in the water.
They want to take down the base turrets now. Super Marco had to pump his win in nature with the pressure from Kelra onto that fight. So now backs against the wall. They want to stay in this game.
Feather Dare Strike. Finally, mid lane inhibitor falls, circling Eagle
Dia
by
tak dapat
Keyboy. Minutes away, seconds, possibly from the end, and there's way too many minions. Onyx.
Falcon Kenna Bantai Do.
Sweet revenge. This one's for F5. Sweeping Falcons.
Who would have thought it would have been a sweep for Onyx? But they made it happen.
Standby tengok komen jap, standby tengok komen jap. Ada ke? Ada yang muncul ke?
Kena bantai tu.
Macam tak ada. Macam tak ada guys, macam tenang. Macam aman.
Takanak 4-0 ni.
Akan nampak 4-0. Dah 3-0 dia. BO5.
Masih sini.
Man, again for the Falcons fans out there and
easy server top 3 ke?
For that last representative of MSC from the Philippines, tough loss here to see that just kind of unfold the way that it did.
Sorry, Boboyo.
As has been MSC, you know, this year, probably the biggest and most surprising MSC we've had. And even this one, you know, this series when a lot of people thought this would potentially be the grand final, well,
nasib baik ini bukan grand final doh. Kalau grand final ni bosan doh grand final.
Definitely came in with a game plan. They executed it very well.
I feel like even Falcons tried adjusting at least juara 3.
But unfortunately, it was just a little too late in this one. Leo, this one definitely could have been a case where
Dia lagi manis kalau Onyx menang game ni dekat grand final.
At least top 3 ke apa.
Sembang apa top 3 bang? Sembang sejarah ke top 3? Dah tak menang lah. Kalah dengan Team Secret tu malu tu. Team Spirit.
Onyx just had that much of a lead that they were able to use that space and time to be able to get into better positions to threaten Falcons' imminent comeback. If this game lasted maybe 5 minutes longer, then maybe we would be going into game number 4. But as it stands, Onyx are locked in, and they want history to go a certain direction. Already we're entering an age of uncertainty and massive change in MLBB esports. What more? A flip on the script from the M5 World
Prediction
Championship.
final ni 4-0 atau 4-1 lah.
You know, as we saw this one unfold,
Abang Lot predict
history
Spirit.
will rewrite itself later on. But right now, we're going to throw it over on stage with Rose and I believe Kelra for an interview.
Tak bisa semalam Onyx kalah. Spirit kuat bang, Spirit kuat.
Onyx comes out on top in a sort of rematch up against Team Falcons Philippines.
Flat garu kepala.
Oh, dah masuk dah dekat YT ada guys. SRG versus TLPH pukul berapa?
I'm good.
Kok ada region setara PH tapi dia bawa
Let's
Indo.
talk about this. Last year in Riyadh, you were in the same exact position where you
dah
were
masuk
in the
guys.
match. This is a
semalam.
back-to-back match. And after that
Semalam
match,
awak
you
pergi
told
mana
me, you told a lot of people, I don't want to
Semalam
be in
awak ada
that
juga dalam live
situation
saya
anymore.
rasa.
What
Tapi awak
happened
tak komen
today? Why are you back here?
Tagalog na.
Go ahead.
Tanya.
Ako sinabi ko na ayoko na maglaro ng third battle per third uli. And last year and ngayon sasabihin ko ulit yun na ayoko na uli maglaro ng battle per third dito sa AWC. And papangako kong hindi na maulit tong nangyari sa amin ngayon.
Kelra Kelra said that yes, last year he did tell me that he didn't want to play for the Battle of Third anymore. This year, although unfortunate, he had to play for the Battle of Third once again. But he said he is making a promise to everybody that this will be the last. And you know what? Maybe next year it's going to be in the Grand Finals, no? Maybe next year it's Grand Finals.
Let's
see.
Okay. Now let's talk about
Super
this
underscore
matchup,
Sonic
because we know
Smoke
it's
Amy.
like a rematch for Onyx and Team Falcons Philippines, like a M5 rematch, right? M5 Grand Finals. How do you feel about beating a Filipino team here, you know, in MSC at the third placer match?
Boleh jadi. Volume
Malungkot
host.
na masaya kasi yung ina-expect ng mga tao sa nung una sa
Oh, ada lagi kat YT rancak guys. Team MDL masuk MPLMY aja bisa juara. Oh iya.
And wala rin nag-expect na
Ni sesi pecahkan kunci masing-masing. Iya. Dah. Kunci dah pecah dah semalam.
and YG and sobrang galing talaga
Kunci semalam dah dipecahkan.
Evo Gaming.
Yangon and TS magaling.
Mereka tak ada kunci dah.
Now, Kelra actually said no one expected this to happen. Of course, he feels mixed emotions. He's happy that he won. At the same time, he's a little bit sad that he had to beat his fellow Filipino brothers on the other side. And of course, they expected this matchup in the Grand Finals, and yet they are here battling it out for the third placer match. He did, however, say though that Yangon Galacticos and Team Spirit both deserve their Grand Final slot because they're just so good. They have nothing to say. Now, you mentioned both YG and Team Spirit, who in a few moments time will be playing in their first ever Grand Finals. What does that say about the MLBB ecosystem as a whole?
Coach lokal aja tak bisa bersaing di international tournament. Selalu ambil coach dari luar. Ya benar. Katanya IQ 3.
Terus bisa Tagalog ke? Ya, bisa.
At BNG Sanak Lanjut Goff Lajikak Kazakhstan.
Dia half Filipino, half Malaysian.
Not having the Philippines or the big three region in the Grand Final does not mean it's the end of the Philippine era. But it's more towards the teams actually need to start respecting other regions more, those underdogs, because at the end of the day,
coach
they
lokal
can
aja tak bisa
actually give
bersaing.
a surprise, and that's what's happening later on.
Minta
So
maaf,
Kelra,
ya.
what's next for you?
GOF.
That's it, GOF?
Ya Allah.
What are your expectations for your next tournament then?
Oh, ni digendong dua PH kah? Yang sering di TV Kelra kenapa pemain lokalnya tak bisa increase bang? Negara PH
ni. Pinakamalapit na tournament namin, and ina-expect ko sa team namin na magiging aral sa amin yung mga nangyari dito sa EWC.
Okay, Abang Evo Gaming ya.
For his next tournament, obviously, he has one coming up really shortly. So he's expecting to learn from their mistakes here and apply to their future tournaments.
IQ-nya 300, tapi coach timnasnya aja coach Indo.
Kapan Onyx bikin cabang kat balik? Gak bisa bang.
Pokok lagi bang.
Gak bisa sebab Onyx udah ada di PH sama Indo.
Aduh. Pokok lagi bang.
Maximum only 2.
Suporta sa amin, maraming salamat sa mga pumunta na
serious,
mga
may
nag-effort
kayak
na
gini.
Indonesian
Kalau
and
debat
Filipinos, sa lahat ng mga
apa
pumunta
tu
dito ay
OT?
nag-effort. Maraming salamat sa suporta nyo.
OT
and
apa?
yun lang.
He said thank you to everybody who came down to the arena, came down to Paris to support, Onyx, and of course their journey here at the MSC at EWC 2026. Thank you as well to those who are supporting online. And any words for your family?
For my family, I really miss na ko na kayo.
He misses them. Thank you so much, Kelra. I hope to see you on the next tournament once again. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Onyx finishes at the third place here at MSC.
Ini lebih menghiburkan dari nonton kalian main. Kalian
Thank you
tak
very
tahu?
much for that. Let us show it to
Ini
the
lebih
panel.
menghhiburkan. Baca komen kalian lebih menghhiburkan daripada melihat match tadi. Rancak YT rancak kan?
GG.
At the Lenovo Legion Gauntlets, and now they've fully got something to celebrate. $100,000 in the pocket for Kelra and his squad. The gold standard earn a little bit more money when it comes to standardized gold prices, that's for sure. Heading back to our panel, guys,
Cuma mau bilang kalau
it's
kalah
a third
stop
place
nyalahin
match
push
that
lihat aja dari
doesn't give
player
us too much
Malaysianya.
drama, doesn't give us too many storylines to throw in, but it just
Kalau
makes it very
ni
clear.
final
It was a
dominang
day
Onyx
for
ni.
Indonesia, it was a day for Kelra and Onyx, and I think this is a nice kind of close for Kelra, having faced that Onyx Onyx third place match as well to switch sides from the Philippines and now
korang
do
pun
it
tak payah nak
for
ni
Indonesia.
lah.
It's long-term
Jangan rasa
storytelling
macam
if you look at it.
rasa
In
macam
just a singular tournament,
malaikat
it
lah
makes no
guys.
sense.
Korang
But then if you
pun
look
kalau
back
kalah
at
pun
previous
salahkan
years,
coach,
if you take it
salahkan
all the way back to
player.
2023 in the
Siap
M5
attack
World
family
Championship,
lagi.
and of course
Siap
all the
serang
other
keluarga
times the
lagi.
Filipino teams have beat Indonesian teams.
Ah.
It's a great day for the Indonesian fans. It's a
Tak
great
usah
day
lah.
for
Itu
Onyx
kayak
fans.
apa
Great
tu
day
orang
for
panggil ya?
Kelra. Pretty sure Kyrie,
Bukan
Keyboy, and
munafik
Sons
tau.
just
Apa
went.
orang panggil berpura-pura.
Finally.
Berpura-pura guys.
So this is what it feels like. So very happy for them. Very happy for them.
It's definitely a new chapter, right? And I think in a way, the fact that it was for a third place match is a little bit poetic, and maybe them realizing that they weren't enemies all along. Maybe there was bigger fish to fry, bigger problems in this bracket that they both should have been focusing on.
Dorang put effort guys.
And now it's a
Dorang
new
put effort
chapter,
nak masuk live
right?
kita
Maybe
nak
not a
bacot.
new era, but
Sekarang dorang boleh
essentially
cakap.
CT_IN
Sekarang dorang boleh
Top
bersuara
Janji
guys.
Jura
with
3.
all of these new teams coming up with two
sebab
of the
semalam
biggest
tak boleh,
faces in
semalam kena
MLB
diam.
fighting out for third place. We have to start looking at the ecosystem a little bit differently.
Yeah, and I think that's a great age-old
semalam-
story where you
semalam
see two
dorang kena diam.
powerhouses, or maybe three in this case, looking at each other
So
only, and then
hari
underneath
ni
it all, there
boleh tak
becomes this
bersuara.
kind of underdog, this dark horse
Hari ni
that's
boleh tak
building
bersuara,
up
guys.
strength, building
Go,
up
go Rangers.
passionate communities behind them, and now
Okay
also
lah, bentar,
building
Mon.
up the ability to challenge them, unbeknownst to those who held the power for so long. And now that's where we will eventually be able to turn our attention with our grand final matchup. Yangon Galacticos and of course Team
Menghibur
Spirit. It's
region yang tak masuk
ECA
empat
and
besar.
Myanmar.
Okey.
But again, let's put a
Terhibur. Kami
capstone
terhibur.
on
Ha, kami
Falcons.
terhibur.
Let's put a capstone
Tapi
on the
semalam lu di
Philippines.
mana ya?
Remark,
Ha,
let you
ya.
speak on that. The
Semalam
journey,
ketika
that's the
Onyx
official final
tewas
game
sama
of the
Spirit
Filipino
semalam lu di
team.
mana?
And from the shock
Lu
of
gak
Team
ada di
Liquid
live gua
falling
kan?
out
Ataupun
to
mungkin
now
lu ada
this
di dalam live
performance.
gua tapi lu
What's your
memilih
takeaway?
untuk berdiam diri
I think
aja.
my takeaway is now, even more so, I'm more excited to get back home and cast MPL Philippines because I know the teams who have seen
Okay lah,
the
guys.
Titans
Cukup
rule
lah,
for
cukup
so long.
So
Of
kita
course,
nak tengok
Onyx
next
is
match guys
expected to be a contender
Next
now
match
heading into
Yangon
that.
lawan
I
dengan
think all the teams back
Spirit
home,
pukul
they
berapa
are
guys? Aku rasa rolling
salivating at the
schedule ni.
opportunity and the
Okay,
apa
ada break.
keputusan sekarang PRN Negeri Sembilan? Korang tahu ke?
This game where it's not so clear-cut textbook. You have to have a lot of room, creativity, cheese picks, pocket
Keputusan terkini. Match mengantuk tadi guys.
Now that
Match mengantuk tadi guys.
Dogs back home now have to worry.
Suka korang suka
They have to worry.
And if everything
Susah,
stays
susah.
like this
Suka,
at this
suka,
point,
suka.
not even just MPLPH, but so many different leagues
BN
around the world, I
12,
feel like they're gonna be
PH7 tak
chaos
rasmi.
at this point. 'Cause it's true, even from that match there.
Gak apa-apa kalah
we
dengan
just
Rachel.
saw
Okay,
the
okay.
possibilities
Okay.
of
Selamat.
no matter what you
Selamat.
get, sometimes it
Range
can
cuba menjadi hijau.
still
Hijau tu apa,
lose.
Philip?
And
Apa maksud
even
cuba
some of
menjadi
the
hijau?
best coaches in the world are still scrambling in draft, are still scrambling in game. It's this meta, this MSC has been one of the most dynamic and interesting ways. And I mean, even us as
Dah
casters,
perang
we haven't
dah
really been able to
start.
guess
Perang dah start
drafts.
guys.
We have been scrambling, trying to figure everything
Masalah
out.
kita apa guys?
Part of that is that
Kita
sometimes
kita
they're
tak
wrong.
cakap
I mean,
apa-apa
the
pun
players
pasal
are
dorang.
sometimes
Kita baca
wrong
komen
with
dorang
recruiting
je guys.
Not that they
Sumpah
haven't
kita
put the
baca
effort
komen
in,
dorang
not that
je.
they aren't amazing and some of the best in the
Baca
world,
komen
but
dorang
they're
cakap
trying
ampun,
something, and it's
sorry.
clear that there
Tengok
isn't
macam mana
a
dorang start
clear
masa nak
answer.
komen dia. Macam
I
mana?
think this is the way that the world is going, though. As you can see it, you know, school is hopefully becoming more expansive. We're getting out of those. There is one right way to describe this or to say this. Out-of-the-box answers are being appreciated because we're getting exposed to so many different ideas, and I think that's just what's happening in MLBB as well.
Yeah, for the longest time, the Philippine era has been highlighted by what we call checklists. Checklists of conditions that you need to take in the draft and in the game before you commit certain actions. The dynamism of this meta, as Trex pointed out,
Tanya ya, adik nombor C untuk nombor 3-nya jago-jago. Tanya untuk apa bronze medalistnya. Kalian dahsyat
kalian just have one or two to do whatever they want in the map. And that's your checklist. Because they gain so many things from that. Either they already take out one member of the opposing team, and with that gone, it's the Wild West. Do whatever you want as long as you're man marking properly.
Betul lah guys. Aku rasa final macam lambat lagi guys.
It's tough to overanalyze, Trex. I want to, kind of lean into your
Satu
thoughts
guys,
as well.
korang nak pergi makan dulu guys.
Because we saw Entity 7 have a really nice run. They obviously were able to take down Team Liquid Philippines, but it's more to the story of These regions that we maybe don't expect or bring a unique perspective, having less of a spotlight and therefore less awareness of what they believe, how they draft, what they're doing at the global stage. Maybe we're just seeing some of those ideas. It's their time to shine right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely opportunity has shown that teams that are thinking outside of the box are winning games, right? Opportunity has shown that even Kelra in his interview there saying that it's time to start respecting other regions. It's time to start respecting the fact that MLBB globally has grown so much in a competitive esports sense that so many regions are ahead of the trend, and with an ever-evolving meta like this one, it is favoriting those regions that are constantly playing against, you know, not your checklist players, not your checklist coaches. People are like, hey, let's try this. Let's try this. Let's break the box a little bit and get outside of the mold. And that's exactly why we have the grand finals we're going to have today, right?
Well, I think it's interesting because we just saw, if you were paying attention to sports, another world record being broken for an under 4-minute mile. Earlier on in our lives, we thought that was not possible. Many people did not think you could break a 4-minute mile.
Berapa skor? Dah 3-0, habis dah. Next match. Jom kita nak rank dulu ke?
Nak rank dulu ke?
Jom lah, bosan dah tunggu. Game katanya pukul 8, tapi tak tahu lah start awal ke tak.
Didn't know that these types of ways of playing the game existed, and now they're like, you know, we need to go back to the drawing board. I can't just adapt in a day. Like, I need to rethink the way I'm thinking about MLBB.
Yeah,
Ada 5, boleh. Ada 5 masuk.
Hana, I see you're still in full.
Diamond banyak ke, Rin? Diamond ada banyak ke? Tak ada. Ada, aku nak minta Starlight. Aduh. Tak ada Starlight tu.
Pendapat game tadi ada bosan or menarik.
Add aku.
Kita mabar dulu lah.
Kalau kau ada diamond banyak, bagilah Starlight dulu.
Diamond? Tak ada bang. Saya tengah 700.
Oh.
Apa nak?
Starlight.
Oh, Starlight. Sekejap. Macam mana nak bagi? Request Starlight.
Request Starlight. Kat mana nak request eh?
Saya tak jumpa kat mana nak bagi je.
Kejap.
Pum. Ike wah.
Skins.
Punishment masih berjalan ke? Gak ada punishment. Rasanya hari ni gak ada punishment.
Kat mana Ke mana nak request? Aku tak pernah request. Itu aku tak tahu. Nak request Starlight.
These are my fans. Cat Starlight.
Oh, ni revamp Kaja tu. Skyborn Thunder. Coming. Tu. Macam ni dia punya ulti nanti. Sabar jap. Friendlist aku dah full. Ya. Sabar. Sekarang ni.
Dah apa lot?
Hmm?
Check. Inbox.
Oh dah Okay.
Okay, pak. Dah.
Dah settle.
Tag team 2. Ku berlari, kau terdiam.
Aulus
Lagi 2 hati. Betul.
Belman Sabar jap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tinggal 5 je kolektor. Tu kita bantai nanti.
Ui, saya punya ni terus tak show
Apa tu?
Kenapa? Sekejap bang. Tiga kosong. Tadi Onyx menang 3-0.
172. Sikit lagi. Satu lagi legend nak dapat dah ni.
Apa nak beli legend apa pula tu?
Tak. Magic Crystal tu. Lagi 28 je.
Apa tak ada guys? Sekejap. Tengok.
Oh baik betul. Nak angkat abang Lot. Kenapa tu? Tunggu hero-hero tank Starlight. Lama betul.
Apa tak keluar ni? Walaupun kita dah cocok guys. Patutnya keluar.
Apa yang tak keluar?
Tak apa game dekat screen.
Okey, buka game capture dekat bawah. Buka game capture tengok ada tak. Kalau tak ada, buka kabel dekat PC dan pasang balik. Cabut pasang balik.
Tak guys Final hari ni guys, lepas ni.
Game capture. Nampak tak?
Window capture.
Game capture. Kau type dekat search bawah tu. Dalam PC tu. Dia akan keluar. Apps.
Sekejap guys Jaga guys.
Siapa tu semua ni? Hio dah habis dah tadi.
Okey.
Toklah Patriot.
Sekejap guys Korang tengok ni sekejap dulu sementara. Bagi aku setting ni sekejap.
Game habis dah ke? Tunggu grand final. Pukul 8. Ini nasib baik. Baru je aku nak buang. Ni tak tahu siapa. Who are you, bro? Oh, tak ada Patrick.
Kak saya tak keluar juga abang.
Sekejap.
Ni Abah sini.
Memang kau buat ni studio mode.
Ni saya buat studio mode untuk tukar satu-satu. Ada window capture.
Kalau Mabar ini.
Mabar ini. Ni game capture.
Bukan ni.
Bukan ni.
Ni type kat sini. Game capture.
Ni game capture.
Tu, game capture tu. Bukan. Kita nak yang apps tu. Type balik.
Yang ini ke? Elgato punya bukan?
Ini 4K capture. Tak, ini tak nak.
Ini tak nak.
Ini tak ada kena-kena. Ini mana pula ni?
Yang ni 4K Elgato punya ni.
Okay. Benda capture ni kenapa off? Memang off
Memang sebenarnya nampak off.
Okay, ni. Ini apa?
Ke ni
Double click kan tu.
Oh, ni kot. Betul bang. Saya rasa ni kot.
Deactivate balik dah ada.
Oh, okey. Bapak pro abang Lot guys. Abang Lot lagi pro daripada aku guys.
Alright, done.
Let's go.
Final bila? Pukul 8. Ada nak invite siapa-siapa?
Tak ada.
Sekejap guys, saya tengok nampak.
Ada nak mabar ke guys? Ada nak mabar ke sementara?
Macam
banyak tak gerak star tu je. Agak tapi aku dah 70 guys. Naik banyak juga.
Bangalore Data
Abang Lot tak
GI
glory lagi
Manson
ni.
K.
Bang Lot ada pergi mancing ke? Apa benda
SB.
mancing-mancing?
Kita open mabar. Ataupun ada yang kita hutang sebelum ni ke?
Ni dengan saya ni Adli ni yang saya hutang 3 game. Nona ada tak? Nona. Nona ada lagi 3 game. Nona tak ada dalam live.
5 segame.
Goshen?
5 satu game.
Kalau tak ada jalan lah, mungkin kita boleh main 1 game je ni.
Oh, sempat 1 game je?
Ni dah 7.16. Pukul 8.
Vamos dah main ke bangkau ni Saiful Laujang. Ya Allah. Ada je lah kau ni, Pul. Pul, mana Pul? Sihat ke, Pul? Sihat ke? Bila nak lepak ni, Pul?
Aku start
Start. Go. Tak ada orang.
Alright.
Soalan favourite EWC. Apa soalan favourite EWC? Soalan favourite EWC?
Ada
Apa? SRC main bila? Oh, okay. Aku faham. Kau ni banyak main lah. Pul, live kau kena serang tak, Pul? Dengan jiran tetangga. Live aku kena serang, duk. Bukan kat Paris ke? Mana ada kat Paris kau ni? Live aku tak. Oh, live kau tak Live aku kena, duk. Live aku kena serang, duk. Banyak win. Berapa dia? 3-0. Sebab muka kau keluar kat... betul juga kot. Itu pun ya juga. Justice for Kupa. Kenapa, Rin? Oh, yang ada kes anjing tu Justice for Kupa, guys. Tapi Kupa serigala tu. Kupa pun serigala. Ada orang mention ni. Bahaya ni korang ni. Nanti korang nampak apa benda kan, noti-noti aku kan. Mana aku nak letak muka aku kalau korang nampak aib-aib aku. Korang ni kau boleh buat saya. Balot ada ke balot?
Apa dia? Ada?
Ada. Let's go. Hello, Rain from Myanmar. Welcome to the stream, brother. Welcome to the stream, Smile Genie. Rain, Myanmar community. Love you guys. You guys are so supportive, man. And positive. Tak noba. Tak start lagi, EYM. Sementara tunggu next match ni lambat lagi ni. Diorang baru start borak-borak. Belum perkenalkan player, belum keluar video teaser. Amzik grind tu. Amzik season ni 460. Asal main link pula ni budak ni?
Siapa?
Tua punya budak. Amzik.
Weh, lambatnya.
Lain macam memang kita nak jumpa siapa ni?
Itulah pasal. Jumpa Team Spirit ke?
Siapa ni yang mata tu ni? Imal Imal kot. We love friend from Myanmar. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I love you guys. I love you guys.
Wow. Cari beras Myanmar
I love you guys more.
Cari beras Myanmar. Cari beras Myanmar tu. Jangan ban Valerik.
Jangan ban Valerik. Kita second pick lah.
Tak apa, jangan ban.
Open. Okay.
Open.
Apa glue? Atlas.
Glue.
Your team is banning.
Kita ban.
Atlas ban. Atlas Marcel.
Atlas Marcel. 5 ban. Okay.
The enemy is picking.
Valerik don't ban lah.
Betul tak sistem ke? Saya siap join. Enggak mau.
On the way Global Eudora, guys. On the way Global Eudora.
My magic will redefine reality.
Please pick a hero. You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself.
Paris nombor 44. Main gila EYM, main gila.
Our determination will never be
The enemy is
extinguished.
picking.
Kalau aku main Tigreal okey tak? Tak ada combo
Boleh Dora.
Weaving through time's thread,
Chunban's
I hope to
flames
find a
may
strand
have
that's truly
dimmed,
mine.
but my soul
Long
still
one
burns
Bente.
with its legacy.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
Still waters run deep.
The enemy is picking.
Aku main Selina okey tak?
Jangan abang.
Tak, aku punya arrow okey, cuma aku punya cakar tu lah. Tak berapa okey. Berani-berani dia nak pick Fanny
When the bell jingles, the party
Real
starts.
strong.
Please pick a hero.
Boleh Franco Tigreal. Boleh.
Kawarkan Hilda Yums BG.
Fanny. Untuk Fanny ni memang
Wadah coach, wadah mau. Welcome to the stream. Suara game kuat sangat ni. Itulah tu.
Cantinia Franco
sangat
2.
Macam mana setting guys?
cantiknya Franco. Iya ke?
Setting semua tak jadi-jadi ya. Okay, aku ada idea.
Wah. Jangan siapa pula ni.
Guna apa yang
Skin tu cantik. Skin legend. Skin legend memang cantik. Tengok kat sini Tengok dia akan
baca tu guys. Tolong baca. Nampak tak nampak?
nampak tu. Dia punya effect dia.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. Request back all troops deployed.
I will take all worlds and realms.
Tak ada suara. Memang aku tutup sebab kuat sangat. Dekat YT dengar kuat sangat.
Sikit lagi dah aku nak mati tu tadi. Tapi hampir aku dapat tu. Kalau ada skill 2 tadi memang dapat tu. Tapi ni Fanny boleh main Fanny boleh main. Ini Fanny boleh main. Wait, mati kau.
Sabar guys. Paris ada 44 orang je main. Dah. Sekejap aku buktikan. Aziz.
Tolong. Bodoh punya je lah.
Sabar. Chill.
Adli main apa
Apa dia bang?
Limau. Oh, okey. Atas.
Two mortal things I miss.
Agak last.
Launch attack.
Control.
An enemy has been slain.
Ini
Coming top. Okay, dia dalam tu. Oh, dia dah ulti dah. Nak masuk ke? Jangan.
Jangan. Okay. Spam link. Allah, merah. Cok.
Launch attack. Killing spree.
Good one.
Let's go.
Boleh
Masih cantik guys. Masih membantai kita.
Sampai. So, dia boleh main.
Banyak gaya lah kau ni. Bawa ke?
Tak ada.
Launch attack.
Ada seorang.
Tinggal.
Okay, ni tak ada buff. Atas nak kena lah. Dia tolong atas lah.
Jom.
Inspire pula bos.
Santai.
Ult is not ready.
Sekejap. Dia ada Yus. Asal saya komen kau boleh ada pula. Gila set dalam tu. Aku dah tak tahu lagi. Kau problem ah. Lama lagi PCM. Lama lagi tak start lagi. Aku ada pasang dekat monitor lagi satu ni.
A cage trophy.
Jom mid sini.
Ambil club. Ambil wave tu. Dah boleh. Saya ya. Dia gendong ya. Ada revamp bila dah? Sebelum tu airport.
Mahal. Mid ni mahal.
Our turret is under attack.
Full amat kau raju sebenarnya.
Hey. Okay. Dia selamat. It's okay. Dia tak ada ulti.
Okay. Sorry.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Gather up the turtle. Aku tutup.
Let's go.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
Bapak ah. Semua damage dia dekat aku dok. Ultra scene yang good. Hey bro, yo. WYG Okay. Bawah.
Request backup.
Sabar. Masuk ke?
Our turret is under attack. Your team destroyed a turret. Launch attack.
Boleh ni.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Tolong. Macam tu. Bantu. Baik. Good follow up.
Sekejap, masa dia tengok itu. Sabar. Ya, tak siap gini early game.
Request backup.
Jom.
Launch attack.
Sini.
Request backup.
Ambil je.
Mid, jom. Teman. Sekarang mana tak aku tutup. Rush.
Di atas satu sini.
Ada ke depan ni ke?
Satu gone. Dua gone. Tu makan dia banyak sangat. 3 gone. Macam tu. Dia bercamping kat situ semata-mata nak bunuh aku seorang. Bingai punya enemy. Belum dah start ke belum guys? Belum.
Instant kill.
Thank you.
Killing spree.
Itu dah kira wipe out dah tu.
Let's go guys.
Sabar. Aku ada. Ini aku boleh flicker ulti je
Betul lah, balon ni. Jangan ada satu hero baru.
Ada ke?
Jangan rumah.
Tak dulu. Nampak tak? Nampak ke tak? Nampak kan?
Your team destroyed the turret.
Silo 2. Mahal.
Hey. Kenapa macam tu? Dia main attack speed kan? Dia main je, nampak inspire lagi. Memang dia akan masuk je terus. Jom. Kat bawah.
Jom ke mana bang? Ke bawah.
Sini. Ni. Boleh burst sekali tak?
Boleh.
Okey, dia akan datang sini. Sabar jap.
Dia full damage.
Team destroyed a turret.
Mampus kau. Itu makan dia. Sini.
Ada.
Jangan bagi balik. Kau nak balik ke mana? Baik. Okey, dia dah lari dah. Dia dah ulti. Terpaksa buka ulti kan? Stand by.
Atas ke?
Gone. 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 Tak bagi cat langsung. Enemy main gila tu. Gone. Mampus.
Hello, Pian. Hello.
Lock.
Boleh main? Boleh, ya Zaika. Boleh. Boleh main dia.
Aku rasa sini kot.
Orang baru turun bas, Boleh bang.
Stand by.
Ada.
Your team destroyed a turret.
A tool that defies comparison. The King's Wrath.
Wave atas.
Tak nak aku ambil Radiant lah. Bawah. Sini ikut aku sini. Dia mesti terbang main sini punya.
Belakang.
Hai, sikit lagi.
Kalau baru tak dia minta tolong dia doa tetapi. Boleh juga.
Sini Rin.
Mati orang kedua.
Launch attack.
Tepuk silong
Mana mau lari?
Skill guys.
Ult is not ready.
Bas atas ke?
Jom, boleh.
Ya, tiga.
Dia datang dia mati ni Fanny mesti mati tu. Sini Rin.
Ada.
So dia habis clear bawah tu dia akan pergi ke atas. Alah. Tak apa.
Ya, kita masuk ke dalam.
Request backup.
Dia bang. Ada Fanny dia.
An ally has slain Lord.
Let's go kill.
Weh, dapat tu. Mana tu? Mana?
Tepi guys. GG guys.
GG.
Victory.
742. Tak boleh dah kot.
Tak boleh kot. Kena nobar dah.
Kena nobar dah.
Let's go guys.
Screams, so
Tak bagi chance langsung.
it's not a surprise that we're going to grand finals,
Times
but
two.
we have some issues at the start of this tournament, and we fix them and we adapted to the meta so quickly. So here we go in grand finals.
And we're very proud of you.
Adik, nanti kita main
In
lagi
this grand finals, you're going to be up against Yangon Galacticos. I heard that you were scrim partners. Is this true?
I think we met them like 2 times maybe.
Do you think that that's going to be a good thing coming into the grand finals? Like, do you have a read on Yangon?
We knew how they gonna play, but I think we better as a team and we have better drafts. I think so. I think I'm
Thank
sure
you, Abang
we
Gendong.
can win
Mana
them.
dah aku gendong?
Okay, so there's a little bit of insight there, but you're still confident that you're going to win this. And you won against them before, right? M7,
Yes.
you were the ones to knock them out, actually, in the lower brackets.
3-0.
3-0. He has to remind me. 3-0. It was 3-0 there. Replicate the same
Awak main
success?
apa
Oh,
tadi?
what are you going to say?
But third
Oh,
game
Liga
was
Awak
like
Padu.
longest game in
Bangalore.
M
Liga Awak Padu.
Series tournament, so it was such a great series, and they give us a fight.
Mana tahu
sometimes.
itu
So are you
Franco itu
happy that
adalah
you're going to
saya.
beat Yangon again?
Tapi tak
I'm
ada
sure
orang pakai nama abang
we
tu. Aku
will
seorang je.
beat them again.
Okay,
Abang
they're sure
Ring
they're
pun
going to beat them
seorang,
again. But what do you think has changed about Yangon Galacticos?
Kalau
Do you
Ring
think they
ramai.
improved? How have
Abang
they
Ring
improved?
seorang.
They ran up has a little bit of changes. They changed gold laner and mid laner, and their old trio like XP, Rome, and Jungle right now
Tapi kena
is
pula tu,
like their
Fanny
prime.
tu tak boleh,
They
tak
have good
hidup dah aku
connections
dibuatnya.
and they play good team fight. So they have great roster, but we have better.
Fanny tu
So
boleh main. Cuma
Okay.
dia jumpa dengan Franco yang padu
This is
macam
going to
tu
be a
tak bergerak dia.
matchup to watch. It's a new era, people are calling it.
Puji diri sendiri.
Kiko, do you have anything else you want to say before your grand finals match?
I'm just
vitamin
very
juga.
grateful for my team. They support me so much in this journey, and all our fans also. I want to thank them because it was such a hard journey to get to grand finals in major tournaments. So I'm very thankful for my team and fans. So keep supporting us in grand final, and we'll see who better in this grand final.
We will see who is better in the grand finals. Hiko, thank you so much. That
Thank
was
you.
a remarkable message. I'm very excited for you. Good luck. Because
Thank you.
now we are going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, Hiko's already let us know that he
Love
was one of the
it.
youngest people at MSC the first time he played. In fact, this is how young Hiko was. We have an image of his first moment in MSC. It was quite a spectacle. Our Egoist, I know, is sometimes who we talk about, but you see that
Who is
right there.
this?
That was young Hiko winning 3-0. Kid Bumble couldn't believe it at that point in time, guys. Pretty amazing.
I mean, like for me, even I didn't know.
Yeah.
Let's face it, it's a baby. Asian babies, they all look the same. I'm sure you look like that when you were a baby.
Brig?
Probably not the hair.
Not the hair. Okay, he didn't have as much hair as Hiko.
If I'm not mistaken, I look very different as a baby. I almost got disowned as a baby because they thought I was the wrong kid.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. We're getting to
Awkward conversation with my parents,
Yeah.
as well as the nurses and the doctors. But hey, I grew up normal.
So so you had that convo as a baby? Because you said
Wah,
the
wah,
nurses
why,
were
Mom?
involved.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah, wah. Oh, LaFell.
Mom,
Wow,
it's
what a
me,
life.
LaFell. Wah, wah.
Brig, are you sometimes like just fascinated by the life LaFell has lived or is living?
A bit too fascinated, honestly.
I
We
agree.
spend too much time together, and I feel like we're like brothers and sisters at this point. We always fight, but we can't get rid of each other.
Well, and we're going to
Okay,
keep you here
guys,
for best of
let's
seven as well. It's the
stand by
longest time
for
we're going to
our
have to spend
grand
together this
final.
entire tournament.
Just
And of
in
course,
a
Hiko
while.
feeling confident as well. All those jokes aside, as being one of the youngest players, when he first entered, he actually now has the youngest player in MSC on his team in Tower Egoist. We'll see what they can do against, of course, Yangon Galacticos, who
Lagi
I've been
dua,
saying
okay.
is maybe the
Mesti
best
dia
team
dah
in
tak
the
ajak kau
galaxy
mabar sebab
because
dia
no
boleh
one
full
has been
party.
able to do anything.
Tak boleh, bini-bini aku tak boleh main MLBB.
Look at the way Ying is playing. We're coining the undying
Anak-anak tak
today
apa.
because he has been so good at the bottom of the KDA or at the top. Either way you look at it, he's not dying very often. Han, Kaizi, Blink, and Sanji. He talked about that roam, that XP, that jungle
anak abang yang
synergy
nombor
that they
dua tu boleh
have.
main
They
pun.
said they're a great team, Hiko, but we're
Minggu ni
better.
dia tak datang
We'll see what
Cyberjaya
the
sebab
coach
dia ada
Hiko has
tournament
to
apa
say about
katanya.
tournament ML.
We are now here with our grand finalist, Coach.
Tak, dulu memang dekat KL semua aku bawa. Kalau ada tournament dekat KL semua dia masuk, dia kena bantai dengan budak-budak apa MPL tu.
Doing coming to the grand finals?
Aku cakap tak apa lah. Belajar. Tapi semua makin lama makin power dia. Dia boleh main.
Pengalaman.
Is it the same thing going to the grand finals as well?
Baru nak
Yeah,
boleh.
sure, because we have a good result in screen also. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So good results in the
Kalau dia dah
scrims,
habis
boosting
SPM,
confidence.
aku bawa dia main duduk Cyberjaya, aku hantar pergi ke mana-mana tim
Initially, did
ML.
you think that you would come this far, all the way to the grand finals?
Actually, yes, because before we start off the EWC, whenever we are playing screen, we win a lot of the code team, and then even if we don't win it, we have like an equal attempt. So we know that we're gonna be something in this EWC, where we didn't just sure that we're
So
gonna
ini
make it
maksudnya
to the
untuk
final.
aku kena pakai kabel
We
lah.
already know that we're gonna be at least top 3. That's for
Arin?
sure. We already know that.
Okay,
Pakai
so even
kabel apa
initially
lagi?
going into it, you already thought that you would go top 3.
Pakai apa?
Yes.
Pakai
Not
kabel.
top 2.
Yeah.
Pakai kabel.
Ya. Anak nak main ML.
Yes. Yes.
Kan cakap,
I'm hoping.
kau ambil. Ini anak aku
It was
ni.
really
Kan?
Kabel bapak kuat.
Kabel bapak
to
kuat.
see the winners
Saya boleh tolong
interview
vouch
with
sekali ni.
Coach Marv's yesterday. Could you talk to us a little bit about how you guys met?
Actually, I'm already
Actually.
leaving the Mobile Legends sense. I'm resting. I don't want to come back to this anymore. And then the player from the former YG, Stitch, and then Blink is my friend. So they asked me, Coach Amgo, we need a coach, and that kind of, we need a coach. So you have a coach, Marv, and then Coach Marv also doing the draft. I'm only know how to draft. I don't know how to be a lifestyle coach.
Guys, untuk Titi boleh tak saya end live dan saya restream balik.
I'm willing to be
Saya
a
restream
lifestyle
balik
coach as
Titi
long as you
sebab
are-
masih lagi kena ban tu.
Oh, then
Okay.
Okay, let me try. I'm
Kalau
gonna
dengan
try my
Pak Billy
best
tu
and
semua
watch
nak
it.
satu
If
tank 4
we work out, we're gonna do it. If doesn't, yeah, I'm gonna go back to my
Nak
rest.
pun 4 match lah. Satu tank
So
4
even
match.
with that, you're now
Kan
top
Azian.
2. Was that something that you expected when you made that
Ada
decision
cakap
to
sama
come
Azian
back?
lah. Ni
Yeah,
slang
Actually, this
Myanmar
year
guys.
at this time, I don't do anything. I don't even know what is happening in the Mobile Legends meta. I don't know anything. I just lying in my bed. I'm trying to walk a corporate life. Or attending the any university. I'm thinking about the should I attend the
Nanti tulis kat
university or
resume
should I
bapak
join
aku
to the
pro
corporate life? I'm
Franco
thinking
nombor
about
1 dunia.
thinking
Betul?
about it. That one decision really changed. And then the player mentality. This guy want to win so much that they are willing to sacrifice everything. There's a thing that take us here.
Alright.
We heard
Welcome
about
back.
Marv's journey. Now we're hearing a little bit about yours. How is it like though? You know, working with Coach Mars. I heard that initially you weren't as great with English, like you had to learn the language.
I can speak a little bit, but not as good as that. And then we have to learn through. And then Coach Ma have a really good at English, so he only
Welcome
uses
back guys,
simple
welcome back.
English. In that
Saya
way we
restream
can
balik, saya restream balik.
W Yangon guys. W Kiautet.
That's
Welcome to the stream guys.
And now you guys are working together.
Let's
You're
go, Yangon,
made
let's go,
it all the
Yangon.
way
We
to the
support
grand
Yangon, guys.
finals,
We
and
support
a
Yangon.
lot of people are saying that this is a big rematch.
Yes.
M7 Yangon Galacticos was knocked out by Team Spirit.
Yeah.
3-0.
3-0, yeah.
3-0.
Halo, hi Shadows, welcome
What's going
back.
to be different today, Coach?
Gifting okey ke sekarang?
Mentality.
Atau masih kena ban lagi?
We are
How?
different.
Masih kena suspend ke?
At the
Bukan
time,
ban
we
lah,
are like,
suspend.
first time in the nation, so if
All
we saw
in Yangon,
something
all
where,
in Yangon,
that
Harry
is
say.
huge,
All in
that is
Yangon.
huge, everything is like different for us.
Oh, boleh. Okay, thank you for the rose.
enough
Thank you.
experience, so
Maknanya dah
right
okey, dah
now,
okey.
we're like,
Saya
okay,
restream
just a
balik.
thing, we can win it.
Sebab tadi
So was
kena
it
suspend tu.
experience on your part, or was it more experience on the player's part?
Both.
Both. Both. So what mentality
Sorry,
shifted
lambat
for the
join
players
live.
particularly?
Salam
Like,
semua
are
Rangers.
they
Welcome to the stream.
a
Santai, santai.
little more
Yangon or Team Spirit bang lo?
confident? Does the
lain.
stage not affect them anymore?
Stage also affected, and then they became a lot more confident because of before that. Whenever we try to do something new, they want to
Yang
go,
belum makan,
go
pergi
with the
makan
comfort.
dulu
But
guys.
right now,
Yang belum
if you
ni.
want
Okay,
this,
kasih jalan itu auto clicker lagi sekali.
something like that. So
Ni
it's
lagi
a lot
aku
easier
off
to
camera
work
je.
with. And then,
Siap pada auto clicker,
like I
kasih jalan
mentioned,
balik.
they willing to sacrifice everything just to win it.
I heard a lot about Kai's as well. Is he still boosting everyone's mentality? I heard he's a really,
yes.
you know, nice kid, very positive.
He's the youngest
Team
among
Spirit,
us,
bro.
and
I go
somehow
for Team Spirit,
he is a positive one among us, and then he always boosting other people mentality. Like, it's okay, I will do it. If you don't want to do it, I don't want to
Nombor
do
3
it.
siapa
don't
bang?
worry.
Onik.
Yeah, just play the game, something like that. Yeah.
I'm getting so much positivity positivity from you guys. I'm getting so much positivity from the players as well, and I'm seeing a lot of positivity from the community.
Waalaikumsalam J2K. Dah makan ke? Saya dah tak makan guys malam. Dah cukup dah tadi makan. Onyx dibilangin lebih mudah dari Vamos. Gimana tu Bang Lot? Setuju tak? Itu daripada orang yang menang Bang. Jadi setuju tak setuju mudah tak penting. Yang menang itu ngomong gitu. Kan? Yang menang ngomong gitu. Jadi kita harus terima itu mungkin fakta daripada pemenangnya. Jadi statement aku setuju atau tak setuju udah tak penting lagi guys.
And now, it's time for you to give a message to them.
Thank you for supporting us, and then we're gonna try our best to take the trophy to Myanmar. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm gonna do some aggressive movement.
Ooh, do some aggressive movement. I'm gonna let the panel break that down. Maybe they have, an idea of what you're talking about, but it's been remarkable being with you, Coach. I had a great time as well with Coach Mars yesterday. Good luck for the grand finals.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best.
Yeah, wish we win.
Wish you win. Yeah. We're gonna throw it over back to you guys.
Aggressive movement.
Punch him in the face.
Is that what you guys saw?
Which, by the way, we were talking and we're brothers, sisters. Anyone?
Yeah.
Rain Day?
Yeah.
You're my brother. You're our brother. Dude, I always wanted a brother, man.
Come on, man.
Always wanted a brother.
Come on, man. Come on, Brick. Wow. I was trying to... Here we go, Brick.
Yeah, handshake.
Hey, man, we're a family. 2 weeks of any show will, bring people together. It'll bring people together. I've loved this experience of this game as well, guys, and I think I got lucky because I got to see what many of you have said is maybe the wildest international tournament that you can remember. I mean, and definitely in recent memory, and it's ushered in a new era of MLBB here. We're about to see it, and coming off of the back of that interview with Yangon Galacticos, I know we joked about making an aggressive move, but there is something about seizing the opportunity, and for Myanmar, this is an opportunity. 5 Myanmar players, a coach that is driven, that is emotional yesterday after the win, Brig. And speaking of just that, you could see the photos on Facebook. Yangon Galacticos posting photos of young, up-and-coming students and fans looking at the games with pride, saying, that's us. Yeah. We're represented up there. How special is that?
Yeah, because in a way, this win and this achievement has brought together more and more of the Myanmar community together in support of Yangon Galacticos, who prior this tournament already had a very decent fan base, I'd say. But because of this, I think more and more of the support and the community has become alive again in terms of MLBB, because it took a while for them to get back on the stage. It took a while for them to make it this far all over again. And at the same time, it was also a result of certain changes here and there, as highlighted in the interview. There were players they had to replace, and there were people they had to take in. But all in all, you're seeing how everything's just worth it.
For me, Rain Day, the way that I see the world is a place not a lot of people want to be. And esports is a good way to escape reality, because everyone is going through a tough time in their own daily lives. And then seeing people achieving their dreams, especially people that are close to you, whether it's in terms of country or their stories is similar to your stories, I would say the fact that all the favorites are out, and now Myanmar as well as ECA, they're here at the grand finals. Every single player brings their own story from their own region, from their own personal life, and I feel like the reason why we see so many people invested in tournaments like this is because they give hope. And sometimes that's all that people need. They just need hope to live one more day.
Well, when you think of the implications and Muntan and this game, what MLBB has done, not just for players and for hope, which, as LaFell mentioned, is the undercurrent of humanity, the ability to hope, to dream, to have faith. One of the big things that has occurred here is the ability to change your life. And $1 million is on the line. $1 million for these players from Myanmar to win and change their families, their legacy, their grandkids' potential. $500,000 just for making it here. But on the flip side of this, there's also a team from EECA, and that's Team Spirit. And when you talk about fandom, it's hard to ignore the obvious. Mom Bamba, Sis Bamba in the crowd. For Kid Bamba, the tears, the passion. Team Spirit also is bringing just as much motivation and just as much impact with their win and potential that they have here, Brig.
Yeah, that time where you saw Kid Bomba's mom
go up on stage.
That was probably one of the most are one of the highlights of this tournament.
Let me just see. The referees didn't know what to do, by the way. They were like, "What do we let her cut?" I mean, just it's happening. It's happening.
I gotta see if I win $1 million. You can change your family, but I think you can keep some of the family and then change out the rest. I feel like you can keep Mom Bamba and then Sis Bamba, and then if Kid Bamba was to change the other members of the family, I can.
I didn't mean change your family like that.
Oh, not like
Yang dia bagi link tu apa?
Yeah, change your family's circumstances.
Apa dia? Dia bagi link YT tu.
Do you want to change your family?
Wow.
Link YT?
No. See, this is, you know, you got to be careful when you give certain people money. What they'll do. LaFell already thinking about. If you're a family
yang dekat
member
group
of
Restream tu
let us know in chat. We're here to support you.
Abang?
Okay?
Yang kau share dekat tu.
And please don't let this man get $1 million because you may be next.
Oh, yang macam tu.
I feel like. Can someone dig me out of this hole? Dude, it's just a misunderstanding. I thought people keep saying, "Oh, you would change your life, change your family." I'm like,
dia bagi contoh
this one
dua
is
tu
not that great. This one is a failure. We're just gonna. I mean, I don't know. If I can have Billie Eilish as my sister, that'd be great.
I think we should keep it as life.
You want to be my sister?
You need Briggs already your sister. You need Billie Eilish too.
I mean, Billie Eilish is pretty cool. I wouldn't mind having.
What is the total social Instagram following of your sisters need to be combined? Because at this point, you're in the millions.
At least 2.
That's too much, man. That's too much. Guys, this is
Selasa kosong nggak ada perwakilan Indo PMY. Iya.
Some high Brig, Yangon versus Team Spirit. This is gonna be fun.
Yep. In a way, you kind of already see, and it was suggested too in that previous interview, that the last time these two went up against each other, there was already some sort of story brewing. And this is Yangon's chance to get back at Team Spirit and potentially make an even stronger statement by winning this championship.
Dude, MSC has been
YG,
one of the
let's
best
go.
internationals we've ever had. This grand finals better live up to the hype. Brig, all of your games have been going all the way. This one, if it goes all 7 games, at that point, I don't care who becomes the champion. Just show that you are worth it. Just show that you are the real champions that everyone has to respect. I'm gonna have a good time.
7 weeks of the Esports World Cup here in Paris to determine champions across multiple titles and multitudes of special moments. But just 7 games now will decide the fate.
back from the final epicness.
And of course, ECCA.
Let's go, grand final.
And Yangon Galacticos will usher in a new era of MLBB.
Nampak tu, guys. Show dulu. Thank you for supporting YG. Always, brother. One more community is my brother and sister. Thank you. Final ke berapa ni nak start dah ni Aziz? Nak start dah. Dah lepas untuk match ni Team Spirit yang gone. Sorry bawa laut. Kita dah sempat tarik. Jadi tak ada tarik apa-apa. Wah, nak tengok aku menari laju je.
Of the finest MLBB teams from around the world gathered in Paris to battle it out for their dreams and hope. But now, only 2 remain.
9 days of grueling competition. From 9-minute one-sided affairs to half-hour slobber knockers and everything in between, we've had a taste of it all.
Let's go.
We bid
goodbye to the top contenders. We witnessed the rise of the underdogs. And for the very first time in the history of MLBB, we head into the grand finals without any of the big 3.
It just shows you that even 10 years into the long lifetime of a beautiful game, the esports scene keeps reinventing and reinvigorating itself. That just means you get an even longer life to witness greatness like today.
You know what, Milosh? This grand finals is one for the books. It is history in the making. Myanmar coming back to the grand finals after 5 years. And of course, EECA making their international final debut after 7 years.
What a day for it then, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming our MSC at EWC 2026 Grand Finalists, Yangon Galacticos and Team Spirit!
After 5 years, a new Burmese representatives return to the Grand Finals in attempt to rise a legacy of their own.
7 years of blood, sweat, and tears. The effort pays off. The hard work shows results. And Team Spirit are the first ever EECA team to make an international final.
The past two MSC champions headed into the grand finals with a 100% match win rate. And today, Yangon Galacticos attempts to follow in their footsteps. Can lightning strike 3 times in a row in the land of dawn?
At M7, it was Team Spirit that ended Galacticos' run. Today, 191 days later at MSC,
all in YG from Kota Kinabalu. Let's go, man.
Claim the championship title, both
warga
in one
KK
fell swoop.
Throughout this MSC, both these teams showed their ability to come out on top no matter the circumstances. And in this meta, they showcase excellent drafts and the cleanest of the cleanest gameplays.
So for our final time here at MSC at EWC 2026, let's bid our captains welcome. Please join us for our face-off. Teams, you may go already. Get set for yourselves, please, on your desks. Come on close, gentlemen. Face off into one another's eyes. Let the truth shine. Any final words from Yangon Galacticos?
Amalan saya alhamdulillah guys.
Have fun guys.
There we go.
There we go. Captains, you may place your keys and once again meet in the middle for a handshake.
Let's get up for a handshake.
There we go.
The Bang Lord.
History is about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. It all comes down to this.
Mama Bamba.
What will unfold before you over the next few hours will go down in MSC history. Our promise is simple. Today, you're about to see some of the best MLBB you have ever seen. Enjoy.
Yeah, guys.
The final echo fills the land of dawn once again.
It was pretty cool for our journey. In our first experience in MSC, and we go to the grand final.
MCMXBSTMSCKLINE.
After seeing our flaws in M7, we are laser focused on what are the things that we need to adjust right away and understanding the meta and the patches. The good thing about the players are they are willing to understand things and they're willing to listen to what's really currently happening in every day. Yeah.
From the ashes, the Burmese rise to claim the crown.
Winning this MSC, we want to make a statement that we're not underdogs.
The Dragons of the North have proved it. They brought the Sky Kings to their fall.
We had a rough start to the tournament, but we were able to bounce back. And now in playoffs, we're like in our true form. We overcome whatever problems we had. This is the first time we're gonna play a grand final in the international scene. And that's why I think everybody is really happy and excited to play. I don't think there's gonna be any pressure at all. The pressure is always on our opponent.
For the first time ever, there will be no major regions.
We are here to write our story. We are here to make the impression. We are here to win.
No PH, no ID, no Malaysia.
We expect us to win this finals and finally claim trophy for ECA region.
Current against Team Spirit, we are very confident to beat them. We are going to revenge them because we lost M7.
We give you all in. You give us the all in. We give us the best games that we can had. This is unfinished business. Looking forward to see them.
Myanmar team, they improved a lot. They made this journey to the grand finals, and especially their win against the Falcons. Coach Marvs, he wished us luck to meet in the grand finals. He was also really hoping to meet us there. So it's the last step before we can lift the trophy.
Esports can change life if you grind harder in each day. Don't let anyone destroy your dreams.
As it starts, sometimes the dreams, they feel out of place, out of reach. It was for the Sky Kings, it was for the Philippines, and even Indonesia couldn't get to this moment where Myanmar and ECA climbed to the top of the mountain. And one thing about championships, I've been in my fair share.
Let's go.
It's lonely at the top. Everyone else has gone home. It's just you, what you've prepared, who you are, and especially who you are when the lights are bright, because that's a different version of us that's out from our game, from the world. When things matter most, and you can't shrug off defeat, when you have given it all and you've gotten here, how do you show up? Without doubts, without reservation. That's what these teams are set to answer in these 7-game series.
To answer that, we got to look at the fans, man, because again, both Yangon Galacticos as well as Team Spirit, they're far away from their homes, and yet people made this sacrifice. People came here. You can hear the chants. They're giving their energy. For one team is giving their spirit. Because here's the thing. This reminds me of how I and a lot of Malaysians felt back in 2024 when no one expected us to go to the grand finals. But the moment that came true, so many tears were dropped, so much emotions evolve out of that. And now both these teams, the people that have been supporting
Kita baru message. Sorry guys, saya tengah
some have waited for 5 years.
type
Some have waited
ada
for 6. And now,
malam King Maharaja Abang King Maharaja Abang Lot tu. Nak bila dapat gelaran tu tu? King Maharaja Abang Lot. Jangan. Di Malaysia ada satu je Maharaja, Maharaja Solos.
Of all these posts showing extending support, passing through their own individual feeds.
We won't take his title. Title tu hanya ada pada Solos sahaja. Mama bomba. Betul mujarab
show up here on site. But the support you can and expect to receive from your very own regions, I'm pretty sure everyone's really paying attention to what's about to happen right now.
It tells a bigger story. And maybe that story is still just a glimpse of what can happen here. The ripple effects of $1 million
Legend
passing between
M1 Sunset
the
Lover
6 or
and
7
Sawo
people on
Maneng.
either side of the stage with the coach and these 5 young men facing off. It will have implications for their grandchildren. It will have implication for their grandparents. It will have implications for life. And as we do that and we set the stage, we have to focus down now into the micro, the draft, how these two teams who are so good and have played different ways now come in and try to work that strategy to get the edge here in the draft.
Well, right now we've got to talk about Yangon here. They're batting out the Valentina, very early ban, showcases that their first pick might be something that Valentina can, I would say, counter, something like an Atlas, as well as I like this Harley ban, because so far, Team Spirit, when they do get that Harley, it enables them to play this double fighters. Something that I do have to look out for is that Barats, because again, when Kip Bomba gets the Barats, it's a little bit too much. So I don't know whether they're going to answer that or they're going to steal it away.
And at the same time, I feel like they just really want to secure Kaize and his stability in mid, because I feel like the Harley will make things so much more difficult for him positioning-wise. And he's been very fluent in heroes like the Eudora, Gord, heroes that would really just want to have an easier time finding position. Apart from that, it's maybe the juice in, but considering the amount of heroes that are actually open, I agree.
Okay, saya pergi ke atas, sorry.
They actually take out the Atlas alongside the Valentina, so there could be a different game plan here for Yangon in first pick.
I think they are opening up the draft just a little
Ada
bit
3 kotak je.
here.
Nanti dia adjust.
Take away the Beleric, making it so that they have
Kalau
the
tiap sebenarnya aku belanja 5 orang Lakin Coffee. Aku Yangon.
I like that you shout out the Zushin, because the Zushin might actually work out,
Yes.
considering that Team Spirit they might still go for 4 melee heroes and just 1 range hero. So that's a good shout break. Now the Zushin gets banned out. Team Spirit was able to read out the draft.
Ui, memang betul-betul Harley dibuang Harley Zauregois ni memang power hero dia tu.
Bagi Rara, ambil Marcel.
Ni memang power hero.
We've seen Blink
Rara
have,
Fredrin
I
got
mean,
lagi
just
ke?
one of the best performances on Rome that I can remember in my only 2 weeks of watching MLBB. But I do think that this Marcel is a different approach. We saw the depth of his ability to go to different stages and really force the Rome band to make the other
Semua pergi follow
Rome
Astronot
on the
sekarang,
other
guys.
side
Pergi follow
uncomfortable.
Astronot
Now he's just taking the best one.
Dia buat giveaway
And I
kat
feel
live
like
aku.
because there's a chance that Team Spirit is going to have 4 melee heroes, it does make it so that it's Marcel can actually get maximum value. There's a good chance, even if he doesn't catch all
Onyx
the
malam kena
hours,
jebak hero
even the
terus
snapshot
dikasih
is just
full
gonna be good
Atlas.
for that small stun. But now the Barats as well.
Ya, Atlas pun di ban.
Is already starting very strong in their ban.
Harley di ban. Ini dua semalam kacau terus. Especially Atlas lah. Atlas kacau teruk. Tapi Rara dia dapat. Marcel lepas. PS1. Barat pun dapat. Semalam Barat pun boleh tahan. Waalaikumsalam. Sehat ke Alhamdulillah, sehat.
Very good composition in the Uranus and Marcel. You've got lockdown, you've got comfort for Sanji. Blink's on a top tier hero, but you got to look at this Paquito, Hirara, and the Barats. I mean, it's arguable that the Barats might be the most contested, most valued pick between these two teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. Speaking of Brick, today you can be the analyst. You can do the tell us, or you've been calling this picks very well. So now for Team Spirit, either they get rid of the mid laners or get rid of the junglers, because as of right now, I kind of feel like there's no real threat
Apa tu?
in the jungle for now.
Kenapa Barat start ban? Berapa banyak nak ban tu?
Janji siapa?
Terlalu banyak open. Kalau dah makan, saya tak makan malam dah.
Very difficult for Han to really get a good pick.
So they're looking at YG just probably playing around the clock.
Saya bulan 8 ni saja saya nak. Sekarang saya dah pagi tadi saya 74 guys. Okey, berat saya 74. Ujung bulan 8 saya akan bagi tahu berat saya berapa. So untuk bulan 8 ni memang saya bertekad nak fokus, nak betul-betul jaga makan. So mungkin saya dah kurang masak dekat rumah. Kalau anak bini masak, minta saya akan masakkan, tapi I won't eat apa yang saya masak sebab saya tahu apa yang saya letak. Itu kalori memang tinggi. All in spirit kah? Let's go all in spirit. 10 kg buat apa? Apa lah nak dapat jodoh bukan? Bukan. Just that aku nak shape sikit. Shape sikit menjelang sebab MPL dah start. Saya kena buat apa podcast apa semua. Lepas tu saya kena banyak bergerak ke Malaysia, Indonesia. So kena make sure kita kemas. Jangan perut boroi. Kan? Baru nampak kemas tu. Menurut Abang lah, tim ASEAN udah habis belum? Belum. Enggak habis bang. Mungkin ini satu tournament.
Abang Lord Kansado.
Kansado, mana ada Sado? Sado lah.
For Spirit and Yangon. Oh, then the Cho gets taken out as well. And Spirit steal away the Eudora. So the only comfort, at least based on this tournament,
YG Manang KABG Lord.
Available for Kai's is the Gourd, which I don't think is going to be a fun hero to play here in this lineup.
I don't think so. Maybe something like Akimi can pair well with the Marcel, but even Akimi, I think will have a very bad time here.
Got Fredrin
lagi
ke?
Play range, because if they do something
Top
like a Marcel,
because
the Hirara can jump onto you, but hey, you cross that bridge when you get there. Yeah. But speaking of the Eudora pick, I'm 50-50 just because there is a Uranus there, so you can basically make it so that Eudora makes some
Spirit
mistake.
Akon Champions MSC Padataka Mini Bang Lord.
Go in and then just stun them up and then kill them very, very fast.
I guess Spirit are just relying on their combo burst damage, because at this point they're looking at Eudora, Paquito, Hirara. They can pretty much deal with any tanky hero if they get to a point where they've scaled enough in the game. But they do indeed lock in the Gourd alongside a Suyo. Yangon, it's always a Suyo last pick that you feel is kind of just them being forced to pick it up, but if they make it right this time,
Here's the thing, as the draft progresses, we remember in the interview with Eterna where
let's
say
go.
that we have better drafts, and for now, I kind of gotta agree with it. How do they get Barats, Paquito, Hirara in the first 3 picks, and then pick number 4, they still get the Eudora? Like, this is an insane draft to get for this current meta.
This is like what Onyx got in the last game.
In the last game against Falcons, yeah. And even we were like, wait, how did Onyx get that? That was no way another team is going to get that. But hey, c'est la vie, here we are. And then last pick is going to be Chip. So talk about trying to accelerate the game.
Okay.
This is kind of like almost no range. You know it has range, but it's mid-range. I'm liking Spirit's draft. This is the kind of draft that says like, you know what, Grand Finals, we're going all in.
Yeah.
I love it, guys. This is a big one. Marcel giving up. You see the Claude early pick, the Suyo, the Gourd for Kaize.
Kalau YG lawan SRG Grand
Tinggi
Final
abang berapa? 172.
Don't fix it.
Saya pilih YG menang. Okay, let's go. Kata Zephyr, tim luar sudah improve. Ya, memang betul sudah improve. Ini buktinya. Ini buktinya. Mana mungkin kalau kata kita tak improve. Ini bukti. Okay, let's go. Saya naikkan sikit volume.
And it's time to send it over to our casters,
Let's go.
Mirko and Gideon, to get us started.
Drafting
Thanks so much, Rain Day. Today, we bear witness to history in Mobile Legends. For the first time ever, two regions, not from a major, have made it all the way to the grand finals here at EWC for the Mid-Season Cup 2026. And my God, this is some life-changing moments. The money that's on the line, the series of full BO7.
Kalau main rapat-rapat,
Bang, tak payah kalau YG SRG dah kalah, Onyx GLPH, Falcon semua dah kalah. Jangan menggunakan perkataan kalau main dengan ini. Bedong ada kalah. Don't waste your time.
To get it going quicker, but Yangon, they're actually still the ones that actually are the more active teams when it comes to just brawling. TS want to keep it hot and heavy as naturally as they do because of the way that they play the game. Not to mention, they're running the double fighters. So far, Hiko's had an outstanding win rate here as his first secondary fighter goal. But I think this game really just boils down to how does Yangon Galacticos wombo combo with each other. We've seen many times where Gord, even within the early stages of the game, if the combo ain't clean, you're not going to be able to find anything. And that's going to be an early flicker coming out from Sawo's side. No punish here.
Tapi ini tak ada nak main reverse psychology apa semua. Ini memang betul.
Absolutely, man. We gotta
ini memang
also
betul.
take into
Saya
account
nak
the fact that Marcel has been left open, picked up by YG. And we saw in the third place match earlier how big this Marcel can play into the game. Was able to stop a lot of these slow range opponents. Back in that match, Onyx versus Falcons, it really stopped the Hirara as well. So YG are utilizing that.
No point though kalau kita nak bincang yang ini kalau itu kalau.
Makan. The CC lockdown has to purify out. Yep, you can see a lot of respect coming out from both of these teams. We're really coming back at it. We're seeing the TS now taking a lot of the space here, forcing Yangon back just before the turtle. They want to make sure they get that first position really quick. And Kaize understands that, hey, I need level 4. Without it, this ain't going to work. So they're going to back off, make sure that there's no damage on their side economically, and make sure that they clean these lanes back up. Because the next thing they have to worry about is Sawo hitting level 4. YG have studied Team Spirit's game. Spirit just yesterday against Onyx in that crazy upset victory. They were able to take control of the game so early on through pickups, through finding tempo on the map, and YG, they don't want to fall for the same trap. They know, all right, we have a Suyo, we have also the Gourd, and the Claw, they can play it late. Yig, no Purifying Bomba, puts out an attempt there with the Dance is welcome, can't find it, but again, it's just YG trying to survive in lane, especially here up top. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. They summoned it really early on. Luckily, at the very least, while this is happening, look on that top side. Blink is already in position and trying to alleviate some pressure onto Sanji, who's being denied his level 4. I mean, these are the small incremental leads that they're looking for, right? And that's what TS wants to do with the double fighter comp. Build these small leads and then eventually cause it to get that big cash out at the very end. Usually coming down to the third turtle, closer to the very first floor, and really taking the range going onwards. Sunset also had a fantastic performance just yesterday on the Eudora, on all the mages actually. Flickering out of some crucial sets away from Onyx. YG, this is one of the first times we actually don't see a big setting to on Blink, right? Mainly because of the Marcel. So it's also going to be a big question mark because the only other time we've seen Blink on this Marcel
was all the way in the group stage. It's been a while.
It's true. If we're looking at it, you know, in boxing terms, I think the best way to describe it, it's Southpaw versus Orthodox, right? And Yangon, they understand where they need to play defensively, make sure that they don't set up potential dives to their gold laners. But in the meantime, because of their defense, now the dive.
You're fire with the blaze into it. Actually gets away with the BMI as well. Now it's the golden hour plays down. Over the blaze surge and the soul sand. Because of the golden hour blink, taken out. Straight up by Sunset Lovers. Sour's able to get the untargetable dive frames. And he gets away in time as look at Sawo.
No punish there. What could have been a really great combo, a good one-for-one trade, ended up falling into the hands of a profitable win for S. They're doing it again.
Shortcut the crash course. Kaiser has to flicker out of it.
Let's go, Spirit.
Again with the early relentless pursuit on YG's jungle.
That's the beautiful part about this composition, right? They're using that shortcut not as a means to just engage, but also control tempo. And now Ying is in a lot of trouble. He still has his Purify, but that's not no concentration.
Even through the Purify Sour. Picks up a kill, now goes straight into the control objective. That's going to be free for Team Spirit.
Look, in the meantime, he's already trying to bounce his wave, and Sanji, he's well aware of this, right? Again, defensive against aggression, and Yangon have to play very, very defensively for the first couple of minutes of this game. Arguably now, with a 2-kill lead and a 2.3k deficit, that probably bought them an extra 4 more minutes on TS's side. So we're expecting probably around the 10th to 11th minute when Yangon get into position, unless we do see a huge turnover fight.
Kalau TS punya gameplay, dia orang memang
bomba, man. Hey. Just like yesterday, Gideon, he's conditioning YG to see these misses, to see these whips.
Fast rotation dalam minit 5 macam tu kan mesti dapat satu tahun.
That's the beautiful part of it, right? Get the early conditioning down, because technically there's nothing to fight for on the map as they're trying to get Sanji out of this lane, but they can't seem to do so, especially with Eco. He's playing this really, really well. He's pressuring life totals. He's maintaining control.
Good reaction on Sanji. Could have had his Purify out taken. Spirit definitely want to play around that now, and Sanji's going to recall. That means Hiko will again be able to find a tempo up top. As now they look for a cut on mid. Kaiser has the flicker back up in 3. Spirit will play it slow. And look at Bamba.
They're playing so well, and now they want to collapse down on this mid-tier 1. If they don't get it, they might be able to contest for this purple buff, but I don't think they have it. As we look towards bottom side, even Zara making sure that Sanji feels the pressure.
Shortcut's going to be dropped down. Bamba.
Okay.
For the chop. Purify out. Golden hour catches 3. And the Mystic Gush. Not too sure about that. Bamba's going to take hit all the way through. He's going to soak it in. No problem.
Yeah, we both saw this was going to be somewhat of a nothing fight here. No real commitment on either side. And more importantly, just not enough items to actually cut through all the base HP coming in from TS. They are still in the phase where it's their turn to play the game. And Yangon have to just defensively and honestly be really creative with these small little cheeses that Spirit have taken full advantage of. Whether it's in-lane baits, the pressure that they apply, and also the information that they give has been immaculate. Free turtle take.
Free everything. The first 2 kills were free. There was nothing to retaliate against it. The structures as well. And a mid-lane blink burst it down. Oh, God. The Marcellas look so untouchable. Just being pick or ban every single time and wins. Oh, God. Even when we see it open, when we see it pick, it dominates so early. But when you fall behind on it, especially against this burst comp, man, is he squishy.
Yeah, they're taking everything into condition here, right? They're making sure that whoever opens the map gets punished. Adept is welcome connected.
Big chomp into Sunset Lever with the ball. Lightning straight up with the Thunder's Wrath as well. Killing Street picked up as Zauer's able to get the immobilization. The blink will be zoned away just by the shortcut. Another health bar to deal with at the bottom lane. It will be a minion wave to play with. Team Spirit converting on these objectives. And YG cannot respond. That's a 4-level lead. Almost. Han gets sent.
They're just letting this happen, unfortunately. They're not using the Golden Hour as a creative tool to kind of retain some semblance of control over their waves.
Zaur gonna go for the solo. Oh, under turret, almost got it. Has to force Han away. Blink! Burst it down, that lethal ignition!
Connects, and it's good. Sanji, he's in trouble. He has to use the Purify alongside with his Blade to stay alive. Detna's welcome. Connects again. Almost good. Oh, wait!
Good Mystic Gush and a shutdown. Finally, YG. It took him 8 minutes to get on the board.
Finally clocked down onto the backliners here, but at the end of the day, yeah, sure, it's a bit of a shutdown. It goes to Kai's, but that was going to be the main bullet anyways for Yangon. So TS don't mind this so much as we look at the items, right? It's a lightning truncheon in comparison to just a glowing wand. The item difference here allowing TS to actually be stronger in a majority of the scenarios. But not to mention, if we start looking down towards everybody else and that lead coming from Zaur, that is ridiculous. He's going to get that BOD in no time.
Wow. He might be 5 levels ahead by the time he clears out his jungle. 9 minutes in, he might be able to get that record again.
Oh man, it's going to be the fastest level 15 we've seen in a while. And the Lord is up. Look at TS, they're not rushing it straight away. Denying, not only denying information,
he's 15,
but they're setting up like a great net on the side lanes. Oh,
Sunset instant flicker away from Blink. Take a look at Sawo up top as well. It's free. They can't react to it unless the golden hour gets placed down, but Zaur's able to get it, and now into the Deathless Welcome. The big chop over it, straight to Zaur with a BOD.
Yeah, the combo not exactly landing, but it's good enough. They've zoned Yangon completely away from their neutral. With this Lord take, I want to see how much they can actually get off of it, because this is where it gets scary, right? As much as Zaur can dive underneath the turret, most of the time, if a composition like this wants to get an inhibitor against a full 5 on the opposite side, despite the 8.2k lead, it does come with its risks. A lot of it just comes down to juggling the aggro from the turret to make sure that everybody can absorb the damage and spread it out evenly rather than one person just taking it. But worse yet, it's about Kid Bomba landing the Detonator's Welcome to really set the tone.
Big chomp down again. Purify's still available though, he's just trying to bait it out, but Ying stays patient with it. Pops into Consecration, Sunset Lever coming in as well, the Golden Hour will be able to find it. Blink slow, Hiko goes in, a flicker out from Blink. And Ying's just trying to hold. Holy Shield already depleted now as Zaur walks up to zone. Turret gonna go down, up top. Purify as well, baited out by Ying.
Yeah, they're getting everything out of them. And unfortunately, every single time that Ying gets hit by the Detonator's Welcome, it almost trades ult for ult, and they don't mind this. It's actually good.
Hey. Kid Bomba. He's taking that 2 damage. Blink goes down, Bomba stays alive. It's Sawo now with the crash course and a shortcut in the mid lane. Sawo taking low, flickers out of the way, but Hiko is making quick work of that turret.
He's done it. He's already turned this around at least. He's taken something back at the bare minimum. But they can still chase this actually. Making sure that Hiko can't close the distance. He's forced to flicker back out, and Zaur now there. He's waiting just in case they need a secondary disengage. Considering everything that has happened in this game, yes, it is a bit of a shutdown, going over to the right targets, in this case, Sanji, but the lead is already too wide. 8.9k, now turning into a 9k lead, 11 minutes into this game. This could be a make it or break it on Lord side, and with 2 missing inhibitors on both side lanes, there's just no way, not even the spawning of the Lord RNG will work into the favor of Yangon. It's going to be very difficult. We've seen so many forced mistakes here.
But YG were able to get a few things, right? They got a kill. It's not enough. I agree. I mean, that's for sure.
Satu tower pun tak dapat lagi
top lane and bottom lane base turret. They're gonna have far lane on top of that. But it's something to work with. It's a Sky Piercer stack as well for Han. So we have to take that into account right now.
One stack semua ada dekat PS sekarang ni. Tak apa, first game.
We know for a fact that this Lord is pretty much impossible to take, so they have to play for the fight. And if they are going to play for the fight, I'm looking at Blink and Kai's here to make a combo play.
Whoa, they use the Mystic Gush. It's chomped down, doesn't land on anybody. Kaize gets away from the missiles just in time as the bottom lane comes pushing in. Sanji sent down below to deal with it as the Lord spawns up in 7 seconds. It's gonna be, the pull by Purify out already. Crash course coming down and the Thunder's round. Now it's Blink in the back. Sawo gonna take it long, taken out of the fight as Han picks up the second Sky Piercer of the game. Sanji with the jump.
Masuk macam itu.
Can't get any more than this. And they've already got the last Purify down as Blink is trying to actually disengage the rest of their composition. But Team Spirit played that well. And unfortunately for Ying, just a little too early on that Purify. If he held it just a little bit longer, he might have survived it, but it's a difficult composition to deal with right now. Just look at this, right? As everybody's able to get their damage down, as soon as that Purify is timed out, that's when Sunset Lover is going to let that ball lightning rip. The rest of the composition here also very ready for Sanji's re-engagement as well. So TS, they've covered all their bases. They are playing very good game 1.
So clean. And YG, you can clearly see they're getting desperate. They're making these plays happen. They think they have their power spike, which is true, But the thing is, Team Spirit with the 10,000 gold lead, they kind of built past that power spike, the initial power spike.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is the frontliners have opted to go for the Chastised Pauldron to ensure that it's really, really difficult to actually chunk them out in key critical moments here. And now they've got that lore pushing on that top side. They're synchronizing the waves as well, and they want to have a delayed wave down on bot side. TS now on the attack.
Into the mid lane they go. Sour knows there's no Purify on Ying. 8 seconds for it to come back as the Rose Gold meter gets built up by Sour. The winner crown is ready. Hiko with jumping forward. Sanji doing some damage over on Hiko. Bomba's still there. Golden Hour catches Sunset Lover just in the brink of it now as the Mystic Gush comes around.
It's good, and they want to go for a little bit further. Hiko wants to get right on top of Bomba. They cleared the waves already. They need to reset. They have one more opportunity and one more wave to deal with.
Massive Mystic projectile landed on Sunset and Bomba. But luckily for Spirit,
good defend.
Sanji did not have anything to capitalize on it. Team Spirit though, again, classic Spirit, classic EECA.
Tapi Hiko tak bermain tu, 0-0-2 je tu.
Objectives, backing away straight up. And then slowing the game down again. They're never letting YG touch their comfortable tempo.
Yep, but they've also got one more opportunity with their 10k gold lead, right? By the time we see Yangon hit 42k, we're expecting both Han alongside with Sanji, arguably 3 to 4 items onto Kai's at this stage of the game to be complete. They really, really need these items. And Sanji finally gets into range with the Malefic Gun. He needs that crown, unfortunately. We've seen many plays where he actually gets really deep with the Blazing Duet onto multiple targets, but without that winner crown, he is going to trade himself off, which is not something Yangon can accept right now.
And a win the crown from Kaize as well there. Picked up for him. Radiant armor for Ying. So a little bit more defense, but you could clearly see that big diff in gold between the XP laners. Bomba is just a big chunky boy.
He's thick. He is thick, and he's also taking a winner crown as well, just in case a scenario like that happens again, right? They got to be careful, because at the end of the day, it's still going to be up to Kai's to land that Mystic Projectile. If it hits on multiple targets, that's great, but the setup really just comes down to Blink. Han, at this stage of the game, has to be the finisher, and Ying needs to start peeling, but we see every single time the sequence is the same. TS will start to target Ying first, get his ult out. Maybe if he doesn't have the Chastised Pauldron ready to go, even better. Then immediately start moving towards Kai's position. Disrupt the anchor. Once the anchor has unhooked from the ocean, the whole ship is going to start going
Still going to be difficult though again for, wait a second, Blink.
Tak apa.
Projectile thrown out as well. YG, they really got to get control over this top side. TS have done such a good job at denying it away from them, and now it really just seems like Team Spirit will be able to take this one for free with Sanji showing up in the top lane.
They're trying to punish this.
Uh-oh, Blink. But the conceal in the back is able to find two with the golden hour. Now the chomp down comes in, the shortcut in the back line is able to get Sour in a good place. He goes the jump. Bomba with a crown. Blazing coming around and Sour's able to get the targetable 2 iframes as Hiko walks up again.
And now Ying trying to at least delay them. Sanji is on the run. He should be able to go down here. Sour in the 1v1 and wins it out.
He gets him into he's still able to chase away right now. Can he get Sanji down? He walks up, base the BMI back again, and Sanji's thrown away from the base. Team Spirit secure game number 1.
Clean, tactical, beautiful plays coming out for the side of TS Yangon in the southpaw stance. Cannot just play defensive against them. I don't know. It might be a moment where their drafting has to force a scramble.
They have to.
It seems like the only way Yangon Galacticos can actually start
clean
to
sweep
get the tempo
Yangon not that bad
if they are going to be playing for really difficult wombo combos and power spikes against a team like TS and what we've been seeing so far, either you disrupt them on that red side, take it away from them, or you're going to have to keep it real simple.
And it's as LaFell said in the panel, he mentioned it already. How are you going to give them all to Spirit in the first phase? They need to be able to take some of these heroes away. I understand the Marcel's Prio, but that's where you have to go back to the drafts again in the bans. YG, I think, put too much respect on Team Spirit's picks that beat Onyx. Valentina was banned out. The Atlas and even the Harley, they need to try to open up some of these picks. Yes, those picks are great, but I think there are picks to deal with it.
Absolutely. And let's also not forget that second half of the ban. It's very telling for both of these teams what they are genuinely worried about. They are genuinely worried for the side of Team Spirit. Hey, we're getting rid of things like Cho, things that can force us to change our battle spells. We want to always always have flickers in our double fighter composition so that nobody feels safe at any point in the game. And as we see these combos get dropped down, that shortcut really allowed them, giving them multiple access points into these fights. But we'll let our panel break it down for y'all here for game number 1.
Thank you, Gideon. Mirko, that was a game that set the tone for what this best of 7 could look like. And not only did it showcase how valuable it is to see these semifinals and seeing the way these teams came into it. Team Spirit with a 3-0, continuing now 4 games in a row that they have won. It also shows where maybe Yangon Galacticos' heads were, trying to over-predict, trying to see the things that worked or didn't work against Onyx and see if they could shut those down right away. But it ended up giving too much too early to EECA's representative, and now
kalau zaman-zaman aku pacik-pacik tua main MIRC.
Still plenty of time to do so. Rain Day, bring it up.
MIRC kalau tak silap tu waktu tu. Chat room. Kampung Melayu.
I still cannot get over the
MIRC kan? Siapa pernah main dulu?
Why are you copying me?
Malam-malam aku pergi RCC dulu.
Okay, you can. The Hirara Paquito.
Kan, cari awet.
Everything else. Even the
Cari ya room-room yang mana yang ramai orang duk borak-borak.
The idea of the lineup so well. It
Semua dengan Rin.
It took time.
Ya ke semua dengan Rin?
For Yangon to actually hit their spikes, and at this point, if this keeps going, it might be Spirit with a much cleaner record in the knockouts, finishing off this tournament.
Serius lah, Sawo baru 27. Oh, 27. Sawo pun 27. Kau cakap dia ni pacik tua. Rain. Habis kalau dia pacik tua umur 27 kau apa?
Lah bang, dia 99 tu.
Ya. Kau panggil dia pacik tua tu.
This is all good in the previous patch. But now they gotta, speed things up. Where honestly, like our illustration moment is just gonna be about how
body shaming
the new style of playing against the old style of playing.
Well, sometimes the Marcel shows up and it's whoa, you let us get Marcel, and sometimes it shows up and it says, well, you get Marcel, we get and Barats and Hirara. And, at this point, it doesn't even matter that you have Marcel. That's what happened in this game.
Tak, dia bukan nampak muda, dia nampak matang. Dia bukan nampak tua, dia nampak matang. Itu bezanya Asian dengan Europe. Europe umur 16 dah nampak macam 23, 24, 25. Dia orang nampak sangat matang sebab badan dia orang besar.
That's one way to put it. Wouldn't be my like
awet-awet dia orang pun sama kan?
Ya. Macam kita ni Asian. Asian ni memang kecil-kecil.
Funny.
Umur 27 macam acah-acah baru 16 tahun, 15 tahun.
Description for it. No.
It's the one that grabs people's attention.
Okay.
I wouldn't mention grabbing after that as well because it feels like it's the same.
This is just the story of my life.
Dia just tak macam dia badan besar. Dan nampak matang.
Okay, so guys, you have a lot to break down. Game 1 gave us a lot of answers.
Sokong siapa bang Lot? Tu, kat bawah tu ada saya prediction.
Kid Bamba, you mentioned Sunset
Love, YG.
of course Hiko.
Apa YG?
What was the statement you saw that was made by Team Spirit in Game 1?
Now hold it.
You could do it if you want.
Yeah. Bawaski. All right, thank you very much. It's nice that you understand Malay now. So we got to look at the draft because there's a whole lot wrong here. And let me explain as well, first things first, what I mean by having bad relationships with each other. Because we're going to start with one of the more important picks here, which is the Suyo being the jungler is definitely one of those picks where it's going to move the map. It's going to move the tempo, right? Now, one of the problems is Suyo has been adjusted before where he had armor as well as magic resist when he is in his immortal form, but they removed the magic resist. Now, the problem is we got one of the best mage bursters here, which is the Eudora. It makes it so that if he goes in, he dies. That's why we don't see him really do much. And it's honestly the same with the Claude. The Claude goes up against the Eudora. Also, he goes in, gets stunned, and then the damage is just going to be too much, and then he's gone. And that's not over yet. We got to talk about the Marcel. I play the Marcel. Here's the thing. He gets stronger when the Thunder Belt stacks actually gets to stack up. But before that, he don't want to deal with burst. He don't want to deal with anyone that can stop him. Now let's look at how many people can do that. So Eudora could do that.
Probably just one.
Could do that. Barats could do that. So there's three members that can deal with the Marcel. One of the reasons why they don't really mind letting the Marcel go. So right now, it does seem that Team Spirit, they just get all of the answers before some of the problems even existed, right? Because Suyo came out late. And then well, the Marcel's first, but again, they were able to answer that. So
Suyo tu ni
let's
sekarang ni
see
dah
how
macam
it
tak relevan tu.
translates in game. And in this current meta, it's all about map pressure. Let's look at what happens when there's no map pressure here. We're going to be seeing, this is, by the way, look at this, it's 2:43 in the game. This is fairly early on. And we can see that the gold lane here, Hiko is winning by a lot. And then we're going to go to the EXP lane, and look, three members of Team Spirit is already in the jungle, and it's already like, look at this. This is the second tier turret of Yangon, and they're able to go in. This is 2 minutes, right? This shows how much domination they got with the Barats as well as the Paquito, which, by the way, I feel like Barats is #1 EXP laner.
Terus pick Marcel, enemy
I would
terus
say
pick hero
Paquito is
burst.
sharing that spot with Freya in terms of the best gold
Betul.
laner right now. And then we'll be looking at what one of the problem is here, where we see that Team Spirit, they overcommit. And yet there's not enough damage. There's not enough instant crowd control, and that's part of the problem that we have if we look at the draft here coming in from YG, where Ying can be a frontline, that's great, but not immediately. He needs time to set it up. Kaize can kind of stun, but only if he hits his skill shot. And then Blink kind of stun, but here's the thing. In the golden hour, some abilities go through, some don't. And we're going to be looking at this clip here, how it has been stunned up, and then Hun tries to attack, but the guy's frozen, so no damage is going through. So this draft honestly doesn't really harmonize together all that well.
I guess the clips that I also...
Yeah,
Okay,
speaking of harmonizing.
we are trying to harmonize right now. I guess the clips that I also picked up are just to further complement the idea that we're trying to put out about the bad relationship. I still don't completely understand the metaphor that he put out,
Yeah,
by the
me
way.
neither. I think it's deep in his past.
Yeah, but I think this will really kind of establish how within the team and within the lineup, it hasn't been really that great. And at the same time, against these opponents, against this lineup, it hasn't been as great. So where's the play button? Oh,
Yeah.
there. Okay. So I chose this clip in particular. Was it this one? Or is it? I chose this clip in particular because I think it was just very brief. But this was a quick movement from when they actually went to steal away that purple buff and immediately transition to this turtle, which, by the way, Ying was just trying to hold by himself. So again, we mentioned he is expected to be the front. He's capable of being the front, but that's just pretty much it. He can kinda tank the damage as of this moment because it's not like he was really able to scale up either, because again, both the sides were really matched really well. The guy beside me is doing a really well job as well, trying to mimic what I'm saying, but at the same time, what I'm trying to point out is you see how the combo of the burst is actually put into action here by Team Spirit. It was probably a bit of a worry for us that the Eudoro had to deal with a Uranus, that the Eudoro had to deal with a Marcel that could probably just be everywhere. Thank you for zooming it on my face so you don't get to see him anymore. But yeah, so at this point, I feel like this moment already meant so much to how Team Spirit have pretty much secured the game, because the moment that they were already able to deal with Ying and no other member from Yangon could actually provide help nor trade whenever Ying actually went down, I think that was pretty much it. It was one moment where they tried to trade. I feel like they kind of hit their power spikes, but I think it's a keyword. It's always kinda. It's never really enough for Yangon to actually go in for a fight against Team Spirit. And that was a one moment where you saw Blink or Sanji, as much as he already had items on a Claude, try to go in, but just look at what happened afterwards. You just kind of see how sad this engage looked like. There was a full stack Blazing Duet, but he just gets cancelled out by Hiko and Tsar Egoist. So there's not much you can do with this lineup. There's a clear lack of synergy from Yangon Galacticos.
Not to say that the draft was bad, it's just that in the team itself, the chemistry isn't there, and there's so many answers that unfortunately was able to be drafted by Team Spirit. So it's just a very big mismatch.
That was a great breakdown. I
Kalau
also,
prediction abang lah betul untuk grand final, makanya abang lah pakai ke atas Falconan on hit untuk bagi enemy dekat. Asal abang kat sebelah tu buat ini saja je. Fokus betul bang. Tak, aku tengah orang kata apa mendengar ulasan mereka. Kan? Whenever comes to this analyst segment, saya betul-betul fokus. Sebab apa? Aku cuba untuk membawa sesuatu yang berbeza juga untuk MPL Talk nanti.
available. So someone's using a ban on that half the time. You don't want both. And then of
Selepas habis ni nanti saya akan bincang sebab something yang tengah bermain dalam kepala otak aku kan. Okay, what if I can bring macam ini, aku nak guest aku ataupun panel aku mengulas macam ni. So a lot of things going through in my mind.
Like, you're going to get that, I'm going to get this and this, because it felt like they lost that trade. If they're on blue side, do they leave more open? Do they not ban the Valentina? Or do they try to just focus the bans on the Roam and see how deep we can go? Because I think they won that Roam battle with Blink. I think he can go as deep as possible.
Because I think even Yangon don't want to use the Valentina anymore. Like, based on their game yesterday, so they just probably took it out. Well, it does kind of tell you something about how they want to draft. But being in blue side and still not having a better draft is a really weird thing to look at. So I do think there are a bunch of things that have to be dealt with if you look at Yangon.
Yeah, to answer Rinde's question, I think yes, leave a lot of things open. The problem is, I feel like YG came in with that mentality where they tried to get a lot of things open, but the problem is they let Team Spirit get all of them.
I actually agree with you. I think that's why we saw the Valentina. I think they actually left
Valentina, Harley, as well as Atlas.
I think they were trying to make sure they could get Atlas and Barats, or at least get something like that. But they just, I don't know, they were late to the game. Maybe they just need
bagi saya Hirara ni wajib kena ban lah. Kalau tak dalam damage market, susah nak tangkap dia. Susah nak tangkap dia.
Yeah, I feel like Barats or Paquito, both of these are probably like the highest prio now.
Or not in terms of the Yangon play style, because I don't think Marcel will just really enable the kind of play style that they've been wanting to play based on the previous matches. Because I think even though in previous matches where they had much better drafts, or hero synergies to be exact, they've been doing things individually and they just layered together so well. But in this scenario, it just really requires you to follow a certain sequence, which I don't think they really would want to go for if they want to play fast, especially against like a team like Team Spirit.
Yeah, they need something for the early game. They need to deny it. They need to match it. They need to keep tempo. So now they're back to the drawing board. Team Spirit have done something well, and they know exactly why it works. Can Yangon make an adjustment to tie us back up? So far in our sets, we have not seen many teams go 1-1. We've seen the 2-0 and then 2-2, which means we are in a heavy momentum swing for this meta. I think it also means that generally, LaFell, some team figures it out a little bit earlier, a little bit faster, and it takes a minute to figure out how to handle that.
I feel like game number one, it's kind of how Yangon want to test the waters, right? Because we even heard in the interview with Eterna where their coach said that they're going to be aggressive, but that was the kind of draft that was not aggressive, right? So maybe they just want to test the waters, and now Yangon, they just ban out the Barats as well as the Paquito, because I think even they agree with that. That's too much of a problem. Let's get rid of both of them.
Yeah, the question was, do you leave everything open or do you take everything away? And it's clear that YG said, we are going to take away the Paquito. We are going to take away the Atlas. We are going to take away the Barats. And now we're going to be on a more even playing field, because in this situation, we're getting one of the two that we think are the most valuable. But I like this too, because we're just going deeper into those frontliners, those fighters, those roams. I think this works for YG. We've seen it work.
Yeah.
Eudora gets banned. I feel like Hirara should be the top prio here. Marcel can kind of work, I guess, but I don't know, man. Hirara's been like one of the faces of MSC.
I'm thinking between Hirara or Jusen for Yangon.
At least biasa suka dengar post game analysis sebab dulu belajar draft ML dekat English Caster je. Buat etik bang podcast CWC akan jadi more value. Podcast CWC mungkin kita akan buat sama je. Cuma saya tengah buat untuk MPL Talk nanti. Alah, bagi saya hero aja kena ban. Ya betul, saya dah baca dah tu. Kalau ada awet cantik, Vivo pastilah tinggi.
So yeah, I think
skor berapa bang? 1-0. Team Spirit 1, Yangon 0.
Because again, the Eudora has been banned now, so you need someone else to control during the fight. In terms of Belric, I think it is an okay pick for Sao, but Sao does show a lot of heroes so far in MSC.
Every time apa dekat analyst segment tu, dekat Lafel tu ada fokus tak? Fokus? Maknanya kau dengar tak apa yang dia, macam mana cara dia orang analyst, dia aku cuba nak buat konsep-konsep macam tu nanti. Tapi aku risau dekat analyst dia siapa MPL nanti, they're going to do the same thing.
You had some interesting matchups. Lapu, I think you go Claude. Sanji's very comfortable there, and now Kaise can get his Zushin.
Similar, but kita bukan 100% copy. But kita ada kita punya cara, but something similar we can do.
I don't know about that though. Because
Banyak team spirit kat meta sekarang ni pantas lah ni kalah semalam. Waktu Amos kalah korang
boleh keluar Faramis, boleh keluar Vexana.
Korang bacot. Kata dengan tim tak ada MPL pun boleh kalah. Sekarang setuju. Bisa nanti orang ingat abang pakai AI nanti.
Because you had the Crimson Beacon, you had like escape tools to just really keep yourself safe, and that goes the same if you want to get out of dangerous situations. Since we're looking to draft a really good comp against Dive.
So at this point,
okay guys, yang mana yang belum follow, belum subscribe, tolong bantu saya follow, bantu saya subscribe. Hari ni YT agak slow sikit. Comments, chat rate pun kosong. Waalaikumsalam, Junaidi bin Yusuf.
You know, I will say this. I feel like Carrara survived a lot of Gord ults because of those iframes.
Minions.
Kevin? I thought it was glue, not Gru.
Minion juga.
Ini pun minion
The fans are having fun in here. It is a lively building. But do you think that maybe it's going back to the tried and true? I think
kalau macam ni lah untuk setiap kali invest ke depannya betul-betul makin sihat sini duit. Mountain pun boleh invest lebih untuk tim-tim luar Southeast Asia. Iya, benar.
This Harley makes it so that you always second guess what mid laner you want to use and what marksman you're going to use, because both of these roles can get one-shotted by the Harley. Some heroes can outplay it, but not all. And Gord having no dashes is one of the more dangerous picks against the Harley.
Yeah, if it's dashes that we're talking about, since the Juicin is already pretty much out, the Valentina is still there as a mid option for Yangon, since they can also pretty much take away the Wrath of Dryad for themselves. But the thing is, it hasn't really worked out for
Malaysia, Menang, Lawan, Thailand, Malamni,
for them recently, especially as they're forced to play a much slower game. And you don't really know what the matchup is going to look like. If Spirit get more and more range, especially in the mid, that might be tough to deal with because you really want to complement the glue.
Well, we got our bans here. Zushin finally banned. So it does seem like they're going back into the pool. There's been a resistance for Kaise to go off of the 4 chant heroes that he's used. There was a one-time Valentina, but otherwise, we've seen that Zushin, we've seen that Eudora, we've seen... Well, we'll see if we see something different here.
Because for Spirit, they can take the Valentina just to take away from YG. Just that there's no really good ults for you to really steal. But sometimes as a Valentina, it's not that big of a deal. You just want to be able to put pressure in the early game and then kind of deny from your opponents, because then there's no more dashing heroes. Kinda Lilia, but I think Lilia is worse because her HP is so small.
Wow.
She will die anyways to the magic.
And I like how they're not necessarily reacting to the glue pick. Like this could have been a Vexana anyway, but just so
okay, 2-0 Rain.
Steal it away. They just lock it in instead of YG getting their hands on it. So that poses a question to YG instead. How do they match this?
Kau tengok macam mana Harley ini membantai.
Valentina in mid, you have a glue.
Tengok Bang Lot sambil buat panda di bang. Oi, baik doh. Hati-hati Hati-hati. Semoga dapat banyak job malam ni, insya-Allah. Amin. Kalau TS menang sila-sila ada 2 slot untuk M series nanti. Doakan Malaysia menang lawan Thailand malam ni Asian Cup. Oh ya, malam ni Hari tu dengan Laos Asian Cup. Hari tu yang main dengan Laos tu pun Asian Cup ke? Ini main kat mana? Stadium bola sepak Kuala Lumpur. Sana dah.
Kalau based on draft saya pilih Yangon. Satu sama.
Okay, let's see.
Let's go Yangon.
For Sanji against now a Clint, and it's going to be Ying on that R-Lock, which we saw so effective in the Selena. Finally let through, and there's my daughter, Aria, my baby. She made it here. All right, having a lot of fun. Let's send it over game 2 and get us started here in our grand finals.
Satu orang Malaysia tak ada hak penyiaran. Oh.
Let's go YG, all in Rangers, all in Rangers.
Habis tu saya dengar yang macam King Shah dapat hak penyiaran yang Isa Aisab kata yang boleh live daripada stadium tu apa semua tak jadi. Baik, approach aku je tu. Bagi aku banyak sikit, aku boleh je buat.
There's a lot of magic damage on the side of TS for this early game, and eventually that cleanse is going to be a bigger problem.
Absolutely. It's also about how do you cut through, right? Against this composition, you need to win in the early game, and that's why the Selena pick is going to end up being massive if utilized properly. Can they utilize it, though? That's the question. The Esmeralda almost holds a complete monopoly up top when it comes to tempo.
It is, and that's the thing.
Tak, spirit apa Sawa dah 27.
Because there's also counterplay to a lot of the different.
Come on YG, apa ni tak silap? Okey kalau YG menang saya belanja awak malam ni.
Meta tak bergerak. Let's go. Ini baru meta Yangon.
And now with this lead, this is what we're expecting, right? This is why I was talking about the support so often. Those Deaths, they are the only people who can walk up and do what they can do. But Blink is a lot more expendable in comparison to Sawa because they need that Wrath of the Dryad.
That's the tempo we were talking about, though.
Cassie chance.
2-0 ni.
I think
tak gerak Selina kejap lagi, kau relax je.
You really have to wait for that Wrath of the Dryad, like you mentioned, Gideon. And for YG, it's all about fighting level 1 to 3, finding those slam passes. And with the Hirara, the glue, and even the Arlet here, you're gonna have so many resets. That's why Zaur wants to take Ying out of the equation. This is how they get back into that turtle fight after Sawo got picked off.
Yep, it looks like they're not going to be able to contest the very first turtle here. It's going to be level 3 to level.
Ini rasanya yang gone.
They're going to use that pressure to start zoning out.
Baik, nanti saya akan gunakan ayat ni. Relax je.
However, Sunset Lover not there yet. Do they need to walk up to get the EXP? No, they're going to rush this.
It's such a good decision for them. Now, retreat battle is still going to be solid. Han was close to it, but it's such a good decision at the end of the day.
Kat mana ni ada Selina early game tak dapat. Orang yang ada Selina, dia kena control early game dan juga objektif mesti kena dapat.
Using the timers, Ying was not level 4 at the right time. Han wants the contest, but unfortunately, even Kai's hitting level 4.
Kau masih lagi ingat tak Selina Matilda punya combo dulu?
They need Blink to be level 4. They also need to make sure that everybody is ready to fight at the right time. So,
itu season 9 tu. Waktu mula-mula siapa tahu. Kau dapat Zan dapat tapi kita orang kena bantai dengan ni apa Padil punya team tu.
Suat
bukan waktu tu easy spot.
Oh easy.
Whoa, that's so
wild. Easy spot.
No other ults to take. To be fair, it's either that or the final slash, right?
Gila laju early game, habis 11 minit je dah game tu. Sepatutnya itu 9 Prime Zahid. Season 8 rasanya, season 8 waktu tu. Sorry, season 7. Sebab easy spot tu season 7 tu dia orang jadi Suhas. Sorry. Suasi boss, ya betul. Dia orang jadi Suasi boss. Season 7. Pemainnya lama juga lah Matilda ni dia wujud kan.
There's nothing happening on the map. They are so good at maximizing all these small little trades on the map. Like even here, Bomba is getting a trade over on Kaize, giving Sunset Lover more pressure in the lane and stopping Kaize from putting those trap downs. You know, it's just such a small win, but it builds up, and that's why Team Spirit now, even though they're down a kill, are the ones up in tempo, in map pressure, and everything.
Exactly. Here, because by the time the turtle actually spawns, Kid Bomba in about roughly 6 or so seconds after the spawn, he's going to get us all back.
Hero favorite Ajilan tu. Yang mana?
You can see that Ying, as soon as Bomba shows up, he's like, oh man, I gotta try and forcefully clear this wave. We trade ults again. We're gonna come back down to the turtle, and I think it's gonna be that constant dance. I want to see what TS's decision is here, because now they can't sneak away this neutral objective, but I think they want to extend their lead. Oh, Bomba, he's got the proxy.
And Sunset, that's the reason he stole that Abyss form. Man, Sunset with the flicker out from the stun as well. It's a proxy up top now. Did they go for the retreat? Sawa with the flicker and the Wrath of the Dryad in the backline as well. It's going to be the jump on Sunset. Now we'll steal on the slam side of the pass. Sawa gets away in time. He's going to be taken low though. Sanchi with the blazing away takes him low, takes him out with Ying.
Don't punch it even further here. They're not done just
Mahal. Over on Hee with a punish on the vengeance.
That's what you want to see. Just continuous CC after CC just to give that extra bit of bonus damage.
Baik. Good team fight.
Ying. Beautiful beautiful stuff all the way through, but at the same time, the game's not over just yet. At least the tempo has fallen back into Yangon's favor. But in the mid lane, just notice that Ying, now, he doesn't really want to be stuck in this lane any longer. But let's look at this replay one more time, right? Sawo so close to dying here. Sanji clearly doesn't have the items, but as soon as the Purify is out and Kais is able to find an off angle on any of the priority targets, there's nothing you can do.
Zara almost getting a sneaky little assassination there, but Han with the iframes, a bit too hard to kill. I think what we need to talk about, Gideon, is the fact that Team Spirit intentionally took that fight a bit long. Hit Bomba though. The final slash lands on him, but Ying doesn't have the items. Again, Bomba now able to get the shielding in time. Han cannot take him out.
That's got to be frustrating.
It's now 3 series in a row where he just can't kill Bomba.
It's annoying because you can tell that Ying, he was thinking about jumping this, and Han was like, no, give me the kill, sir. Please, please, I need this right now.
Clint Kerrang says Island after one draft YG
just give me a little bit of gold, and he made the difference here, and that might have just cost them a lot more than they would have imagined here, but you're absolutely right.
You have to go back to before the fight. Bomba didn't go for the rotation straight up, even though he had a tempo advantage over Ying. He stayed and he cut, he proxied deeper. So it was almost as if Team Spirit knew they weren't going to take that fight. They were just trying to prolong it so that YG can't get their early snowball in time.
And not to mention that they're utilizing their threats, like Sawa walking up and faking the movements, trying to throw as many feints just to get YG to react. Oh, is Sawa in trouble here? He shouldn't be in trouble, right? Yeah, he's totally fine. And he's able to get a little bit of his health back. This is why Beleric is just so annoying to deal with. Very similar to Glue in a lot of senses, but just can't fight.
5 lawan 5
Bomba. Opening up again this
Ni aku nak bagi tahu Harley dah ada damage sekarang.
But they have to split up, remember. Blink can find an AoE. Now Blink with a mount down. It's going to be Ying caught deadly magic. The volley started with it, Wrath of the Triad lands on everybody.
The combo is good, and now they're using a Clint to cut through the rest of them as Kid Bomba, making sure that Sanji can't even walk up to auto anybody else. I am your bullet sponge. Don't look at anywhere else, please.
Ying is isolated. He's chasing all alone. Wait, that's not Ying. That's Blink. Now the Blaze through, and it's actually a block calculated by Blink, capitalized on by Sanji. Bomba's going to be able to look for that
Good one.
compensation, though, as now they go for the turtle. 2-1 in turtles, in neutral objectives, but TS stay busy. It's Sour up top of the turret.
Man, this is a tough matchup. I was wondering whether Hiko on this Clint was a good option. They wanted to win the lane, which technically they sort of got, but they still can't deal with Blink. If Blink gets on top of Hiko, it's kind of over for his life. Even if he does actually have the flicker, he's going to time it perfectly. For the rest of the team, at least for TS,
Kenapa dia ambil apa Altisalina je
correct answers, right? I don't think Kid Bomba or Zara Egoist or Sunset Lover wants to be the one getting pulled away. But
tadi boleh ambil juga apa Glue.
They're trying to keep it tricky. Blink getting on top of Sawo initially, pretty good idea, but unfortunately, where do you pull him to?
Blink with a walk up again, stun over. Sawo gets caught by the arrow. The final slash lands on Bomba. He's trying to capitalize now with a fast pass, brings him all the way back to Han, and he gets the Sky Piercer stack.
Better target priority. That's exactly what we want to see from the Yangon Galacticos here. You don't want to pull Sawo into your team, but Kid Bomba, you know what? Without Purify, let's do it.
How the heck is the lead?
So little.
1,000 at this point, right? We would expect at least 1,000. Another arrow in mid. Kaiser with the flicker out. Blink was looking for that slam. Finds it on Sawo. Again, chained together with the Abyssal arrow. Sawo hasn't moved in a good 5 seconds.
The Living Ward, the Living Sentinel, the Living Tree is still holding strong. But Sanji also now realizing he can't waste any more time. As much as we've commended TS for actually not only dragging out games, but they are so good at being efficient with their time. Yangon are starting to pick up steam at this stage of the game.
Saya pernah duduk belakang bolok waktu match kau dah kita.
Oh yeah. The endless battle. Not sure if the rapid boost is going to keep people alive, but man, this mid-tier one,
kenapa? Waktu itu kita ada bertegur tak?
Yang diorang boleh copy ulti. Yang boleh copy ulti.
Every time reacting to YG really well.
Mati ni.
Losing the BMI, the deadly magic does land in the end. Now as Han's going to be isolated
Mati ni.
from the rest of the team.
Rasanya sebab dia nak Lele Selena cut. Single dari tadi dia dah lawan Lele DGN Selena.
Han goes in again. Is able to escape, and YG will utilize this man
game laju tu dia orang main ni.
Into the neutral objective.
Tengok rotation dia orang laju nak mampus.
Ying
showing that
dia
final
nak
slash
lele Selena
yeah,
kot.
I'm looking for you. No, I'm gonna go for somebody else. And they've got 10 seconds worth of tempo here. Sawo, he can try
Rugi tu
and
ambil
delay
lele.
the draft of the Dryads, but this is First Lord. This is really important for either side.
Sawo has a position, goes in with the poker trick onto Blink. Oh, arrow lands again, baits out the Purify from Bomba as Blink gets the pass. Now, that's a Swift Trinity completed by Sanji very quick at 10 minutes.
Honestly, not a bad idea for Bomba to actually absorb the arrow early on, predestined to fight.
Aku tak tahu kenapa orang tak nak main Beatrix
Purify, because you can see that Yangon, they want to react to this.
And these deadly magics from Zaur, man, he's using it more as a poke tool than to finish people off, right? He's just coming in, space escape into a deadly magic. Doesn't even matter if he lands the poker trick.
Yeah, no, it's so true because again, they don't have the sustainability.
Uh-oh. This is a crazy Lord Dance Blink. Able to jump on Sawo. He's able to sustain back up. Bomba no Purify for another 48 seconds. He's holding on this position. And Zaur's too far. On with the red tree, securing the neutral objective. Sunset Lover Sawo goes with the rest of Dryad, but he's going to be all alone. And now it's the rest of the team who's going to take him out.
Oh man, the Minesweepers just wasn't enough.
Lands on Sunset. It's hot on a killing spree. And he's able to buy some time now. Up top, it was Blink who got the solo against Zaur.
Oh my goodness, this is not going well for Team Spirit's Yangon. Now looking for some revenge after game number 1. Fine, technical prowess you can take, but we know how to fight. They are fighting hella good.
No Purify, final slash into the arrow. And Sanji picks up another kill.
Double Holy Shielding down. What a statement here from Yangon that they are not going to lose confidence just because they dropped a singular game because they weren't able to fight. Now, because denied of that fight, they're getting extra messy. They're going to reach further than what TS expected. Can they actually get this? No, they don't have the minions.
Cleared it out just in time by Team Spirit, but remember, that siege was YG without the Lord. They got the Lord, but they chose to just push in forward.
Oh, it's a pretty big attempt here. If they can get an inhibitor, that would be great. But at the same time, see that TS, as much as they want to engage, they kind of need their flickers, and they know that Sawo's flicker is coming up in 45 seconds. So at this point, how else can they look to delay this? They might have to sacrifice at least one of these inhibs.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to have to sacrifice the top side, man. They're not even going to be sending all their members there. Protecting the far lane and the bottom lane, I think it's a wise decision. But still, for YG, they'll take what they can get. That's a Melfic gun now for Sanji. 12 minutes.
He's strong, but the big game changer here really has been Kaizen as well as Ying. Those arrows have been perfect. Okay.
Almost immobilization. Sanji with a Melfic gun, using it and able to find a turret in the mid lane. So that's 2 with the first Lord.
Interesting.
Lagi sekali dia ambil lele lagi.
The ults coming in from Kai's just because it
Aku rasa YG final boss ni nanti.
So when you have morph, you actually get access to the rest of the abilities, like the arrow, like the traps. So they've been trading back and forth here. But I think the big issue is the fact that Yangon has set the minefield every single time. In the previous Lord takes Zaur coming in all the typical angles or off angles onto the Lord pit because of how many abyssal traps reveal this position. Looking at the items, Chastised Balls are finally done. Done here is the first item coming in from Sawo on top of the fact that he's got the Radiant Armor. Now it looks like he's building up to the Guardian Helm as well. In terms of the raw magic damage, they've got the burst. However, down by the bottom side, we look at Hiko, he's got 3 items too.
Itu RSGPH menang.
Difficult, especially when Blink has Flicker. He's just got to react.
No chance. Still going to be very tough. And now it gets even worse for Spirit because how are they going to catch Sanji? He has a winner crown very soon, already has that Melfic gun, is scaled past, I think, a lot of Team Spirit's own win con. So it will really take YG to make some mistakes for Team Spirit to be able to actually look for an angle to come back here.
I think the worst possible scenarios is if they can chain CC off of the Wrath of the Dryads. That's one. The second dangerous one is getting hit by 2 Shadow Strikes from Sunset Lover and getting terrified. I think that's also probably the worst case scenario. Oh!
Arrow lands on Sawo. They're doing a good job zoning. Zaur Ego is from this Lord. 15,000 HP on it.
So good. The Wishing Lantern getting some really good poke here as they're looking to contest the angles from both sides.
Low Sunset Lover in the mid lane as well. Looking juicy for YG. As patient as ever.
They can't correct this in time. I don't think they can, and I think YG should start actually taking the space, but Sanji just used his BMI. They might wait for it a little bit longer.
Hiko's going to be sent up top, I believe, to deal with that wave, yes. As YG control this Lord again. Sunset Lover is busy in the mid lane, handling those big minions.
Now they just have to sit and dance for a little bit. Even YG understand this is a dangerous 50-50 to be had, right?
Okay, tengok pada gayanya kau tahu tak? Lot ni dapat dekat ni TS.
Zara's retribution, if well timed, could steal this.
Aku dah boleh baca gerakan yang membolehkan mendapat lot ni ada pada TS.
Properly YG. Oh no! Able to react in time to that flicker in the final slash. Hiko. That second skill, that catch could have just possibly won them a Lord. Because look at the bottom lane. That was so unlucky for YG. They didn't build it in time, and now it's building back for Team Spirit. Slow push, and Han cannot go down.
It turned from an offensive assault to now a defensive assault, and TS now whole priority here. Yangon, you have a 5.7k lead, and yet they still can't get close to this Lord, not without having to worry about a bot tier 2 being traded out. And TS, they're so happy.
Kau tengok bawah. Dia orang kalau tak masih lagi tarik ni, settle ni satu ni, dapat tahu bawah. Lepas tu dia akan pergi lagi. Dia orang kena balik seorang. Baik tu Team Spirit. Okey. Tak ada. Okey, golin.
Spirit dapat ni guys.
Baiklah Bang Lord punya prediction memang tepat tu. Tapi semua rata tu.
Buat ada prediction tapi
prediction tu.
Cakap tu guys. Betul lah tu dapat lot. Tapi rata.
Dapat lot je tu. Habis rata tu.
Baiklah prediction dapat lot.
Ya tu. Pergerakan tu aku dah nampak dia dapat lot tapi boleh rata tu. Aduh. Aku tak ada pula sampai predict dia orang boleh merata. So bila aku nampak stacking, minion stacking dekat bawah tu, okey, dia orang masalah seorang kena balik. Dekat MSC 2002 lah saya jumpa wife saya. Wow. Ada kata final boss YG ni tak. It's just that dia orang terlalu overcommit jugalah. Dah tak ada cara guys, sebab dah nampak Irara kat bawah. So nak tak nak dia orang kena pergi. Tapi damage besar. Damage YG besar. Sebab ada Harlot, ada Cloud, ada Selena lagi dengan Lele dia. Sayang.
What a fantastic performance on this glue. Even in that last skirmish, he was the one who jumped on Zaur. Then we saw the final slash. It almost looked. This was it. Blink with the jump. Zaur get JCC thrown away. In the end, he still got it, but he had to sweat. He had to move. He had to use all of his resources just to get that Lord.
Oh, man, we are running out of resources here at the desk. We're going to be throwing it back to the panel to break this down for y'all.
Thank you so much. We said these teams were tested with adaptation to get here, but it is now the requirement to stay here. One heavy punch.
YG tackle kotor tadi patut kena cut anak FIFA tu. Ada bawa tidur jam 1. Itulah pasal kalau 7 game ni mau 12-1 ni.
As our best of 7 turns into a
Sebab hari Ahad tu esok.
Kenapa hero yang boleh paksa ban Irara di biar memang tak worth ban atau ada hero lain?
They change the strategy, they take away the Paquito, they take away all of the options that we've seen be so successful, the Barats for Kid Bumba. And then they have that answer.
And I still can't believe Han was just last seen in the bottom lane a couple seconds ago. That's why Spirit were just going for the Lord. But then you suddenly see him also being part of that fight, which really mattered to them. And it's so surprising to see Yangon bouncing back like that. Because that game 1 loss felt like it wasn't a loss.
Ada urgent matter sikit guys. Aku pergi ambil aku punya lagi.
I mean, that's one of the strengths of Herrera. When she gets about 2 or 3 items, she's almost max CDR, and that makes it so that her skill cooldown is incredibly short. The fact that she doesn't have any mana makes it so that she can just spam all of the dashes, making it so that even though she is taking care of the long lane, she can still participate in the upcoming fight. And again, this is what we wanted from Yangon when they said they're going to be aggressive.
Yeah.
this is the aggression that we want to see.
It started out with Harara as the conversation against Ling. Ling has dropped out, but Harara, I mentioned the iframes. I thought that Gordon, when you look at Kaise, could have gotten several kills, wasn't able to do it, but that might have just been the hero. And taking this hero now into the hands of Han, what can Zhao Egoist do? We talk about the implications of damage from Harley, but you still now have Kaise back on the Selena feeling comfortable. The Ying can make plays. The Esmeralda's good in lane. Kimbaba likes to get aggressive, but guys, when you look at these stats, what went so right?
Honestly, when we look at his stats, the one that you have to look at is actually Kaise. The damage dealt 51,000. I think a lot of it, I think a lot of it is coming in from the traps. But the important thing is that aggression starts with a lot of damage, and that happened when they do have the Selena. The Selena, I would say even level 1 already deals quite a lot.
Yeah, I was honestly considering it even as one of the potential pickups for Spirit earlier when they were just left for second phase mid lane options, but they still went for the Valentina. I think in a way gave them some of the playmaking capabilities, but I don't think they were really able to put it into use. Like we saw how Sunset Lover occasionally got to steal away the final slash and such, but it was always just them using it when they were already forced to use it more defensively, more during a messy team fight, because Yaon were very efficient in just already isolating who they want to go for first and allocating who needs to go in first. It can be Ying, it can be Blink, and Blink too. On this glue.
You were questioning the glue. We thought, like, is this enough? But
I mean, like, we questioned it because he could get countered, but he didn't, right? No bad heroes for glue was picked up, and Blink, man, like, that guy is amazing.
He's playing great. LaFell, you got another illustrator for us? Let's check out what you have to say.
So I'm going to be pretty quick for this one, but I feel like most
skor satu sama.
Banding phase.
Sambil saya tengok apa hari keempat yang tembak-tembak.
Primary mover of the map, main damage dealer and everything, but throughout this MSC, I personally feel like the biggest conversation is the front line, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And even in American football, the line has to be strong enough to either protect the pocket or create space for a good running play. And that's what we see here in MLBB, where in game number 1, we saw both Kid Bomba as well as Hiko really helping out whenever they do get these two heroes, right? The Paquito as well as Baras. They're amazing playmakers, space creators as well. And with both of them out, it makes the game fair. And I think this is the first good step that Yangon really took. But then we saw Ying on this Arlet as well as Blink on this Glue. I really feel like for all of the games in this best of 7, who has the better playmaking frontliner, the potential of winning is much higher. So we're going to be looking that in the draft later on. And in terms of the clips here, I would say this just shows when you have a very strong frontliner, you're able to actually space everyone out for the opponents, making it so that it's easier for your team to really contest the Lord. Because as we see here, what we're going to be seeing is really just the positions of all the members of Team Spirit. They're spread out. They want to make sure that they don't get caught, especially by Ying using the Arlet here. But in terms of that, you can see that what Team Spirit thought was going to happen was they're going to delay the Lord because they're trying to pick a fight, but that's not what happened. The moment they know that the Harley is nowhere close, they just contested for the Lord, burst it down, and they're able to do that. And then afterwards, we start to see whenever the team fight starts happening, a lot happened coming in from Ying as well as the Glue. Because look at this. Ying able to jump in using the minions. Using the minions to dash with the Vengeance and then catching Sunset Lover. We even see the mark is there so that Ying has another Vengeance going in. And this is why in the draft now, who's the EXP? Yeah. Who's the rope? Is it a fighter goal lane? If it is, what is going to be that fighter goal lane? Because who can create the opportunities?
I think that's what it's been about, right, Greg? I mean, who can create more opportunities? This game, it was more on Ying than it was Kibumba.
Yeah, he had to live up to the Ying. Well, why? We thought it was good.
No, it's bad and good at the same time. I love it.
I think it's good. I just hear you say it too.
Yeah, because at this point, or at least in this game, yes, he did get taken down once, but it's not like that's what really mattered. It's his presence who feels like he's someone you just could not consider for pickoffs at all, because he had a very high mobility hero. Again, it was the Arlot with a Vengeance. And he was the guy that they really had to be wary of whenever they sensed that a team fight was actually gonna break out. Because you could maybe look at Blink, but he's more there to just mess things up. He already presents himself there once the team fight has broken out, but Ying has been the pace dictator, at least for this game.
And I just like the draft in general. I think the response was to deal with the problems, and obviously Paquito early, but when you don't have the Paquito, you allow Sanji to be that much more effective and comfortable on the Claude that he wants to actually play. Guys, there's a lot that's occurred here. We're going to take a quick one, and in the meantime, check out Mobile Legends Adventure. On the flip side, we'll have Game 3.
Sini yang buat lambat ni guys. Baiklah. Adakah hari ni kita akan habis 4-3 guys?
4-2.
My friends, we're all tied up here in our grand final. Incredible match we're seeing so far. But I wanted to check in with another incredible person. Mom Bomba is joining us here, the mother of the wonderful Kid Bomba, as you're seeing. And wanted to ask you a couple questions here, of course, auf Deutsch, in German, when it's possible. First of all, how is Bomba as a person? Is he always so, I guess, he has that personality also in real life. Wie ist Bomba als Kind? Ist er immer so selbstbewusst als hier in MSC?
Ja, der war selbstbewusst und ein fröhlicher Junge.
Yeah, this is how he is. He is very confident and he's a very happy young man. And that's exactly what we're seeing here out of him on the screen as well. Our second question, the entire community so far has been reacting so positively, which is wonderful to see, especially given your support for Bomba as his mother. Do you have anything for kind of words of comfort for maybe parents out there that want to help their sons, their kids that want to become professional players? Die ganze Community reagiert so positiv auf deine Unterstützung für Kid Bomba als seine Mutter. Haben Sie eine Botschaft für andere Eltern, dass sie auch deren Kinder in E-Sports antreten wollen?
Ja, natürlich. Die sollen ihre Kinder einfach ihre Träume ermöglichen, freilassen.
Of course, it's very simple, really. Let your kids really play out their dreams and help them, support them to actually make that happen. Mama Bomba, danke schön. Danke auch. Thank you very much. Let's check in what's happening with our next game.
Well, Mom Bomba, I love the way that flows. Mom Bomba.
Mom Bomba.
Feels like we're speaking another language. Milosh on his 7th language or something at this point. I don't know. The man speaks Arabic, French, English, German. What can't he do? Speak Lefelian?
Minion language.
That's what I said, Minionese.
Yeah, Minionese.
Only a few people.
How does that sound?
I promise by the next tournament, I'll figure out the language.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll hold you to it.
Yes.
What did you want to say?
No, I was just so happy to see that.
I mean, like, where else can we go with this conversation? Really?
Ada. Abang Lord ada sini.
The only thing I could think of was probably Mom Bomba already has a fans club by now too.
Yeah, probably.
Because I also saw a signage
Tengah gecok dengan 9 bang. Oh iya ke?
You've seen team spirit gather around the heart and soul of it. You might have seen maybe the analysis, the technical part with the team, but when it comes to the heart, it certainly feels like it is Mom Bomba in the stands and everyone who is around her talking to her, rooting her on, supporting her through. You should have seen the emotion versus Onik yesterday. That was powerful. And part of the reason is that there's $1 million on the line. The winner of this, she could see her son suddenly enter the Millionaires Club, which is a beautiful thing.
At about what, 21 years old?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Support your child and your
Ready? Drop, Let's go.
That's what she said, right?
Yes, you're right. I'm trying to hear back what you say. Yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah, it's
support your child, live out their dreams.
Yes.
Yes. There you go.
Right,
there you go.
right, Rain Day?
Yeah, and you get to see, it's a special thing. You get to see family being next to you when you're doing something important. You know, I think that's just such a beautiful thing to see and witness. And obviously, Team Spirit, they go back to the drawing board. They have the emotions, they have the ups, they have the downs of Game 2. Now it's Game 3, guys. They're bouncing back.
Speaking of, I think the support of, doesn't matter, families, friends, or whatever, in terms of going for your dream is very important, because here's the thing. I think there's no dream in the world that doesn't require some kind of sacrifice that will make you really scared about moving forward. It doesn't matter if the dream sounds like something simple, but I feel like in all the years that I've lived, everyone that tells me their dreams, you can't get that without sacrificing something, either physical, mental, or even spiritual.
And it's even more, and
at this point,
Greg, you know,
Kirara
I think you agree, it's even more important to know that
lagi.
nowadays, most of that sacrifice is not in front of us, guys. We see the
Eudora.
results, we don't see what goes into it. And you know as much as any of these players how much time and effort goes into just being a part of this moment. And then there's still the jobs not done. That is in the back of their mind. We still have to win. It is a best of 5 now, 1-1 as our draft continues. And Zushin, Atlas, Fanny Band this time around for Team Spirit. It's Paquito, Barats again, and Freya for Yangon Galacticos, who are on red side and respond with the Ying and the Eudora. First pick, Harara, stolen away, and is going to go back in the hands of Zaur Egoist.
Yeah, but I think Yangon are still very happy with this, considering that they've stuck with the pattern of taking out the Paquito and securing one of their power picks, their comfort picks for Sanji. I think they're in a good spot, at least for now, in the base of the draft.
One other thing that I like as well is they took away that Eudora, so that just in case they want to use that Suyo, then they can. It's not immediately punished. Sure, the Selena is there, also have a lot of burst damage, but the thing is, it's not as easy as Eudora.
And I like this too. I think, again, as we see this third pick, Brig, do you enjoy the approach of maybe saving Rome till Red 3, or even saving Rome until the second phase?
If it's teams like YG and Spirit, yes, because we see even Carmillas, even Chips being played on the map. But this is a really good response, I feel, from YG. They're sticking with the glue, and it, I think, is just so much better in this composition where you have to body block so much.
So kiranya walaupun hero tu OP, tapi kita tengok condition capability ke enemy tu untuk main ke hero tu bagus ke tak kan.
But also, they just know Spirit's draft pattern to know that this is not going to get immediately punished. Sure, maybe in this best of 7, eventually Hiko will pick up something like the carry and able to deal with both the Claude as well as the glue. The problem is, again, Eudora is having a range advantage up against that carry, so that's just something that you always have to think about. Carry is such a good hero, but is not without its risk.
Yeah, and I think you don't see two of the most important heroes to look at when you actually want to lock in your gold laner, which are probably the jungle and the EXP lane, because these are the two heroes who could probably just be assigned to go after Hiko. And considering that we have so much less in terms of fighter options in the gold lane, then there might be so much more consideration put into that. Because I feel like looking at what's left in terms of that, I don't think you see an assassin, or you could just predict an assassin to come through immediately for YG just to lock in a Ruby, which is more commonly a response towards that kind of jungler. So sticking with the marksman is still something that's probably going to come out from Team Spirit, but they took out one of the least wanted ones against their lineup, which is the Melissa.
Golden EXP being looked for on the side of Team Spirit. And when you come to YG, still looking for that EXP as well, and they're going to find their jungle pick. The Arlott taken away. So again, a ban towards the EXP. The Phobius also, but that still leaves a couple of things open. You still have the Uranus and the Esmeralda that can go toe-to-toe on the EXP lane. Both teams, are they content with that?
Yeah, I feel like YG was challenging Team Spirit because they're betting out the Phoveus, which we haven't seen ban quite a lot, especially like you say, the Uranus is still up, the Esme is still up, so they're kind of like saying like, are you going to respect the Arlet? And looks like they have. So right now, YG, I don't mind them picking up something like the Uranus or as the Esmeralda, just because I feel like with the glue as well as Eudora, it should be enough crowd control.
Yeah, and there's still a possibility of maybe them picking up the Nolan later on, which I feel would, if ever they're looking at either that.
I feel like last is fine, because Suyo, Nolan, I still prefer Nolan, but...
Yeah, so that could be an option if they really just took out the Phoveus and maybe we're looking at that. Oh, but they're the ones who get the Ruby. Yeah, this is Ying. So he can pretty much just pull it off however he wants, but Spirit, okay. They now fully know that this is going to be Ruby XP and Claude Gold. So do they still want to go all in on dive?
I feel like YG is also considering whether they need a Harley for this one or they need a Nolan.
Oh, yeah.
Or is it going to be a game where they can scale up? Honestly, with the Selena, I don't think that you can really scale up something with the Eastern Shin.
Right.
Especially Ruby as well. I feel like this need at least one magic resist item and then she should be good. Well, now she might need more because the Hive has been picked up by Team Spirit and now the Lapu as well. So Lapu and Ruby, I would say it's a pretty good matchup because both kind of want to fight around minions. And when there's minions around, they're just going to lifesteal just way too much.
Cuma yang sekarang ni, Ruby yang baru dibuff Ruby lagi
on the side of YG, still picking for the jungle. Harara taken away. The Ling has not been played since what feels like a few weeks ago, and so the Nolan it is. You guys called it, and you like it a little bit better, you said, LaFell.
Yeah, just because the Nolan can match the speed of Harara,
but we'll see. Alright, let's go. Sorry.
YG has a comp that can slow them down enough that it just neutralizes whatever advantage that the Selena can have around the jungle.
And they can pretty much move fast enough to get away from danger. Well, at least that's what they need, because I think Spirit and the life that they currently have are just so good at setting up for team fights.
Well, it was an early game win for Team Spirit. YG, like we have not seen in this tournament, respond right away to even the score. A best of 7 turned to a best of 5. Who's going to take the lead to start it off? Gideon and Mirko?
Well, that's a really difficult question right now. I'm leaning a little bit into Yanga only because they're a momentum-based team. You know, every single time they get that win, they just seem to be sharper. They seem to build up so much steam as they get right into this game. Team Spirit going to be on blue side, facing up against the Yangon Galacticos on the red. Start here from Zar and Sunset Lover. It's going to be a green camp start on the purple side.
Kasih saya berasap jap. Tak achieve main tipu apa?
How they again control these neutral objectives. It seems like
aku dah predict dah, betul lah. Aku predict tadi Ruby, Nolan, Eudora, Glue, Cloud. Dah betul dah tu.
Kick the Ruby sekarang guys. First kill dia.
Ying's doing a good amount of damage, but he popped the regen, Ying. Yeah.
Macam susah cari.
It's already weird. At least for Ruby, she's not hyper-reliant on it, right? You can naturally inbuilt sustain, just needs to walk up to the wave. I'm low, not a big item, not a big deal, but every single time she tries to go for the sustain, she's unintentionally pushing the wave, right?
Ruby, roam boleh kan?
At the emblems, it is season
sekarang kurang orang bawa
but Sanji did have to take the Purify. And the same
orang bawa
goes
tu,
for Hiko.
Ruby
So
roam
very
boleh.
lucky matchup here for both Sanji and Hiko. Sanji already winning in the lane earlier, but
prediksi abang lo tu ada di bawah tu.
be able to get that gold crab with the help of Sunset Lover to relieve off pressure a bit. Kid Bamba spots out Han up top. Gonna have to respect this man, but Bamba actually just walks up onto Han. Wait, a fracture on the other side. Now these were the jitters I expected game 1. Yeah.
Ruby baru.
I think maybe the pressure is starting to surmount, and I think at least for Han, he recognizes like, okay, my ult technically up short. I can use it willy-nilly as long as there's like 15 seconds on that turtle. Then it's fine. We can still look for other ways across the map. What does that play
1v4 ke tu?
Right? Because every single time it comes down to the mid-side, both teams are very well
Tapi zaman tu kan double fighter juga kan?
that a lot of their rotations, they're not taking the dangerous paths no more. They're opening up the map slowly after sending 1 or 2 members. And Blink this time, he's back on Minesweeper duty.
Lunox Ruby Didi.
Blink opening up. This should be a free neutral objective
Satu
with the
tarik,
Season
satu
Hunter,
ulti
or rather
boom.
just a Selena.
Boom, bang, team spirit without even the retribution, pick up the neutral.
Aku tak tahu dia boleh cakap ke tak sini keyboard sebab takut kena violation nanti. Lepas tu politik tu. Sebab kita dekat official streaming. Saya rasa biru kot. Dengar-dengar macam biru yang menang.
Is up in 11 seconds, but here on top side, this is where it's extremely volatile, right? Because Kim Bamba, if he can zone Ying away from that lane, they're in trouble.
Pullback Mamba's able to escape just in time.
Doesn't even burn the flicker.
And now they try to regain control over the map. Blink in the mid lane now, shoved away from that bush. Sour Ego still has a whole
memang Irara ada advantage aku settle.
And I love the fact that
Irara ni bukan setakat
taking
full
into
settle je
account
dia.
everything. Hey, Bomba's walking in a pretty weird direction. There's a good chance there's an Abyssal Arrow coming in the exact same linear trajectory. So at this point, Yangon have a lot of different things to think about micro-wise on top of making some heavy decisions. And I think for TS, they don't mind it taking it just a little slow, right? We're expecting the big fights to happen by neutral objectives and nowhere else.
This is where it gets really good for the Harith, you know. Early on, level 1 to 3, the Quad's going to have an advantage, you know, able to get away from the Synchro Fission. But
3 minit dah belum ada first blood lagi
able to survive that level 1 to 3, he gets complete monopoly over the gold crabs, and that's going to give him such a big lead later on. Obviously, if it continues here. So, YG,
macam tahu je kan ada orang kat situ.
Sending some of those members down below to just take the gold crab away. Doesn't even matter if Sanji doesn't get it. As long as it's not
tak ada ulti pula, tak ada retreat.
There still is a kill angle for Hiko onto Sanji, assuming that Sanji has no BMI and happens to get caught by whether it's the edge, ideally in the middle of that zone force. The movement speed reduction really a pain in the butt in the early stages of the game. Okay. Wow. On target.
Pas blood kah? Wih, tak rapat lagi.
Sunset didn't land the Abyssal Arrow. TS will call it off.
Great composure coming in from Ying. If I was in that position, I would have flickered or something. But again, holding it close and making sure that they're playing against the wave to sandbag the lane.
Now the Abyssal Arrow again, now landing. It's you with a flicker, that's why. He saved it all the time. Zaur still able to get the retreat in time as Ying. He had the composure, but it's the all-in onto him as Zaur is waiting for the untargetable. Goes under tournament, is able to go back and forth. Oh my God!
Itu outplay tu.
Perfectly. I really thought that
outplay lagi.
He's got the combo points.
The Wonder Boy of ECA. Sour Egoist.
Game
First it was Blake,
lah.
second attempt was Han. Both failed and Baba takes the XP crab away.
Unofficial besar ke? Kalau besar, tak payah tunggu official lah.
Number 2 coming in from the Yangon Galacticos. Sunset Lover finds the punish, chunks Han out and says, you better go back to base. That orange buff, you're not going to get anywhere near it. Sunset Lover is walking up to ensure that it's hold on. Bit of an awkward time to go for a replay there, but coming back into this fight, the combos, like you mentioned, for this opposition, they have to be on point, and Team Spirit understand they can't just fight willy-nilly. There's got to be a conversion area.
I thought he was chopped, and then he gets the killing spree proc, and then what happened here?
Sour.
He was probably also screaming, Zaur! Oh my God.
It's accurate, even in slow motion. It's just crazy that the lethal ignition didn't proc away. They just needed one more auto attack. It would have done the job. Now, the 2 flickers down on Sunset Lover and as well as Sawa at this stage of the game, but the rest of the team from Yangon Galacticos also about to get their own battle spells up. The major advantage really comes on to the multiple members of TS. From EXP all the way down to gold, everybody has found a slight advantage.
Hiko is really becoming a problem though, right? He already held a monopoly over that gold crab. Now, he's taking the XP crab, putting him in a great position for Turtle 3.
It's just a little itchy for these crabs, you know?
Hey, hold on now.
Hey, he's going to proxy the way very early on here. And look at the coverage coming in for the rest of TS, right? Han, if he can find this, that would be insane.
Zaur's so smart. Every single time, he never uses both the proxy. He only just uses one to clear it out. And that's why Han can't go in now. He's going to be spotted. Zaur with the walk up again. He's going to go with the retribution, and he wins it. As Abyssal Arrow lands on Han, and now the rest of the team goes in. Sawo, Rattler Dryad, JCC Ying. Taking low, not down just yet. Bomba walks up forward, gets the last hit. Now it's Sanji on Bomba, but Sawo playing a great position, holding it.
Amazing mechanics, really amazing mechanics. Can they get a little bit more here? Because now, this is the position that Yangon find themselves.
Gone!
Has to give up his life for it too.
Double immobilization from Zaur. Han cannot be walking like that. Sunset with the capitalization, and now Kaiser it's going to be so difficult for him to find burst. Bomba's just taking it like a champ.
Yep, and now from this point onwards, we're expecting TS to just skyrocket. Their stocks are getting bigger and bigger. The gold lead and deficit here for Yangon spreads very thin. Abyssal Rally connects here, but look at Zaur. He wants to go in, and I'm pretty sure Zaur was telling him, relax.
I think Zaur knows exactly what he was doing there, man. He just wanted to bait out the flicker. That was really good CC immune by Bomba. Now the Wrath of the Dragon and the taunt over. That's going to completely lock down on Blink. Taking out a Sunset is going to be taken low, but is able to get away for a bit, baiting out some resources. Zaur gets away from Ying. And it's
Hero Irara ni.
how good they can be.
Kenapa dia orang biar juga?
They trade out Sunset Lover. It's not ideal, of course, but they got the battle spell out of Kaiser. No flicker for him. They're making sure. Let's look at the items real quick. 2 to 1.5. For the comparison between Sanji as well as Hiko. Cheaper items as per usual, but even so, no big items like Lightning Truncheons for the extra
Apa dua golden belum online lagi guys. Ni udah final ke? Iya, udah final bang.
For those big flicker plays on top of the Wrath of the Dryads. Overall, the biggest problem right now is the fact that Zara can basically fight whenever alongside.
Confirm Zara ke sini bukan Adam dulu sebelum gerak habis.
He will be able to heal back to full as long as there's a wave, there's a camp somewhere.
Careful, Sanji. Bomba with the bravest fighter. Jumps in with Flicker as well. Now he's going to the blazing. He's going to get bursted down. Now with the Purify. It don't matter. When Bomba knocks, you just got to react in time. Blake gets caught. And the Dryad.
The fight was over before it even began. I mean, he's going to try, but they're going to get him here. Zara executes underneath the turret like it was
ini apa tu? Irara apa tu ni?
He's so good. These young junglers are ridiculous. Whether it be Han, whether it be Zaur, put him on something as overpowered as a Hirara, and it looks crazy.
Bonk.
You gotta give it a Kit Bomba here. And also, it's more of a mistake on Sanji for just not instantly purifying and getting out of that position. He held it for a little too long.
And now it's a free neutral objective, 10 to 1. 6.4k gold lead. Bomba on the Lapu with Sunset stealing away camps, but Hasa has retribution. Still able to secure it. Fracture on the green camp, not giving anything away. Bump man. Wait, someone got a kill off camera on Kaise. Oh, during the replay. Oh my god.
Yeah, just one shot him. Like, he is so strong right now. It's ridiculous. And he's maintaining these War Axe.
He doesn't even have side piercer, right?
He doesn't. That's why I say, Hirara, as soon as you hit level 15, you feel like an absolute monster. With or without the CDR, right? Just the natural damage that you have and able to triple it every time you use one of those combo points.
Zaur.
Tengok bawah. Korang tengok ke tak tu? Ha? Oh, dia nak ambil. Tahu je. Bawah. Tak nak balik ke?
Just cannot land those CC locks.
Oh, and look at down the bot side. You can see that Han is trying his best to get a tier 2. Blink should survive here, but they might just end up losing it. Good lord.
Itu tank tu guys.
I guess no. This is a really tough game. Really tough game for Yangon, right?
At the items, bro. What does he have? What is he packing?
I think he's already packing his 4th item at this stage, right? It's an 8k lead. I think 4,000 should be on Zaur at this point. He's a 2-level lead against Han. He's stolen what? How many buffs at this point? 3 buffs at this point. It's been difficult. It's been pretty difficult. And Hiko just getting. Hey guys, where y'all at?
Everybody's at 6 items. He's like, yeah, better event.
Guys, my investments are working out.
Dude, I mean, for YG right now, there's literally nothing to do. It's 11 to 1. You can only just wait in your base. It's a Eudora as well.
Dude, he is nearly 10,000 extra damage ahead of Kaise. Somehow Han has not been able to find the big burst damage or the snowball that we were looking for. Holy, 4 items!
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was a little short on the roar, but good.
No wonder. He's basically dealing true damage, right? Before YG members can even get those physical defense items, he already has the Melfic Roar.
Yep. And I love the fact that Kit Bomba understands that he still needs to be somewhat tanky.
Sampai pukul 12 boleh jadi tu. Kalau 7 match boleh jadi sampai pukul 1 juga.
Got the Queen's Wings, got the Chastised Pauldron. I'm going to dive every single time. And with the damage reduction, I hit multiple people. Even better, my anti-CC can get me in and out of these fights. So really, the all-in is dependent on Yangon more than it is for Team Spirit.
Damage taken as well. Bomba taking a beating, but really hasn't reflected. He has 0 deaths. Bomba with a jump in the flicker on Kaise again.
Bapak ramai nak berda.
Resources taking everything and finding the stun. Bomba!
Oh, mistake, and now
Oi,
with an epically strong eco on top of it all. Like if things could not get worse here in game number 3 for the momentum that Yangon built in game number 2, TS has
Pandai tu dia orang tahu lot nak muncul. Okay, all in dapat 1 kill 2 kill. Okay, free lot. Ni sila-sila game nak habis ni.
Now the Bravest Fighter again, no flicker, so he can't.
Diorang paksa tu. No lot ke? Serius ah?
Bapak lah end terus dia.
G.
Man, that's a really big mistake there. Bomba jumps in, was not supposed to actually
Playmaker though, Kid Bomba.
And yet it did, forcing him to flicker out, and that costed them the entire...
Wait, $1 million though.
It's okay, Chan. It's okay, Chan. No worries, Chan. You will come back. It's okay, Chan.
Okay, GG go next. It's still a best of 7 versus the 4 wins.
Wait, apa dia main macam ini? Ini dah level-level dulu. Kalau kita tengok benda-benda dekat Southeast Asia je dah boleh buat.
Apa? Aku tak ada. Tak ada semalam.
He reminds us why it was one of his main picks back in the day. It was literally just last year where every single time
Ini dia outplay kat sini doh.
but unfortunately they couldn't lock it in for a win against Onyx Philippines last year. Now they're in the grand finals and he's styling.
He is styling. He is playing very, very well. They're so in sync with each other. And I think what it really boils down to at this stage, both teams know how to play with a significant lead, whether it's small, whether it's big. It's really about taking control over the game, influencing the movements. And so far, the composure really leans in on TS for this particular game.
The follow-up from Sawo, immaculate. Then Zao, the cleanup, and Sunset. Look at his arrow. Oh,
boom. Works every single time, but we can't give all the fun here at the table. We're throwing it back over to our panel to break it down for y'all.
And we're catching it. Thank you, Gideon and Mirko. Another game, another team spirit win. They turn this best of 5 in their favor as they grab this one to go 2-1 over Yangon Galacticos
game kedua nanti comeback.
to get to this moment.
Abang nak sokong mana? Tu bawah tu ada saya punya prediction tu. Terlalu farming kan Nolan ni abang lah.
That have not been represented in the grand finals of
Boleh
MLBB.
juga
And some would say most of the relevant history of
ini
this
kalau tak ban juga Hirara. Tak tahu lah kan. Let's see.
Their story and create a new chapter in the history books of this tournament here at MSC in Paris, France. And I cannot wait to break it all down. My name's Randy. I'm joined again by Brig and LaFell. We are your panel. We are your friends. They are brother and sister. They said
you're brother
and
too.
I'm now a brother as well. We're all brothers and sisters. We're siblings, and that was a team spirit victory. I don't know, what is it about Kid Bumba when he gets going, about Zaur when he gets Aurora, that is unstoppable?
Oh, I think they both individually had highlights there. I think their clips are gonna go out on social media just later. The escapes we saw from Zar, Egoist on the Hirara, and the entries from Kid Bomba. The entries, by the way, which did not cost them as much. And that's just a statement right there to show how dominant team spirit have already established
Yes, ni
themselves
bos.
in this game.
Lawan sepadan SRG, pantas dia lawan Mos kena bantai.
It's sad that it's true.
Okey lah kalau TS champion, kurang-kurangnya Wamos sama Onyx boleh bilang ya kami kalah sama champion kan.
His roamer deglued 15,000.
Thank you for the follow. Yang mana yang belum follow sila bantu saya untuk follow dan juga subscribe please guys. YT saya sikit lagi nak pergi ke 10,000.
Then yes, we can definitely see
bantu saya.
In fact, I would say Mirko put it very nicely to say that the draft coming in from Team Spirit has amazing presence around those neutral objectives, the turtle as well as the Lord, but we don't even get to the point of the Lord being relevant. It's all about those turtle fights, which will show the zone control they have later on.
You know, you wouldn't have thought that Nolan would do so poorly. This is a really good hero pick. I think as a 5, you're flexing it. You know you're getting something a little bit deeper in the pool, but it's worked.
Hirara ni dah dapat level 15 jadi hantu terus. Ya, betul. Vamos boleh claim bang. Kita orang bantai MSC Champ 2-0. Oh, betul juga. Betul juga. Boleh claim.
It's because what Nolan wanted to do is essentially the same as what Spirit has been doing. It's just that Hirara had more help in terms of being able to pull off those in and out plays rather than the Nolan could.
Kira Mama sepatu bangga dia menang. Betul.
You want to stay in the fights longer. You want things to get really messy just so you could land your.
Apakah ini Yangon punya kekalahan kegagalan match yang pertama dan terus
Team Spirit have done a great job at
jadi
just
runner up.
going in when they feel like trying to start a fight.
Tapi jangan underestimate Yangon lah. Yangon is a good team.
So it's like they've been always playing and setting up fights on their terms, which I think their lineup greatly specializes on. But for Yangon, you want to just keep the fight going so then Han could go and find the pickups that he wants. But he's not really given the opportunity to do so because, again, Spirit have just engaged whenever they like and they just don't fight when they don't feel like it.
Classic opener from Team Spirit. They jump out to the lead. Yangon ties it. Spirit back out yet again, and it's a great showcase of how good they are. But when it comes to why they're so good, what did you see?
Well, I think your question kind of already answers a lot, which is you asked, how does Kip Bomba, like the moment he gets going, everything looks good? And how he does that is that you can plan all you want. But if you get punched in the face, you forget about all of your plans, and that's kind of what Bomba did. So first, we got to talk about the change that happened in this draft, which is Team Spirit, they have two things, right? Number one, they have a lot of mobility, right? Where they can move around. And why this is so important is because the fact that they're going up against a glue, right? I ran out of space, but here's the thing. They made it so that this glue cannot really do much just because, let's count the amount of dashes they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Yeah.
These 4 members have a lot of dashes in their kit, making it so that even if the glue does catch onto them, they can outplay that. And that's the second thing, is that all of these heroes, except for the Belleric really, they have ways that they can individually influence the map just by I would say the latent potent aspect that the heroes have. They have a very high skill ceiling, making it so that it's kind of hard to really predict what's going to happen. But we're going to be looking at this clip here, and we're going to be looking at more of the zone control that Team Spirit really has with this draft. And again, we talk about how having that first punch is going to be very important. We will be seeing how, honestly, they try, right? YG really tried, because we're going to be zooming in. We're going to see Blink, even using the flicker, try to get on top of Hiko as well as Sunset Lover, which are positioned just right here. But the problem is, again, they have a lot of dashes, making it very difficult for the glue to really do much. So when he does go in, able to dodge out, and all the while we see Kip Bomba here trying to zone them away. Speaking of, we're going to look at all the zone control that they have. Sao is controlling this flank here. Kip Bomba is controlling this side here, as well as Sunset Lover is just here in case he controls the arrow. So how does that look like? Well, the visual control Sao has is here, Kip Bomba is here, and then Sunset is here, but it can really go out to anywhere because the arrow has a very long range. And it ended up making it so that Zara Egoist was able to secure the turtle, but then the follow-up here, a very quick turnaround, how they were all spread out, and yet they clumped up together so fast because of two things, mobility as well as just the potent ability of each hero to have a very high skill ceiling, making it so that they can continue to fight once everything is said and done. So this draft is honestly less about strategy and more about the coach giving the players a hero that can do so much. It's all about your own creativity. It's all about your own skill.
Yeah.
It's a draft not many teams can pull off. But the teams that can do it, it looks amazing.
It looked like also Blink got caught up trying to find Hiko. And I think they understand the power of Hiko when he gets going. And I think they understand too how if you do kind of tunnel vision, you can lose track of the bigger picture. And so sometimes in these best of sevens, it's normal, Brig, to okay, we focus a little bit too much on that. Now we need to pull back here. Think about it a different way. If you're YG, what's your takeaway now going into game 4? Because you can't really afford to make the same mistake. Going down 2-0, giving them a chance to, in this case would be 3-1, 2 games in a row, a chance to clinch out the next game. What has to shift? It might not be a big one.
Yeah, honestly, it's tough if you base it off that game, because I agree with you. There might have been some sort of tunnel vision already. There was so much attempt to really lock onto Hiko specifically, and I think that's essentially because that's what you expect from the glue. That's the job that you really want to get from Blink, because I don't think the Selena would be an easy target that he too could really dash on. So, and I guess you really would want to resort to the Harriet because it's a much more sustained source of damage when it comes to the team fights. But even if you do get to do so, the zoning. It was highlighted earlier by Lafel. I don't think the others could really catch up. So there has to be a much cleaner communication between
YG belum satu-satunya tim yang tak pernah kalah. Kalau kalah sini memang GG tu.
They really feel like they're already capable of actually committing to whoever they want to go for or to that specific team fight, because multiple times in that game it just was a clear disconnect, I'd say.
Yeah, trying to get more connected here in this one. And when we come back, we'll have Game 4. But also, in the meantime, make sure to check out MLBB and its new crossover with Street Fighter.
This is not a game. This is not a game. Spirit. Let's go, Spirit menang tu. Ya, satu tim ada momen biru gabung biru, kalah lah merah. Kalah nak jadi apa pun. Sekarang aku pelik juga dengan orang Malaysia ni. Politik kotor tu. Saya baru masuk live. Okay, welcome. 2-0. 2-1. Team Spirit 2, Yangon 1.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Awesome, blow the house down.
Guys, besok
is in our DNA.
Besok hari terakhir yang game tembak-tembak ni, korang nak aku stream tak?
It becomes our
ada yang layan tak? Yang game tembak-tembak tu. Ni tengah main ni game yang kelima. Skor 2-1.
Kadir City, powered by play.
Dah. Dia orang dah gerak dah.
Well, the stage is set for history here in MLBB. MSC has given us a tournament to remember, maybe one of the best of all time. And we know that now that deserves a final that is worthy of your attention. But this one is all about the little things, the details yet again, because the drafts have kept this game pretty close. Yeah. It's really balanced on a knife's edge, Lafel, and now it's Yangon Galactico's chance to respond after Team Spirit again take the upper hand.
For me, if they want to win, they got to get first pick. They got to get onto blue side, because at that point, they can first pick the Harara or force Team Spirit to actually ban out the Harara, opening up the draft even more. Because I really feel like that's one of the big difference in game number 3 is that they're on the second pick, they have more picks, able to get the Claude, but again, letting go of that Harara does seem
4 di bulan 4 sampai 9.
honestly quite punishing.
Dia sempat 3.
Yeah, especially as we've seen
Serious
how
okay,
the mastery from Zar has been exceptional in this series. That last game.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm still not sure how he actually got away. Still remained alive.
During the purple buff
During
attempt,
the purple buff sequence. It was a bit too much to handle, I feel. It could be very... It could really affect the morale.
Yeah, and it's just in the flow, and it's a positive effect for Team Spirit. It's a negative effect knowing you got to deal with that again. There's going to be moments that he just escapes, and it's 2 games in a row he's had too much of that. And on the other side, I think you have to consider that maybe this is Zaur's story. Maybe this is the story of a young jungler who's 16 and starts out his international career on a big stage like this and lifts a trophy, Lafel, because as much as Myanmar wants this, as much as they deserve it, ECA has also brought the heat.
I mean, like, if we're going to talk about
Piala Enak reveal 3 hari bulan apa bang Lord. Biasanya petang pukul 6.
As well as Sao, since as early as M1, they basically made through every international. They might have missed 1 or 2, but the majority
biasanya pukul 6, tapi mungkin lepas pukul 12 tengah hari dah start reveal lah kot. Biasanya dia akan satu poster tu slide 8 tim.
Clever in the game, especially about how the laning phase is supposed to be, and then eventually getting Hiko Mania. One of the, I think one of the highest counts of savages.
Okay, siapa dapat? Oh, Hirara dah kena ban. Dia ban Hirara tu.
I gotta say, all 5 members have been through a lot.
Dah Hirara dah kena ban.
History every single time they go to any international stage.
I agree. That might just be a
Kirara
real good way
band
to
loh.
look at it, especially considering
Balearic
that
first
if they
pick.
do
Kirara
get to
band.
secure the championship here, that means that Zor Eagles
Harley
is eventually
Harley.
the key to the breakthrough that Team
Aku
Spirit
rasa dia
has
akan
been
ambil Harley tu.
longing to achieve for the longest time of them being part here in the competitive MLBB
Kirara
scene.
band.
But let's see, because there
Wajar
have been
lah.
certain adjustments
Aku
as
rasa dia akan
well,
ambil Harley.
especially in this draft. No more Hiraras coming through.
And you know, I think that is respect on the hero.
Dah
I
boleh
think
ban
it's respect
Selena
on the
kot.
hero, what she can do. I think
Selena.
it's respect on the opponents. And it's just saying, let's make it a non-factor, guys. We don't want the game to go based on who gets Harara and who gets it 4 times out of 7. We just want to play. And at this point, you see the Uranus back up pretty high overall. I'd say for not seeing him last game at all, or banned, we see him first pick next to Zushin.
Yeah, honestly, very high winner here. YG, they might
Chichi is
respond
back.
as Esmeralda,
MPL.
but again,
Chichi.
Zushin,
Oh, Chico
the Zushin
Chibi. Ya.
really makes it so that YG
Masih.
might have a difficult time here because Zushin
Memang bagi
is
Preo
incredible in the
cloud
sense
je
that
Yangon.
she can manipulate the team fight, and she's very hard to catch. Just those 2 combos make it very
Dia
difficult
tahu
for any
confirm
team
kena
to fight
curi
against
punya.
Zushin.
Yeah, and my only
So
concern
better
is
kau ban.
that will
Eudora
provide
lagi.
for less
Balearic
playmaking
Eudora,
for Yangon, which I feel like is an essential.
Tak
if they just
convincing
really
lagi.
wanna speed things up.
Belah kiri.
So they don't really secure their XP lane
Eudora
matchup just
bukan
yet.
hero
They know that it's
high
gonna
win
be
rate
against the Uranus, but this is what changes things.
My goodness.
But this shows that there's a chance that we're going to be playing double fighters. Or even if it is a marksman, it might be something that influenced the game early, like a Harif again. Harif, Granger, the likes.
Okay, if it's double fighter though, Alvakita Frey are gone. So it's just mostly the Ruby that could be a potential pickup for Hiko, if that were to be the case, which again, it could be also some sort of deny towards Ying, because Ying doesn't have a hero just yet, but do they really want to settle with a Ruby if they're playing a lineup that's just going to protect around a Yi Sun Shin?
I mean, I don't mind Team Spirit having at least one
Dia orang
hero
nanti
that has the
kita
crowd control
gua
because
gila je Rara Rom.
the good thing about Uranus, he's hard to kill. The bad thing is he has 0 crowd control. So I feel like Team Spirit, especially when they want to go into the team fights with Yangon, they might need at least one more, and then Zarigos will be perfectly fine on this season Shin.
Okay. It's a great setup though. They already got rid of the R-Lot as well. And if they're looking to steal away the Ruby, then it will be looking good for Team Spirit. Yangon might then just revert to looking at other potential backline heroes
YSS dia pun okey.
that they can
Waduh,
just
ini
commit
YSS yang pulang kanonik.
to
Ya.
finding
YSS pun okey.
either
Semalam
Hiko
membantai-bantai dah
or
YSS dia.
Zar. But in this scenario,
Kiranya nanti dia dapat
you
kemungkinan besar.
kind of just don't really pour in much into
Esok
hero
saya tahu.
synergy again, because this is looking
Esok
like
saya
a
tahu
really
dah
good
roster
fight
RQ.
comp.
Esok baru tahu.
wanna
Kita
play
orang dah
around
tahu
the
awal.
Spirit, if they get something like a Minotaur, it does help out with the sustain as
Cuma
well as
tak boleh
the,
lah bagi tahu
the
kat
crowd control.
public.
Betting on the Harv is good here because again, I feel like Harv would be the #1 choice for Team Spirit, so that yes, they have 2 scalers, but Harv is still usable even without 3 items.
How far are we missing the fact that Marcel? Oh well, they don't really need it right now. Marcel is still available.
I mean, they could take it.
I mean, they could take it if they put Uranus in the EXP.
Yeah.
And of course, at the end of the day, they could also take it on the side of
there you go.
YG, and there's the Marcel.
Yeah.
You're pretty much high rank MLBB now, right? I gotta
Final,
say.
final.
Now I feel like
Kalau
you're
sampai
just
TS
mythic.
juara berarti cuma Vamos yang bisa kalahkan TS.
Admitting it to us.
That's my all.
Well, right now for YG, I would say the good thing for them is Team Spirit has a pretty squishy lineup. So if they can get a jungler that can capitalize on that as a finisher, I think it'll be good. I feel like the Eudora in the early game won't be able to burst them down that well. They just need a good follow-up. They need a good follow-up, able to chase. I feel like that's the #1 thing YG needs. They need a hero that can chase. The Marcel, the Lee Shin, as well as the Zushin. I feel like Nolan is still okay, but they picked up the Baxia, so they're going back to tank jungle and having the Benedetta.
Baxia is back.
I said they will pick up either the Harvey or the Granger because again, they just need an
Okay,
early
aku
game.
rasa Yangon guys.
If
Ini game
scaling
Yangon guys.
becomes
Serious
a
ah,
thing,
Yangon?
the Claude as well as the Vendetta can deal with this Granger. I mean, Claude already has a good lane against
3-1
the
ah,
Granger,
3-1 Arin.
I'm liking YG's draft despite not liking tank jungle.
You did say chase, right?
Sebab Baxia tu.
I think the backshot is a lot of chase if they just really want to go for that. But yeah, I have to agree. Yangon have introduced something yet creative once again, and I think currently we've been talking so much about the meta rewarding creative drafts. Let's just see if they can pull it off efficiently against Team Spirit this time, who are currently on momentum.
Tias menang ni. Ya, 3-1, 3-1. Hey, thank you for the 2 zeros. Tias menang, let's go. Saya pun ada macam tu sebab Baxia jungle saya rasa macam tak suka.
A truly mythical battle that is being set before us. A composition this time for the
Jangan DP sama Evi. Kau tukar nama kau DP sama Evi. Still aku rasa terlalu panjang.
You know what? I'm not purifying this. I will win the lane. I will combo with my boy Sawo, and we will close this out. I have to see how this is going to play out because we've seen many times in these matchups where Baxia generally takes the early game pressure away from a Yishin Shin.
That's the thing, but it was in a different meta entirely. A meta where the jungle didn't give too much gold. Now with the Yishin Shin being able to farm really quickly, able to get those items quicker as well. Will it stop that snowball from the box shot? That's the question. They're already setting their sights on stealing some of that those camps away from Team Spirit.
And this is exactly what they want. I don't know if Yangon planned for game number 4 to go this way, just to understand what the early rotations are going to be from Zaur and then look to punish him later down in the series. Early on, though, I am a little worried how TS is going to play. At first, neutral objective doesn't seem very winnable for them, and then once level 4s come around, it's still sort of, oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, there's going to be good damage on Blink. Killing spree as well. Zaur a bit more movement speed, and Pryo in the mid lane goes over to Team Spirit. As Bomba gets tempo up top as well, and this is what I'm talking about, the clear speed of the Yishin Shin. Level 4 already, and Hans level 3. Blink might be in a bad spot now. Zaur threatening Blink's life with the Mountain Shocker. Might be threatening a take on his Mountain Shocker. Beats out the retribution, he's going to be down right as the turtle spawns up later on.
Yeah, this is such a big win for TS because even regardless, they don't even have to contest the turtle, right? It's just going back to their own side of the jungle, finishing it. Oh, Zaur with the traceless, trying to break up that shield unity if necessary. They
times 2 Rin, times 2 jom.
Fall behind. That does show a little bit of priority on who has the most important job and what they want to get done and accomplish in this game. First turtle up, it's up to anybody who's going to get it.
For me, Team Spirit should contest this one.
Oh, dapat turtle. Yangon.
They won't. They know the neutral objective is basically the main win condition of Yangon Galacticos with a utility jungle, so they'll just give it away. They already got some wins. Ball lightning. Oh my God! Sawo getting blasted. 2 ultimates used up. Hiko with the flicker out away from the shield unity. So much respect from Team Spirit against this snowball comp from YG.
Yep, and this is the creativity that we weren't really seeing from Yangon in game number 3. But here in game number 4, it's a completely separate beast. Yangon now actually having not even much of an economic lead. Oh boy. But they want to make sure that every moment matters here. At the end of the day, still, it's going to be up to Sanji finding that big play at the end to try and chase them down. And I think as long as they are, trying to set up this unstoppable force into this immovable object, they can force anything out. Beautifully done by Han.
Good move. The Crimson Beacon now down. YG can be looking for plays around the map, but again, the big question mark for YG is still, is this enough? Because I don't think it is, Gideon, right? With this composition, you need to be the ones controlling the neutral objectives to just stay even, but by doing that, Zaur has just used these little windows of opportunity to get ganks, to get camps, shield unity. Oh, the golden hour saves it! Perfectly done. Zaur getting out to safety now. The Lancer players are rather than trying to flicker down for the ball lightning. Kaise and Blink.
They got the punish with the enhanced empowered
Tak apa. Awal lagi. 2 sama awal lagi.
Kita balik lambat hari ni, bang. 4-3.
He's gonna take all the gold in the world. Now we are starting to see the leads. The only unfortunate part is the fact that Blink has been taking these kills. But other than that, really, at this stage of the game, with how much money is on the line, the pressure and the pride of regions as well, Yangon, doesn't matter. As long as we get the kills, we're fine.
Hiko with a rotation in mid, getting caught. I agree, Gideon. But YG now they're a step closer to again pushing that.
Berapa hero YG yang keluar damage?
be able to get by this
kiri
point of the
dulu
game.
ni
But Team
buat
Spirit
YSL
seems like
dengan
they
apa
are confident
Granger je lah.
that they have reached some of the power spikes
Kalau
as
yang
well to
Gon
go for the
menang pun dia
contest.
akan tukar nama juga
Bamba
dah
in the midst of it all now, pops to the consecration, able to buy some time right now as Blink walks up to the back. Sour Ego is about to shocker and the Red Tree win.
Now they keep on moving forward.
Dapat
They've already
satu.
found one into Blink, and can they chase out the
dapat
Hub?
dua.
Yes, they can.
Mana tim dia pergi tu?
Itu makan dia.
Big bomb by Kaiser and the final blow to take
Tiga
Sour
terus,
down.
bro,
The rest of
tiga.
Spirit stay calm and composed. It's a trade in the bottom lane as YG are able to get a turret. We look through this again. Fight, and it was the Mountain Shocker and the level advantage from Sour Ego is that forced Han
thank you,
to
man, for
use
the
the Red Tree a bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get one trade, but it's so unfortunate that especially for Ying, who actually was in great position with the Electro Fireball and Petrify, just didn't catch Hiko at the very end, who shows up at the last second to take him out. So with Skypiercer stacks already involved here, Yangon have to recognize trading may not necessarily be the answer if those kills are going to get funneled over to Hiko's side. We've seen how devastating it was in our third place match between Falcons alongside... Oh, wait, hold on. Wow, a bit of a strange contestation here, especially for mid-priority. It doesn't seem necessary. Blink might be in some trouble.
Oh, that's all they want. They want to just bait out the Wrath of the Dryad at the bottom lane. The flicker out from Hiko.
Waalaikumsalam Yazrul.
So, it's Wrath of the Dryad mid baited out for the
Banyak
flicker.
happy Wanik menang tadi. Jangan lupa Hiko Mania. Ya betul.
Hiko's
Aku tak sanggup
not
nak baca
a
S sumpah
7-0 Ranger just yet, but it is going to build up. And the question is again for YG, whether or not they can stop this snowball.
Let's go, Yangon!
Hey, speaking of that snowball here, so far using Golden Hour underneath the tier 1 with no waves whatsoever, both sides are willing to start throwing resources at each other just to make something happen here. And luckily, they're doing it before the turtle actually spawns. However, that Golden Hour, a little dangerous. And of course, Zaur coming up with a 1.3k lead on his side. He's got the advantage. Question is, will he get the space?
3-level advantage. If the Red Trees were already tough to win in the 50-50 when you had the level...
Dapat ni bawah.
Again, I mean, if you had the same level, now it's going to be very tough. They try to blitz the turtle, but they just don't have the enough damage. Conceal the bottom lane all the way here. Sour making his way over. Rather than try and down. How does he get the retribution? But Blink's going to get shredded down. Sour throws him out the shotgun.
Lost it, yeah.
The superconductor! Galacticos are able to find a couple of kills, but they're on the run now. They traded 2 for 2, and it's not as easy as they thought. Takes one back.
They used everything to get the turtle, everything to get Hiko. And Spirit capitalize on the long fight. It's Bomba again. Deathless this time on the Uranus against Han, takes it away as well. Recalls in his face as Sour pushes up top, gets a turret, and the trade is again good for Spirit.
They can't stop this. Let's look at the replay one more time, because again, Blink, amazing Wrath of the Dryads, hitting onto multiple targets here, but look at the chain here. That Kai Sade set up for Sanji, and yet it still wasn't enough. Those frontliners are a huge problem right now.
And Bomba waiting in the BMI and being the assassin on Uranus. Mountain Shocker again. Sour the angle. Blink. Gonna be caught. Rapid drive forced out of him already. That's gonna be the Mountain Shocker that lands on and the pickup and throw back into Hiko's bullets.
Not enough damage. Yep, not enough damage, but look at this. This was a 4v5, and honestly, it's a big win for Yangon, getting some pressure on the opposite side. Now that they have an EXP laner who not only clears waves ultra fast, but also has incredible movement, they're not going to be put in the same scenarios like they did in the previous couple of games where, oh, we got to worry about our side lanes. Oh, we won't be able to get there in time. No. It's a different story this time. I think TS recognized it.
It's all about building these waves. It's all about scaling at this point, right? YG. Yeah, they have a snowball comp. But they have been able to find those clutch moments even in the late game with these kind of compositions before. That game 5 against Falcons, one of the best examples of that. So YG can never be counted out, even after they've been outscaled.
Yep, and I think the scariest part is the fact that YG have 2 incredibly fast rotating heroes. I don't know if they're going to get the punish on this one. Still, Ying using his eye for an eye was thinking that maybe he was going to get hit by the turtle, but yo, Sanji. Real dangerous here, using your BMI so aggressively. We'll see whether or not TS has the information.
Oh god, it's about to be a 4-level lead between the junglers. Blake's gonna get poked down. Rhapsody and the Dead Sonata. That's gonna be the shield unit landing on Sunset 11. Really good. Golden Hour to stop them.
Mana timnya Ying? Mana Ying? Ying seorang je tu. Oh, Cloud masuk. Cloud. Simulasi.
Hiko! Maniac! Out of nowhere, Hiko! And now it's just Han. Sekali lagi. Played such a good game. Hiko Mania. YG looked like they had the AoE, but Team Spirit are now the ones knocking on YG's door.
Holy cow, holy cow. Hiko, something unlocked in him. He just suddenly became Neo from the Matrix all of a sudden.
What the heck happened?
Because this was an incredible play, right? They first zoned them out. Blazing Duet comes on through, and Hiko said, you know what? Doesn't matter. You're standing too close to each other. As soon as I land it, you are gone.
Bomba's feeling it. Team Spirit are feeling it.
Gila tu.
Hiko's popping off. Sunset, Samo, Sour,
Timing.
You know,
masalah timing. Jadi ke masalah penggunaan hero, diorang reti pakai hero ni guys. Timing masuk.
We got to see Mama Bomba walk by. And there's one thing that she said that is really stuck. Today is the day. They really feel it. They put so much heart into it. 54 stacks already built up onto Hiko. How can he not feel like he is him right now as they basically unlock the architecture of Yangon? They're looking for a T2 at this stage, and they're going to double confirm with the help of the turtle bow. They've got the vision, but at the same time they know Ying is nowhere close.
And now it's YG. They gotta dig deep. Yangon Galacticos again find themselves far behind, and unlike in game number 2 where they were able to equalize with their own lead, they went for this composition, the early one. They got 2 out of 3 neutral objectives, but they just couldn't capitalize on those team fights.
Tapi pakai Bazia pasti kalah.
It's been very, very difficult, but at least the Guardian Helm is purchased by Han. So again, he can walk up forward as long as he doesn't get picked up and thrown backwards into a chain CC combination from TS. He will be able to retain his position with the rest of the team during these lore dances. And I think that's the scary part right now. Both sides understand that not. Hold on. We're seeing the TS
tak dapat tak ada buff
trying
buff.
to get something out of Yangon. It's the consistent push and pull, and like Lafel said, it's how creative you can actually
hari ni korang ada ni ke challenge?
Plays, but of course, how do you make it all
tak ada.
Malam.
I guess it's through YG.
Kenapa nak tengok saya menari sini?
Tak. Tanya je ni dia orang ada bagi tahu kat sini.
I think it's a little bit more than that.
2 purifiers are revitalized as well. Now a BOD on Hiko.
He is massive, and they need to be able to cut those stacks in half. Half the problem is actually just finding Hiko. Exactly. And I think even Ying understands, it's like, man, around these neutral pits, they ring around and rosy us.
And even if they do, Gideon, Zaur is still
Bennett
there
yang kena
as the
function, guys.
secondary carry, the man that's been targeted.
Sebab Zia
But
ni,
it's given
Bennett
Hiko
ni.
space. If you go for Hiko, you give space to Zaur. They get the Mountain Chakra, they see Sanji up top, they go for the burst on the Lord, and it is not going to be contested. Han is way too far behind. 3 levels
jangan kena mental
This is fine. They still have some decent wave clear on their side. They might have to sacrifice an inhibitor, but honestly, at this stage of the game, you got to sacrifice more than just that. So much heart has been put into this game. Such a big difference, and there you go. Flicker out from Sanji. The autopilot might have costed him this next push.
And now for Team Spirit, it's about building that lead again. It's about going back to basics, playing around the fundamentals that they've relied on their entire careers. Making it to this point, and again, winning through it. Small leads, building up. Now bot wave and the top wave coming down as well. Sanji, you gotta be careful, buddy. You got no flicker.
And now the siege begins. The ball lightning has already been thrown out. That's
tengok kit bomba duduk je kat depan tu.
Zaur up top, dodges away from the swings,
bomba on fire,
the slashes. Hiko in the mid lane, picking up the base turret. Lord already coming down as well, but YG are able to clear it. Bomba keeping those stacks alive, taking shots
jangan
off the
overextend pula kau ni.
This is smart TS. They're trying to keep them to that top side to make sure that the bottom wave actually collapses and they can at least net themselves the long lanes inhibitor.
Dapat satu lagi, confirm dapat
They know
ni.
that they delayed it on purpose, so they're going to take it one by one.
Oh, Bomba baited everything. The ball lightning, the
Diorang kena
Thunder's
paksa buang
wrath.
ulti dekat Uranus.
They got no resources now. It's all up to Ying and Blink.
This is immaculate wave control from Team
Masuk
Spirit.
satu lagi, settle tu ni.
Unless YG want to die for it. Winds of Nature purchased by Hiko, and I think that's the final nail that they were looking for.
We've had Lord Dance before. We've had some of these terms that we've seen. But Gideon, that was a Dragon Siege, that's for sure.
Oh my goodness. They've already climbed over the walls. And as everybody
they burned the walls down. It's gone.
Dia pakai doa ibu tu.
Pure devastation on a macro level.
Rain live ha Bangalore.
Ini macam tak tahu dia nak buat apa. Bennett dia tak meriang lah, tak menari lah senang cerita.
Bennett 2-1 tak apa slap cry.
Oh ni kalah
Rain last kamu lah.
He's gonna make mistakes like that, I hope. I hope we never know in these types of games, man. The pressure eventually gets to some of these players, and we'll either see them rise or fall.
And now
kalau tahu dengan Sunset level champ bang tak ada istilah kuda tu dah sebenarnya.
Ya. Umur 27 masih lagi main.
Rain with Cat Mana Bangalore YTK.
Woi, settle.
Hiko coming back online.
Satu lagi. Settle. Let's go 3-1.
Are you gonna make him a savage? TS, let's find out as they're knocking on the door here in game number 4.
Ying brought a katana to a gunfight. Hiko showed him exactly why you don't do that. Golden hour. Sanji able to flicker out of the golden hour. Pops in the blazing duet already. But Hiko's gone.
Boom.
It's Hiko with the shots again. He finds him.
One more, Spirit. One more.
Secure match point.
And you can see nobody on the side of Team Spirit. They're not jumping for joy just yet.
Rain live kat mana? Ada TT ada, YT ada. Terlalu jijik tu.
They've achieved match point.
Team Spirit on fire guys. At this point guys, dah bukan soal hero dah guys. Dah bukan soal hero, bukan makro, bukan mikro dah guys. Kalau Yangon tak datangkan balik orang punya
Come on, Bomba. Bomba bijak lah bang, dia tak join war. Rating good sebab dia fat memang dia pegang semua. Oh gila dah. Team Spirit ni memang gila dah.
Tapi kebanyakan hero mastery YG ni tinggi-tinggi guys.
Pressure. Grand final pressure tu.
Yang kanan ni bang, tak pressure, dia macam mode membantai lah.
Dia dah lama gila.
Macam nothing tulus bang.
Nothing tulus, dia dah lama gila. Macam dia orang ni mungkin first time masuk grand final, player daripada Yangon. Macam Sawo, dia orang ni 5-5, except dia orang punya jungler saja. Dah dia bermain daripada M1 lagi kot.
He walks up there. He stays in the back, waits for everyone. The ego, not just in Zauer, but in Hiko.
Baiklah Bomba.
He literally waited for his teammates to die in front of him.
Prime Sunset Lover tak pakai cap. Betul juga. Cap jadi YG tak pernah kalah dekat MSC, last kalah dekat grand final. Belum habis lagi guys. Boleh remontada ni. Tapi momentum ada pada tim Spirit lah.
Betul?
Ya, dah ada momentum guys. Baik.
Dia mastery tapi TS lagi power makro. Dia bukan setakat makro je guys.
Everything.
Macam decision making dalam game.
In-game communication mesti padu gila tu ni.
Macam confident level untuk buat something. Korang boleh nampak tau confident level.
Info tu TS bootcamp di Malaysia. Ya betul.
So tak ada alasan mekanik tu dah depan dekat betul tu apa. Lepas dia tak ada alasan dia mekanik tu.
Kid Bamba, Sawo, Sunset Lover, the rest of this Team Spirit roster. All
champion GF juga ni. Betul tu.
Figured something out. They set it in scrims. They've proven it here, and they are one win away from being the, I guess, well, I'm going to say it, the best team in MLBB in the galaxy. That's right, they are. And of course, that still means YG has a chance to respond. And we know that you watching in Myanmar are still supporting. There is still hope there, but there's just something that Team Spirit, I think Mirko said it, is in the air for this team.
Thank you for the follow show.
Yeah, and even if we did hear Gideon say something about maybe reverting back to Comfort as probably one of the go-to solutions to scenarios like this, where you're just so far behind.
Nothing
I think we already saw that from Yangon
enjoy the game
in the first two games, even maybe.
Bila masa kalau Magic tak 1-4 bahang daripada awal 4-2 tak pernah lah saya tukar.
we saw the intention, we saw
Lepas
the
ni nak champ
potential.
bootcamp di Malaysia.
We just
Betul.
couldn't bring it to fruition.
Dia lagi best kalau kata Aurora pun ada kat sini. Kan dua-dua bootcamp kat sini kan.
Because I think I said this yesterday, he is shaping up to be the most terrifying player in MLBB because at this point, I don't know, man, he's a guy of nightmares. Like, as the saying goes, you can't reason with the dragon when your head is in its mouth. And the thing that the Kid Bomba has been doing is just pure destruction. And if you want to go for comfort, sure. But deal with Kid Bomba for you to actually be comfortable. Until then,
Bomba tu padam api tapi Bomba ni sendiri yang berapi.
It's funny because
Cantik ayat tu.
I named 4 of the players on Team Spirit, and I didn't mention Zauer. And one of the reasons why is, again, he doesn't, at least from what I saw, have almost any deaths. And again, on the YSS, which has been a talking point, like, don't pick it. Why are you picking it? We haven't seen it work. Still finds a way to make it work. And Han reaching deeper and deeper into stuff that, you know, we're questioning Lefel.
Teman-teman Indonesia.
Team Spirit just feel like
Aku
they're too
tahu kalian
comfortable across the board.
Kalian
And the thing
kecewa,
that
kalian
Zara
stress.
equates is more about testament about
Tapi kita
everyone
sama-sama
else.
kecewa.
Tapi Zara Goyes ni gila tu. Waalaikumsalam. JTF tak pasti lagi guys. Belum dapat apa-apa pro lagi. Saya sedang meminta.
Hiko Mania is back. He came back in this game, especially. We didn't see a Savage. He was close to getting one. I think a couple times we saw a Maniac from him as well. But the way that he managed this even on a Ranger too. So
jangan bagi lawak
that's something, right? That's something for Spirit because they went in this game with a lineup with 2 heroes that you're just not so used to seeing anymore, especially in the current meta. But they find ways to make it work.
And the Baksha, the Benedetta coming out at the very end for YG. It didn't prove successful, but it did prove that they were willing to change things up. They know they need to do something different. And sometimes, Lefel, once you do get that answer, it can turn its head on a swivel. This could be a very fast 3-2 into a 3-3 and send us to a game 7.
Biru 26, merah 10. Di Negeri Sembilan.
And obviously you pointed out was something that you want to bring up to our attention.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's not
Frost.
that they didn't try. Right? YG, even with the draft, they tried to deal with the ingredients of Kid Bomba, but I don't know. At this point, Kid Bomba feels inevitable because here's the thing.
Goyang,
they already have this box. Boxia reduces the healing as well as the shield.
Match malam je kau pergi tengok posting tu.
And yet, even with a very bursty, always chasing kind of EXP laner, they still weren't able to do it. So I think this might just stump YG just a little bit because it's not that they didn't have the idea of shutting down Kid Bomba. They invested 2 heroes into it.
Okay, kalau reverse sweep,
still not enough because as we're going to be looking at the clips here, again, like one thing that I do have to say that is consistent with all of Team Spirit's wins
kita tanya in the chat, Azrael. Kita tanya in the chat. Poll.
You know the resources, right? You know, like abilities, ults, and all the other things. One other resource is
Adakah
HP.
semua prediction tim yang abang nak support kat Grand Final betul? Tadi pun betul. Tapi Bang Lajel rasanya ada live kat channel YT dia orang kan sebab last year saya pernah tengok. Ada. Tapi bahasa dia orang lain yang pakai nanti. Cuma kalau saya dapat, saya akan cuba. And then kalau ada pun, kita tak boleh ambil. Dia kena copyright nanti. YT pun boleh kena copyright.
Without putting themselves in harm's way. And even though this one is our got it, but I feel like there's still a chance that Han was able to get it. But this is also another thing. This is not okay, Rainy, which is after getting a neutral objective, go for the fight. A lot of teams do this, usually get punished. Yeah. Team Spirit at this point is an anomaly about getting an objective and then continuing the fight. But again, look at the amount of HP that they have. Yeah, look at that. It's only Kid Bomba that is low, but hey, he's healing up every second. So it basically means that he hasn't lost HP. And then look at the HP of everyone else. Ying is low, Han is low. Even looking at Kaiser, basically almost everyone is half HP. We're going to be continuing on the clip to see the trend here. This is one of those moments where
bang, bukan sambil layan satu lagi local tournament.
The Belleric using the ult to stop the members of Team Spirit. But again, I'm going to be a broken record here. Look at all of the HP. Everyone is full except for YG.
Halo Lek.
And that just gives Team Spirit
Malaysia sedang kena bantai dengan Thailand 2-0. Jang, Malaysia dah kena 2 lah Jang.
Just because the Eudora was able to
itu Asian Cup bola.
Kid Bomba being a nuisance just waits on that BMI. Sanji travels back, gets the kill. We're going to be continuing. This is, I think, the final clip here. And it's just the same thing. I'm going to try to reverse.
2-0.
Okay.
Oh, tadi dah 2-0. Okay.
The thing about Han is that he took damage because of Sunset Lover. Sunset Lover in this matchup, he kind of doesn't care about too many people. It's just Han. Because what is Han going to do? He's a boxer. He's just going to stay there and then eventually get picked up. And something to think about as well is this is a Lord. Lord does true damage. And there's not a lot of heals, right, coming in from Yangon.
Samfras ada lagi ke dalam Discord?
Yeah, it's just the Belleric, but even Belleric, he has to hit someone for him to get the heal. Everyone's low HP, and then everyone from Team Spirit is basically full HP, so they just keep on going in, and by this point, there's enough Sky Piercer stack to help
Macam mana dia boleh tembak dua kiri kanan macam tu?
Sounding like a broken record, but it's because it keeps on happening over and over and over again.
Kau tahu last kali yang dia dapat minit tu, dah berpecah tau kiri kanan. Macam mana dia boleh tembak pam. Bulan 12, hujung bulan 12 M8. Dia akan habis nanti bulan 1.
But they sacrificed way too
much
to get those neutral objectives and then gave over a lot of Sky Piercer stacks. That's the reason they lost.
Yeah, a lot of times the game-changing plays, the game-dictating plays really happen during these objectives. It's sad to think that they may have had tools to deal with members one at a time, but the members that they really wanted to deal with the most were members that were out of reach. And it was already really
lawan dengan tim Asia tu belum bertemu dengan Singapura dengan Indo.
As he said, inevitable.
Inevitable. It feels like they need a way to deal with Bumba, and I feel like you have to let other things go. You have to lose outside of the EXP lane. I think you have to let Zaur take on what he's going to take on. You can ban the Harara, and you can let him do whatever he's going to do, but I just think that when Bumba is in the lead, and we mentioned this from the very beginning, where the EXP lane helps the jungle succeed so much, you've now mentioned another layer which is so much more important, which is the spacing. And he is spacing out the rest of YG. They're respecting him way too much, and I don't think it's too much for what he's done. He's clearly been effective, but is there a hero, is there a setup that they could figure out Kid Bumba has to respect more so that he has to group up so that they can control more of the space?
So here's the thing, yes. And the answer is, if we look at all of the draft patterns, Bomba's heroes are usually picked first. The one time he was picked last is on that Sora. That's right. So as long as the Uranus, Esmeralda, and Likes are open, then he will pick it up first. But then, here's where the problem lies. I feel like even with a counter matchup, Bomba can outplay it.
He can still do it.
That's the problem. I mean, like, the idea is there, the theory is there. Execution, way different topic.
Yeah.
It's a good point. They may just be out of picks, out of options. I mean, YG are steering a loss, straight down. And I don't know, Greg. I think how you lose is important. This isn't it yet, but they've got to give something else. A different look.
Team Spirit 3.
Do you feel like if they're going to go all in on
kena stop main
solving one
cloud tu
problem,
je. You do, Asyik cloud je
does it
tu.
have to be Zaur? Does it have to be Hiko? Sunset? Who is the one problem, if you had to choose one, they would need to solve?
Betul-betul saya setuju.
Because I think they tried to do a lot at once. It's taking out the Barretts already from Bomba.
Kalau habis awal boleh sambung mabar tu. Besok kan cuti.
It's taking out whatever they can, especially if they're on, let's say.
Kalau ni dah habis 4-1, nak mabar ke? Sambung mabar ke?
They've tried to deal with the most difficult ones, but more
ada urusan.
problems just keep coming out.
But do you then need to go away from taking Claude early?
Kenapa bang? Apa banyak utang mabar ke?
To prioritize
ada juga saja je. Besok kan cuti.
Desperation for okay, we need a better mid laner. If we don't,
kenapa Rain borak pasal Franco abang Lord? Rain, kau borak pasal aku punya Franco ke?
Without really working hard for them, so maybe they just need to say, let's let the Claude go. Sanji,
aku pun tak dengar.
A little bit of the slack here, and we're going to force them to say, hey, you want to pick up Bombas? You're going to lose big time in mid.
Brigida as well as
tak apa, saya kan ni
this
viewer saya tekan-tekan saya suruh menari bang kalau YG ni.
If there are more bans,
padahal challenge tu challenge semalam abang.
Ya, challenge semalam. Dia macam biasa orang cakap kan. Cerita sini habis sini. Ini cerita semalam habis malam.
Dengar tu abang cakap kan.
Cerita semalam habis malam. Yang duduk menekan-nekan ni dah kenapa?
MPL pun tak ada post lagi guys.
Jangan risau kan abang Lord punya. Aku punya Franco dah global tu. Abang Lord sukanya membanggakan baru-baru ni Commonwealth Games je. Sprint dan weightlifting. Salam brother lah. Waalaikumsalam Muhammad Rizwan. Muhammad Rizwan.
Baru juga Bang Lord.
Muhammad Rizwan.
Because some of the biggest threats to YG and their hero pool as
Macam
well
kenal nama ni.
are even bigger when you look at it at Team Spirit and when they get their hands on
Wow,
it. So
Awek
it's
Spirit.
weird to say, but it's YG right now forced to
Spirit
battle
lawa-lawa
their
dia.
comfort and then
Suruh buat dance baru juga.
Comeback
So they're pushed
Kalau Lalang nak buat tu, buatlah Brazilian dance, Rin.
but then it's solved by Spirit.
Kalau
So
betul nak menari pun buat yang
I think
Brazilian
that's a question
dance.
for YG right now that they're in this
Brazilian
position.
Yes.
Do they have
Okay,
even
ceri-ceri
more?
abang.
Because they tried.
Semalam tu sebab
They've been
Munton.
creative with the back
Sebab
vendetta,
Munton suruh
but it did not work.
Okay, tapi kalau hari ni saya
That
buat,
goes to our other conversation. Is
abang nak
Team
kata
Spirit
Brazilian
fans
dance kan?
ready to
Abang kena buat
erupt,
sekali.
getting excited?
Mantap,
Boleh.
YG as well?
Aku dulu
It just has to be.
dancer tu,
See a
dancer.
little back and forth there. It's just got to be.
Tak ada tim menari.
Okay, we've
Hah?
taken a lot away.
Aku kalau dulu lah waktu dulu kecil-kecil kan, kalau aku pergi ke Taipusa apa semua memang aku menari. Aku pantang dengan bunyi gendang India tu. Dan asal ada bunyi dia peketuk saja aku dah start menari dah.
Senam Robic number 1 pot left.
Patut Onyx dengan Wamos kalah bang. Betul.
Basically get the other 4 members, but
Kena
the reason
reset,
why that
Ying,
can't
kena
happen is
reset.
because see how Sunset Lover
10
never
dari
gets caught.
someone Arlon
also
tolong
very hard
pujuk
to
Rain
catch.
untuk
And
menari
our
kalau
ego is-
reverse sweep.
Okey, kalau reverse sweep Okey Rin, macam ni Rin. Kalau reverse sweep kita menari.
Bukan Tari
Kalau reverse sweep
40
kita menari.
4-2 lah.
Ignore Bomba or put everything
Memang
on them.
4-2. Saya tak
Doesn't
tukar
matter,
pun.
it's still gonna be bad.
Kalau reverse sweep
Well,
4-3 lah kan?
picked up, and I think for
kalau
YG,
reverse sweep
that's
jadi
gotta
4-3.
spell a little sense of comfort heading their way, even though there's
Dengan level-level gelak abang cakap nak menari.
our egoists in
Okay,
those
bang,
first
deal,
two
bang, deal,
pick positions
deal.
for
Deal
Team
lah. Okey,
Spirit.
reverse sweep
What do we want?
menari. Brazilian dance.
You might be right, kid.
Because it was written Kid
Brazilian
Bomba
dance.
files
Abang
everything
tahu
in the
ke? Abang
progress.
tahu ni trend-trend macam-macam ni.
Ya, aku tengok
Kind
TikTok.
of seal the series here,
Oh,
but
ada Brazilian
speak
dance.
of it's a
Yeah.
flex. The Paquito gets
They leave the Paquito open.
Menari lock.
I mean,
That's the only way to do it.
Okay.
Damn if you do, damn if you don't, right? No matter what you ban out, something is let through that you're like, come on, man. Why does it have to be like
Cetak
this?
wall
Which
TS
I feel like
sangat
this is
kemas.
still a flex, but maybe
YG
they
lepas
might be a bit
Paquito.
more cautious about this because the
Oi,
juice
Paquito.
Jungle main draft combo,
that
mambo.
YG might be a bit
Bang
more
Lord
okay to
dah
take
practice
liners.
cat
Marcel
room
sekali
all
lagi
rain.
dapat. Irara di band.
Guinevere picked up here as well.
Okay, they changed the sequence.
Gini juga Arlot. Okey.
So they don't go for the
Hero
quad
kemenangan
anymore.
Arlot dibawa masuk. Looking for a job.
We're praying for you, buddy. The job is hard to get nowadays. Hey, maybe you can try being a player. Either ways, YG right now, in terms of going for comfort, I like this because this both
Info live dan
ignores
transfer di
as
Threads
well
Quotient
as
TikTok, amboi.
prioritize Bomba. Because
Dan
this is
4-1 ni, bang,
a
eh?
good team-wide
Okay.
lineup, a lot of crowd control, a lot of
Wey,
continuous
Harley.
damage. It really does come down to
Dan
what
4-1
the
dah,
roller is
Rin.
going to be. Hopefully, just provides us a little bit more damage. If
Rin.
not, it's okay. The Gwen
Ya,
can
bang.
build a
Tak perlu menari, ya?
concentrated energy, and they should be fine with that. So
Tak perlu,
I'm liking
Tak perlu.
YG's opening.
4-1.
Yeah.
Because so
But again,
far,
you know,
Bila dah tengok Harley ni, tengok kita tengok Harley menari je lah. Sambil campak-campak kad dia.
Already in itself is a combo.
Dah auto win lah.
There's just so much
Auto
more
win.
knock-up, honestly.
I feel like they also
Bah,
have to be
social bus saya
careful
dah
because
semakin
again,
naik
Bomba
lemak
has a lot
lah,
of
bang.
heroes.
Okey lah,
Alice
rezeki.
is good against
Bang,
this
diorang
Arlet.
share klip
Not sure if
saya
he
yang
would
mana tau.
get
Saya cakap
picked
saya
up,
nak cari skandal.
but stuff like Uranus,
Okey, Trisha ada tak dalam live tu?
Alice, all those
Mak
kind of
kamu
heroes
ke?
are big as the Arlet. So,
Sekarang tak ada.
and even
Sekarang aman.
Yuzong, so
Sekarang aman.
It's just
Okey,
because
untuk
sekarang
viewer-viewer
dekat
Rain
sini,
di sana,
they're
saya rasa korang boleh
shift
dengar
away
suara
from
saya.
Sanji's comfort
Yep.
back to
Jangan
Ying.
hantar
And
klip tu
you're
sekarang.
right in mentioning that this feels good.
Jangan,
They're also
simpan.
taking away the
Sebab
hantar klip
benda ni
langsung.
tak mendatangkan
which, again,
apa-apa
focuses on
impact
that EXP lane. The blue
kepada
band on
Rain
the
ataupun
other side,
korang.
'cause they're still looking
So
for a
kalau korang
run.
nak hantar benda
Belric
tu,
and Atlas gone.
Yeah.
tunggu Trisha balik dan korang spam.
So the Alice is still open.
Dan kita tengok apa jadi hidup dia.
he's a cameraman now.
Halo Bang Lok, saya dari Indonesia. Saya mau bertanya, kenapa netizen Malaysia sekarang kalau tim Malaysia kalah pasti mereka menghujat padahal dulu netizen Malaysia baik.
Shout out to this guy.
Oh, mereka belajar daripada netizen
I was
Indonesia.
doing a good job though, because if he was terrible, then
Mereka belajar daripada Indonesia
Yeah.
untuk menghujat. Kalah menghujat. Dulunya baik, sekarang mereka belajar.
so many counters towards the Arlet. So
Jadi jangan mengajar.
but hey, at least they have the Zushin. The Zushin can fight against the Phovias.
Idora
same as the
open.
Queen, so it's not
Idora
all
tak perlu
doom
ambil.
and gloom just yet.
There's nothing else you could have taken away though at this point. They've banned EXP lane and Kid Bomba specials at as much as they could without letting an Atlas through. So it's like I feel like YG
Rezeki
saying
TS
this
cepat
is all
adapt
we can
dengan
do.
meta sekarang. Dia bukan sekadar meta, adapting dengan meta, but how you execute and how well you play with that meta. Ada orang dapat adapt the meta tapi tak bermain dengan baik. But TS now nampak macam sangat solid.
If you win all the team fights and the game by 11, it's good anyways.
How's the spacing on this? Does this solve that problem of the zone that we've been seeing Team Spirit
Badang
create for their with Kid Bamba?
Ya, dia nak tangkap Hardy lah tu. Okay, Cloud dah tak ada peluang 3-2 sebab tak main Cloud.
Kalau saya 3-2.
Sebab kau memang sokong YG.
Tapi untuk aku guys, sebenarnya masalah YG dia bukan draft.
So how YG wins if they punch first.
Gameplay.
How Team Spirit wins is if they slip
Okay, let's go. 4-1 lah. Sebab ikut netizen Indo lah. Tak juga guys. Dia bukan saya nak salahkan netizen Indo. The time change. Budak-budak sekarang not only in Malaysia. Kalau kita lihat Indonesia, Malaysia, even Filipin pun sama. Filipin pun dah terikut-ikut. So dah jadi satu budaya sekarang ni. Nak clip interview. Interview daripada siapa? Gushin, kau nak interview siapa?
It will be, but Yangon Galacticos trying to claw it back and force another game. We'll see what happens here as the stage is set for glory.
A set so beautiful that it can only be prophesied. You can hear it in the atmosphere. You can hear it in the wind. This could be their moment. This could be the day unless Yangon Galacticos can stop them to turn and start a potential reversal. We come here at match point.
Kalau TS yang champion memang well deserved. Yeah. The way they play, well deserved.
Here at the Esports World Cup, and Team Spirit have been so close. They've been working so hard for this.
Ying main hero mekanik boleh menang.
At least for the Yangon Galacticos, that maybe this is
Ying tak boleh main hero tak ada badan tu.
Especially considering if you look at how Yangon Galacticos have decided to draft, how they've decided to play. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Han, after the purple buff, goes straight into the bush looking for a gank, looking for an advantage early. And Spirit, as calm as can be, playing around again, punishing those mistakes. They see Han up top, Zara goes down below.
They got to be hyper efficient. Looking at the emblems, the only thing. Oh man, extra sustainability for Han. Not going for Season Hunter this time. Wants to actually play for these fights. They just win the fights, the neutral objectives will
Kid Bomba kira import ke bang TS sebab dia seorang je dari Argentina.
It's back to just setting up for the rest of the team. Being
Intinya Eropa mulai improve gila. Ya betul.
But at this point, I think he needs to just accept that. Zara has gapped them in terms of farm in the last 4 games. Even when they were winning, it was Team Spirit who still were able to even it out with for Zara.
And this is in consideration of everything that has happened in this game. They're reading into the behavioral patterns that TS.
Let's go.
Yangon, you can see a lot of preliminary early motions. Get that quick push on that.
Kau dah eliminate ke berapa?
Stun lands gonna get a lot of damage. Now the Violent Wreck for him as well.
Okay, kau dah awal
They play
sikit.
for the strong side. Sanji is him. That's first blood over to YG.
Now, as long as they delay this turnover, as long as they possibly can, that's gonna be more and more gold falling into the hands of Sanji. Good arrow here off the Kaze, but so far, TS, they don't punch this just yet. They got bigger fish to fry.
But an arrow into the deadly magic and the poker trade. But Blink gets away in time, gets into the bush. And Han will still be able to farm up. Now the question is, how they stop Zauer from snowballing through farms.
Oh, so making sure that people are there to body block the right targets. Kid Bomba might be in some trouble here.
While Requiem into the final slash earlier, YG showing signs of life.
Good combo.
They got hit on the chin a couple of times. A little dazed,
Coach TS Cold Star nama dia.
The champion stands out of Pico. Now golden hours have been dropped down. A lot of the motions that we see on the map for the side of TS is poking and prodding, right? And forcing out ults coming out from every single lane.
And is this combo, the Arlet and the Guinevere, that has gotten them so many wins in Myanmar as well in their MSL. For Team Spirit though, it's again just playing through the meta. It's them just building these leads, and for YG, it's about ganking Bomba again.
Memang Bomba kena saja tu.
Tell me that isn't just picture perfect.
Picture perfect-esque even. Just plenty of vengeance, and now looking for that punish once more, forcing Hiko to flicker back out. 20 apart memories as well being thrown just to make sure that he stays and losing out as much health as possible. This is a really dangerous game because Yangon, their entire composition, a majority of their early game damage is going to come down from Sanji, but of course the vengeance coming in from Ying, everybody can enable him.
So YG got the lead early. They didn't get the neutral objective, but it's A-okay because they were able to pick up 3 kills. All of them on the hands of the targets you want to see in the early game. It's on Ying, it's on Han, it's on Sanji. Now the turtle spawns. And YG's out of the map. In the Brody side, Sao able to escape. The arrow lands on Ying, but now it's all a race to get to this turtle.
They're trying to use the extra bonus movement speed to take first position. Blink back on the line, sweeper job. Gotta get rid and clear these traps as much as possible to deny information from their opponent. Sao, he's going for more here, right? Focusing not only on that mid wave, but disrupting that back line for now as they get into the neutral fight.
Zara gets away. Now, instant final slash into the Requiem, but the Golden Hour catches him. And about Requiem's going to be baited. Fist crack him in as Han is able to get the Reggie, but Bomba's stuck.
They gotta get rid of him, and now they finally do. Han takes him out, and they even get one more in Hiko. They get a third.
Combo ni memang gila tu.
Galacticos 2.6k already.
Macam dah 3-2 dah ni.
4-minute mark.
And that's the explosion that we
dah macam 3-2 dah guys.
for Yangon Galacticos.
CS win ke 3-1.
Even in the previous game, how can they push it forward? How can they push the lead even further through a fight around the neutral objective? Team Spirit played it so clean in the last few games, but here
ini combo-wombo ni bapak ah. Nampaknya bawa kena tidur. Tengah malam makin kuat dia betul.
This is a huge build of confidence for Yangon at the very least, right? Even Ying flickering final slashing just to make sure that he can cover not only Bomba but just
I think draft ni dia orang tak boleh main laju macam selalu tu.
Covers those angles instantly, and that's something that right now TS, hey, early game's kind of done here. Finding these individual targets has been a lot harder because Yangon, they've decided to tactically split up their squad, 2s and 2s, get your pairings on either side, play around Sanji, and he is going to be the ballista that breaks down the turrets.
That's the siege, that's the catapult, that's the ballista, that's everything. The whole siege unit is that Brody. But you have to usher him through. He's a very vulnerable target. Bomba though on the Phobius here, not having a good game, not going to give it pinned down again.
Bomba je tu.
Is able to find 2. Now the rest of the team comes corralling on Sanji. Flickering out to safety, but Bomba's going to be caught in the stun. Now Ying with the final slash into the spatial migration.
Beautiful stuff. This combination has been ridiculous. And if you think that's not the end of it, well, guess what? The truth is it isn't. They still have Kaiser and as well as Blink as major follow-up tools or engagement tools. It really doesn't matter who shows up first as long as Ying is nearby. And I think that Zara, this is going to be a pretty tough game for him. His base HP isn't that high. He's going for that concentrated energy, knowing that he's going to be a primary target for a lot of the members of YG. And here we go, once again. They find a combo.
Spatial migration and the final Requiem. Sauer's going to be taken out now. It's Sao. Double. Oh, they want a triple. Spatial migration lands again. Bomba's low. And Ying picks up the mega kill. Team Spirit can only just look for a trade in the bottom lane.
Yup, chain
Seru.
Bomba, unfortunately,
memang dia punya Arlot tak ada ubat tu.
Combo Vamos Cuba Drive. YG to
It just wasn't a free frame for him. I bet he was spamming it at some point in that fight, but he knows that unless it's underneath his turret, it's the only way to keep him safe. And even then, Bomba decided, no, not yet, not like this. We'll take the trade. That's all it's going to be. Sawo a little disappointed, of course, but hey, this is match point. It was never going to be that easy.
Hiko.
You want to get Hiko next. Spatial migration already there. Blink. He's going to be looking for 85.
Kena. Tak boleh lari tu.
Oh, this Badang is doing so much work here. There's so many things that Badang can cancel out. Oh, wait, hold on.
Golden Hour, Sao playing around with the Kaiser now with the Lantern Flare on Sao. Ooh, almost Vengeance coming down as well. Sao is able to get away. Zaur is trying to farm on the other side of the map.
It's tough.
Okay, main split. Itu je boleh buat sekarang ni. Korang tak boleh take team fight memang kalah.
And he's back on that comfort. This is a composition that they played many times, whether broken apart, but now finally as a unit this time. War Axe already completed by Hiko. I'm not sure about this one.
Violent Requiem, but this time there's no Han to play it around. This crack coming down with a pin as well. Hiko going to be caught in the tough spot now. Oh my god, big stun! Sanji in the back just doing damage, free hitting
Kena
everybody.
lagi.
Hiko's dead
Iko
for the
pun
fourth time
0-4-0.
this game.
Weh, side lane tak bergerak doh. Kiri kanan dia orang nak kalah teruk dah ni.
Every single time TS tries to overstep their boundaries, it's an instant punish here, and it feels like it never ends. There's just so much CC on Yangon's side that you cannot just send
Kiri
one
kanan
member.
mati.
You have to send a multiple, and even so, Sunset Lover now losing a lot of the structures from his side of the base. He has a lot less play area, a lot less ways to maintain important vision over key parts of the map.
12-0 tak bernafas tu.
Right now, Bomba and Hiko are at a combined 0-9-0. These side laners are just not having a good time with Blink, Han, and Ying constantly CC locking them. Not even Sour, dude.
Yeah, Blink has been playing a strong game, but now here comes the conceal. Let's see.
It's kind of crazy. He goes straight onto Kaiser. He's able to escape, but the Deadly Magic is right on him. It takes down out of the Golden Hours, able to save him for the Battle Requiem, and now it's going to be the all-out.
And now they keep on moving forward. They have to go for the
Tak
chase. Bomba
boleh.
is going to be left all on his
Besar
own.
damage dia orang ni.
Chases the rest. Killing spree for Sanji at this stage of
7,000
the
dah
game.
gol ni.
Sour for Kaiser. And of course, the Lord goes into the hands of the Yangon Galacticos.
Mana nak ada damage ni kalau dah 7,000 punya gold league macam ni.
It's either that or they sit quietly in their base waiting for the Lord to come through, and that's a DHS for Sanji.
Holy cow, 14-1. 14-1.
Kan okey, tak main cloud, menang terus.
And Han, he's more than happy to start using that magic thumb to get in and out of these fights. And again, they're daring TS even. They're saying, you know what, you did this all past 2 games. Not this time. It's our turn to have a little bit of fun, blow up some steam.
14-1 in our game number 5. This was possibly it for TS, but YG, they're showing how tenacious they could be. They're showing how good they can be in these series and that mental fortitude they have in a best of 7.
It's a lot of heart here, a lot of heart. It must be really, really exhausting to make sure that you're communicating with every aspect of your team. Usually, the combo is just a 1-2 punch. They've got 3, 4, and 5 ready to set up for you just in case. But now, they're attacking at least top T2, but at the same time, they're giving up on bottom inhibitors.
This is the only thing Team Spirit can do. Again, just reacting to the plays and looking for the trade. Sour goes in.
Okay, mistake.
On it. Fist crack already there. The Golden Hour saving Bomba. Is that going to be the missile arrow to the back line? And Sanji's able to flick around to safety. Is now he's going
Satu dapat.
They're still going to go forward. Hiko ends up trading, and now they're on the chase.
Bomba again with the dark wave on Sanji, but he's going to get taken down by Ying. That's again on the back line. Sanji looking for the free hits on Sour. Last shot as he gets pinned down, and Blink picks up a double, and Sunset Lover is going to be caught on their turret. Han, right there. Again, the arrow does not land, and Sour is able to keep the minions from coming into the base.
How many more seconds till they have left? Not enough time.
Tak cukup, tak cukup.
There you have it, a convincing game for the
There you go. Dah 3-2. Betul ke aku punya prediction?
Perfect combo.
Kalau yang menang game ni prediction Bang Lord masih betul ya. Kalau TS menang tepat tu, tepat tu.
But you can feel it in the play. They are not gonna go down like this.
It's the grand finals of MSC, the most unpredictable MSC EWC ever. Of course we're going to a Game 6. Now the question is, are we going to a Game 7?
We pray for a Game 7. TS fans, they want to end it right here, right now, but God, these games are too good to let go. However, the snowballs have been significant. This game ended 17-2, so we're talking about built-up confidence and disrespect for the side of TS. It has been crushed here, so they need a clean game.
Kali ini boleh jadi tepat. Ya betul.
And again, it's
Yelah last week YG tu memang main peranan. You do.
Not just trying to play the meta game. They brought out the Baksha, it didn't work out. They doubled
Padang
down. They
really
said,
works
"Alright,
though. Kau tengok.
Put him on the Guinevere, put him on a team.
Macam padang aku hari tu kan Rin.
For Ying, for Kaiser, for Sanji, for Blink on the Badang.
Dia pasal apa main padang?
Ada hari tu.
We have to eventually decide on an MVP, but my God, Blink played a beautiful game.
My God.
It's CT_IN2
catching people so many goddamn times. There's no better way to describe it. He has played so well on
It's Serial Betul Arif Goal 3-3.
And I also don't think Ying is going to get that Arlet anymore.
I don't know though, because if you want to take away the Arlet, you gotta let go.
Aku rasa ni kan, kalau the first 3 ban tu, kalau dia orang tak ban hardlock tu susah tu.
You could say on those picks.
He's an absolute beast.
Dia kena ban atas, tapi rugi lah.
Panel agrees with us. Panel, break it down.
Saya rasa jangan bagi kick bomba Fovius lah.
Okay, that means we might be going to
Ya
another
tu.
game.
Dua kali dia pakai, dua kali kalah kan?
Get a game 7.
Dengan cepat pun kalah.
Honestly, after how many
You
years?
missed this opportunity
Support
right
from
now.
Myanmar.
Grand
Welcome
final
Myanmar
main
community. Yangon.
For a game 6 or 7.
failed as a human.
What is They haven't had.
You know what?
Dah, kau jangan minta Rin remontada.
I failed.
I think I finally cracked you.
I am
President
disappointed in you
dance.
and myself.
I am
But we got good games though.
Kalau remontada President dance ni.
really not disappointed at the result of this
How
series.
many years, Brig, that we have 4-0 on grand finals? Now it's 3-2.
Well, it's been since Myanmar maybe in the grand finals, maybe 6 years ago. Was that 6 or 7?
6.
Now they're doing it.
But the camera's not on us.
Skor 3-2, skor
They
3-2.
went to my solo on that. They're trying to make you guys look bad.
I know.
They don't have to try. We can do it by ourselves.
YG
We can
come
make ourselves
back
look bad. It's okay.
In an incredible game, and they prioritize Ying. And I think the biggest thing about Ying is it's the name we gave him, Undying. But it's more than that. It's the Arlet. It is they don't have an answer for the Arlet. There was no answer on the other side yesterday in the semis for the Arlet. And the Guinevere as a result to follow up, Brig. I know you're pointing at that saying, yeah, that was a big deal.
You would assume they had answers to the Arlet, though, because they had Fulvius.
Not Ying's Arlet.
I mean, like, Fulvius does have a bad time against, let's see here, but Dung, Zushin, and in a way, Guinevere as well.
Yeah, that's true. So at least for the laning, you would think that they did, but everything else, Ying was Undying. He was free.
Wait, speaking of, I remember one other time Kibomba used the Fulvius.
Yeah.
And it was this as well. I think it was against Vamos, where Vamos used Zushin and Hylos. Yeah, pretty good memory. I'm impressed with myself.
Same. He has very impressive
I
memory.
can't remember most people's names, but I can remember draft picks.
It's true, it's true. He has impressive memory.
That is a pretty good memory.
Only with MLBB. Only with MLBB.
Okay, that's it. But you remembered it was Rhino Day, right?
It's been Rhino
How
Day
could you
for
forget?
3 weeks. How can Rhino Day be 3 weeks?
Guys, this is actually interesting because I think the energy, and especially when you are at home watching and you're looking at this set, you see the 3-1, I think you start to slip into, well, it's looking like Team Spirit. And then bam, Yangon Galacticos answer back, but not just quickly and not just with this Arlet, but convincingly across the board with everyone. And it doesn't look like the same matchup anymore. And that's what we hope from a grand final, Brig. How were they able to, and I know LaFell, you've got some clips as well, turn this around so convincingly? Have they solved something?
I think they got back to what we said about the front lines being just as terrifying as they should be, because
terrifying.
That works, right?
Terrifying. Yeah.
Which do you prefer, Undying or Terrifying?
Terrifying Undying.
I feel like we can interchange. If he doesn't die, Undying.
And if Terrifying if he's like aggro and gets a lot of kills.
5 kills or something.
I like it, man. I think use both.
Yeah, I will use both, but I agree. I guess a lot of it started with him, and these are I think a better combination of their comfort picks.
Yeah.
The Badang is a
Saya
comfort
kira
pick.
final MSC
the
kali ini
Arlos is a
seru lah.
comfort
Kalau
pick,
tim
the
yang champion
Jusin
asyik
and,
menang dengan skor 4-0 pada itu bosan juga betul.
completed what they lacked in
Janganlah
the first game. Or
full
first 2
round.
games.
Biarlah habis ni 11.30 dah boleh balik dah ni.
I mean, that was the first game that they let Paquito go after they got burned with it in game 1, and I think that worked.
I mean, like most things in life, a lot of things can be solved with violence, you know? And that's what we saw from YG. I feel like they understood in the previous drafts, they don't have enough violence.
Okay.
So just get a little bit more. Right, let's look at the Telestrator, right?
Okay, let's go to Telestrator, please. Yeah. I don't know where this is going, but let's go to Telestrator.
Thank you very much. All right, so here's the thing that we
Skor
got to
berapa
talk
bang?
about,
3-2.
right? The fact that for
Spirit 3, Yangon 2.
3 games where we see both the Gwyn as well as the Arlet being banned out, and the moment they get picked up, all of a sudden they look amazing. And speaking of why they look amazing is because of all the control that they have. They have 4 members here with a lot of control. The Badang creates a wall, making it so that you can't escape. And Gwyn jumps in as well. Like, there's a lot of chain CCs that this is why I say that this is a very good team fight comp. And I think this is just the comfort of YG. They like to fight, so why stray away from it, right? We're going to be looking at some of the clips here. And then, in terms of the clips, it really is just about abandoning your brain Don't think about it. Just do it. Not sponsored by anyone, but just do it, right? We're gonna see about how they just jump in and then they just go in for the fight. You like that joke? Yeah, thank you very much. We're gonna see that this Badang make it so that they can't run away, and then at that point, it's easy pickings for Han as well as Ying, right? I mean, like, Han did his job. His duty where... Wait, no, you know what? Never mind.
What'd you say?
He is able to go in and enable his team to do well. If they keep this up, this is how they deal with Team Spirit. Hey, Spirit, you like the fight? Well, we like it too. At this clip, this also just shows I would say the range of all the heroes that Team Spirit has, because we see that they are quite far away, and yet once an engage happened with the Badang, they basically get to engage very instantly. Look at that range, how quickly they get onto their targets.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is the key to victory for YG. Having a draft that can fight at even long distances, making it so that Team Spirit can't respond as well. So I really feel like with the draft that they have here, going back into this one, they were able to shut down Bomba just by having this,
gila apa dia orang kat Paris.
As well as the win. Even though yes, the
tak dapat experience abang Lot bawa kit bomba je.
The Phobias, but honestly, as long as you have position, it's all good. So I feel like for YG, they just have to hope that the Arlet doesn't get banned out, because even you talk about this behind the scenes, like, other than Arlet, what else do they have?
Yeah.
That's the bluff I would want to call at this point. But it also
Bomba tak main, satu tim tak main. Ya tu.
Star is very smart. He's shown that he set his team up with a lot of good drafts. But an analytical mind would go and say, I think we focused on taking the Harara away all the time. We don't like to give it away. That's been their third ban almost all the time. Now, with the Paquito gone, you're still taking the Harara away, but to me that seems like you don't want Zauer to lose the matchup to Han. But if they recognize that if Ying gets ahead of Kid Bomba, this is maybe YG's series, I think they have to now focus some more of those picks onto making sure that the Arlet gets banned, potentially in the first phase. I know it's a risk, but I think because YG won, they might have put the pressure on Team Spirit to respond.
That's actually a really good point, because I think Yangon are not on the same page. They have a different mindset about this. They have a different approach. It's not like they're worried about Zar at all. It's not like they're very careful about what gets into his hands. It's more of how they can draft accordingly to their strengths, which I think they lacked in the first two games. But now they had much better relationships with each other in terms of picks. So their picks had much better synergy,
full house at venue.
more harmony. And that was
final
maybe something that we saw became a struggle for
Podcast
Team Spirit
new
this
episode
time.
dengan owner
They
tim
may
mana
be a
bang
bit
Lot?
too fixated on just
Sepatutnya dengan tim
winning
Ray tu,
matchups,
tapi itulah dia tak bagi apa-apa jawapan tu. So
in the sides, we saw that. You assume
besok
that
dengar
they get
cerita
that
Pak
because it's a
Apeh
Paquito
ada
wins
di
over more or
KL.
less majority of the gold lanes, but the
Ada di
Brody
KL, saya cuba invite dia.
And Kid Bomba on this Phobius too somehow got to manage the Arlot.
We would like to apologize to Kid Bomba and Mom Bomba and Sis Bomba. I feel like we cast a curse Bomba a little bit too much. We're gonna pull it back.
We did.
Hopefully it's just that game that we cursed him. Now it should be solid ground.
But at the end of the day, it literally, maybe we're starting neutral now, okay? So everything is a clean slate from now on. YG got their licks back. Here's the question. Does Kid Bomba have another game as you're waiting in the water, swimming, right? Trying to get back to the shore. Is it going to be Kid Bomba that takes you there? Is that the one who's going to be in the charge, pulling people who can't quite make it, who can't sustain themselves? I think it is. And if you're Team Spirit, and I want you guys to think about this. I don't want you to just take me lightly. Think about it. Lean back. Stare into the sky.
Okay.
I just feel like that's got to be the answer. That's got to be the focus. It has become an EXP battle for me. That's where my eyes have gone.
100%.
But, you know.
And I feel like the way that I feel like even less on the draft, I feel like this is just reminding the players of Team Spirit, be like, okay, that's what they can do, right? They have incredible engage. So I feel like if somehow YG gets roughly the same draft again, I feel like this time the players are like, okay, let's just not get caught by the Badang or the Gwyn, and then we should be able to outplay. With that being said, I don't think they will get the same draft.
Start draft. Let's go.
I feel like the players would just react much differently this time.
That could be the case. Okay, Paquito was something we said, will we not see it? We didn't see it. That opened up the draft. The Barat's probably gonna stay banned. But who will take the onus
Masih
of
barat
banning
pakai
it?
itu. Siapa
Because
first
the
pick yang
Freya
aku
has been consistent, the Fanny
aku
has
tak
been
sure pasal
consistent
kalau
for red
kanan
side. If we
kiri
will
first
see
pick,
that
guys.
again, it'll be the choice of Harara banned, or if we'll see a
Sebab
target ban
kalau
on red side,
contoh
which
kan,
would
kalau
open up
contoh
this conversation
Team
again
Spirit
for
first
the
pick,
EXP lane to maybe get an
yang kau
advantage.
nak ban
Atlas has
apa?
been banned every single game as well, Brick.
Yeah,
Kalau
it's
dorang ban barat
at
pakai
least
tu
ever
dengan
since the
Kirara.
loss that YG went through to the
Spirit
first two
akan dapat
games, we've
Freya.
never really seen the Barretts nor the Atlas even
Ataupun
out there
mungkin boleh dapat
anymore,
Atlas.
which I think kind of made it a bit more flexible for the Jusins and the like to
Dekat
come
situ,
through.
That's right.
But in that
Akan
scenario, I think the
jadi-
Jusin was a big problem
siapa first pick
for
first
Team Spirit as
Sebab
well.
Spirit akan ada advantage kalau dorang first
let's see who
pick.
gets on
Akan
blue
boleh
side
dapat
and who
satu
gets
hero
on
kill.
red side, because I think that will significantly impact the outcome of this game. We're on Flying Clouds
Dorang
too,
first
which
pick
I
nampak
think
kan
will
dorang ban Freya,
accelerate
barat.
pace. And it's
So
Spirit
dorang
who
open pakai
gets
tu kan.
on blue,
Atlas
but
bagi Rara
this
lagi,
time,
dia bagi.
Holy moly.
no Guinevere.
And no Freya. Oh no, but they force Yangon to ban the Freya and the Barats and the Atlas. They don't, and this leaves the Harara to them. So we see the priority.
Yeah, and I feel like the Gwyn is honestly a good ban because, like I said, the distance itself is already the problem, right? Arlen needs to get close, and then he can come in. But yeah, that Gwyn is too much.
But isn't this the same problem that YG will have to face? Aren't they forced to pick up the Paquito here? If
No,
no,
I don't think so.
Okay.
I feel like
no claw.
Well, they have a Brody, yes.
yeah, I'm just worried that Sanji hasn't really used fighters in the gold lane, right? So I'm worried that
Paquito pun
it's
open
good on
lagi.
paper,
Kau nak main ke Paquito?
but if the guy can't use a fighter, is this really?
That's why.
Is this really where you want to force it out?
Really?
Where Team Spirit is match point?
Yeah, that's why, because it's
Paquito, dorang ambil siap
likely to
Paquito.
go over to their side if they don't. So
Still
they
pick, still pick,
decide to switch it up, and this time they'll pick up the Paquito.
Could this be a flex?
I'm not sure if it's. Hopefully it is, because I don't want to think that they were just pressured to pick it up.
It could be jungle. It could be EXP.
What if this is EXP? And this goes.
I think it's better. I think it's better EXP. But again, we got to look at the matchup because not every matchup the Paquito can win. If Team Spirit picks up the Esmeralda, maybe they have to think about putting the Paquito somewhere else.
But it's nice because they still keep their cards close to their chest. They say this could be that, so Team Spirit can't just pick blindly in EXP. They do have to respect that. What happens if we're going up against Paquito? Do we need a winning matchup for that specifically?
Yeah, because I don't think Yangon has really ever utilized the Paquito in gold. In EXP, I don't think so too. So this is a new hero pick that they will be picking up. It's a clear attempt to adjust from Yangon's side.
Honestly, that's why I feel like this might be jungle. Might. Just because they are a team that likes to win those neutral objectives, and Paquito is one of those that has quite good burst damage with the red tree, so maybe they can take it. Which, by the way, Melissa has been banned quite a few times by YG, and this time Team Spirit picks it up. Let's talk about why this is important.
Yeah.
YG wants to dive, wants to win the fights.
Yep.
What are you going to do when she uses the gold wing? So I feel like this is the response that Team Spirit has. If you want to come in, try. We already have an answer for that.
Go ahead.
Which I feel is something they have to resolve through their mid lane. So
I agree.
The Eudora Gord options are still there, but since they prioritized gold and revealed that it is either jungle or Paquito XP, they might lose out on more options in the mid lane later on.
They keep their EXP open though, and that you know, and again, Paquito can still flex.
Rain.
We know that we still have the quad going in,
Saya
so he's
rasa
not going gold.
daripada 3 pick ni saya dah
They are
nampak
still focusing on trying to
4-2
see
dah.
if they can get Yang
Sebab
an
Sunset
advantage.
ni apa kill bomba dia dapat hero dia.
Great EXP lane.
4-2.
The Eudora ban seems like they're also
And
focusing
itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, yang good dia dah ambil cloud.
Which I thought is something they would rather pick.
The other options, I would say
Dia dah ambil
there's
cloud,
two, because
hero
I feel
kekalahan
like
dia.
You need
Yang ketiga,
long range play with this Melissa.
belah kiri dah dapat Melissa.
You want to cast Merca? I mean, like,
Arlet ban.
You can try.
Yang keempat, belah kiri dah ban Arlok.
The Farsa. The Farsa has enough damage. The problem is Melissa can get
Apa
into
ni
range.
nak tunggu habis.
That's something that you got to consider.
Kan dalam tiga ni kita tak boleh nak predict Rain.
Which kind of, you know, not so great going up
Aku
against
sebelum game ni mula dah cakap 4-2
And
Rain.
then the last one is Zetienne, where Zetienne is pretty okay, especially if they want a lot of team fight. The problem is she takes a while.
And I don't think it's
The other one is Selena, but that one, yeah, both of them. I'm sure they have good Selena, so why not?
Yeah. Because even the
ambil
burst is going to be a
Rizla.
problem, I feel, for the Zetian. Maybe in the early they can manage a bit, but
At level 12 it's okay, but getting to
Tak,
level
Jing
12
ambil Paquito tu.
It seems like YG's really focused on hard stuns.
Wala
or potential
mantap-mantap. Aduh, kelak lagi
counter-initiation. They want the Paquito
Fokus
to
langgar dengan
run free.
babak.
because they
Sekejap.
picked it, and it's got
Saya
to do
dengar
a
Pak
work of art, right?
Pak Apik ada di KL. Saya tengah message dia. Kalau dia ada, besok saya nak pergi jumpa dia, borak-borak ajak dia keluar dia minum, kan? Lepas tu saya cuba invite dia hari Senin ke Selasa ke. Minggu depan kita cuba riliskan dengan Arah Kitora.
Shout out to the crowd. You guys are amazing.
Kita cubalah, kita cuba buat semaksimum yang boleh dengan tim-tim MPL ni. Kan, kalau tak dapat minta maaf guys. Saya sebenarnya memang plan untuk nak buat ke 8-8 pasukan. Tapi kalau tak dapat, sorry. Pakui hyper. Pak kita hyper. Confirm.
What's next?
Yeah, I think it was Falcons PH2.
Rain, saya rasa awak
first ones
kena
to
bersemangat lah Rain. Saya tahu awak looking for
necessarily reflects a good standing as KDA wise most of the time. It's just really to match and answer the Esmeralda, which I think again is a question we raised. How they answer Bomba? How can they kind of shut down Bomba?
Yeah.
But Spirit,
Polestar ni yang hyper dia macam confident gila tu. Berbanding dengan coach dia orang ni dah macam tertekan.
I know that is really rough guys to go against. We're looking at that final pick and it's going to be in the mid lane.
Esok Pak Apik kat Sungai Wang Plaza. Ya, Sungai Wang.
Rafa!
Taking notes from Aurora, and we see the reaction coming in from Team Spirit. It looks like they didn't see this coming. And I like this pick because the Dirov can shred armor. So it doesn't matter the armor that you have. The client will be able to do enough damage. This Rafa giving that sustain. This is a very interesting draft, and I can see it working.
Well, YG just bet $500,000 on it because that's what's at stake here. $1 million goes to Team Spirit. Cold Star happy again with the draft. Gengon Galacticos trying to tie it up and send us to a Game 7. What a time here at MSC. I
Kau
hope
tengok
it
tu.
continues as we send
Kau
it
kena
over
dance
to Gideon and Mirko.
Kau tengok grup.
I agree. Everybody needs to start praying at this point. Everybody is looking for
Tapi
their
ni yang
team
semalam
to
punya
make
tu.
it to the very end. Here
Dengan
at this
Falcon.
point, the pressure is still on Yangon, and they basically.
Kenapa dia ambil Falcon punya? Kau kena balas tu. Itu prediction semalam Falcon.
A different means to attack this potential championship.
Weh, aku kena menari guys.
Dan masalahnya itu adalah semalam punya, kau tengok tu.
My God, if this isn't a marathon, and almost immediately Sawo
Kan
starts
apa
off with a
Falcon
pretty good taunt
dengan
here at
Yangon.
level 1, just to make sure that Yangon, they can't walk
Dia orang bawa
freely.
sampai ke hari ni.
YG, their main win condition is playing through these fighters and just going all
Eh,
in with the
Spirit
healing.
tu.
Trying to out-sustain Team Spirit, so they
Tolonglah menang Yangon!
Oh, let's go.
Yangon
Dia akan menari guys. DJY dia akan buat main outfit. Fredo akan buat 50 push up. Moon dengan Rain akan menari. Cantik. Let's go Spirit. Rain menari. Korang apa viewer Rain boleh start record Mungkin ini juga boleh menjadikan salah satu klip selain daripada yang awet tu.
Yangon, kau kena menang kali ni Yangon. Sumpah.
Kalau ada kemungkinan tak yang champion ni akan datang region dia orang dapat 2 slot?
Clutch flicker from Blink to get away, to evade from a possible first blood, to send Team Spirit into that spiral of snowball.
Man, this game has got me, even me, antsy. I don't know when the next big play is going to come, but at least we know.
Uh-oh, Kai's in a bit late. Oh my God, it's going to be the regen, the last hit, the flicker out. No way.
How? He managed. He's got like no HP. He's literally at 1. You don't even see the green in his health bar anymore. As now they attack the bottom side, they got the Purify out of Kid Bomba. This upcoming turtle is going to be highly contestable, but Ying needs to dominate. He needs to show control over this lane and make sure that they have first position.
Or what? Face check in the bush against a Dyrog, gets insta-bursted down. Now it's Sawo with Revitalize, able to get the taunt as well, but the rest of the team comes around, and Ying gets a double.
The damage is good. Wrath of Giants is already out, but they have to back away from this. This is an unwinnable position for Team Spirit, and Yangon take the very first turtle of the game.
Big taunt Sunset Lover as well with the face check. Team Spirit getting a bit too impatient with these openings.
Is it
Apa
impatient?
Irara belum start lagi.
I don't know. It's a tough call here because now they're going once again attacking onto Kit Bomba's side, and I think it's just a little bit of disrespect coming in from Sawo. Wasn't really expecting to get knocked up out of his taunt by Han, but
Irara belum start lagi, santai.
it's not the end of the world. The lead is still very minute. We haven't gotten to the
YG
dangerous 2K territory, but we're
Yang
basically a
Panya.
quarter to halfway there. With 10 more seconds left on the clock before that orange buff alongside with the Lethal Wanderer. Let's see how TS is going to play, because again, at this stage, you might as well invade that top side, steal away one green camp, probably omit the next objective, and try to set up to get Sanji's Purify.
Oh, they're trying to corral over Han. Taunt doesn't land. Now they're all in over. Knockout strike as well. Oh my god, Sawo just so low. He ain't going to be able to pick up a killing spree as Sunset Lover steals away the Holy Baptism, and now he's going to be caught by the taunt.
Apa punya damage lo ni?
A double 4-0-1 to start game number 6.
Darn, I really thought Sawo was going to be able to get out of there in time, especially since Ying wasn't able to apply the shred onto the correct target, and yet they still got him anyways. 45 seconds left on the clock before their next neutral objective spawns, and I think this is this might just be a game 7 if it keeps going this way. We're already in that 2K dangerous territory, and there's no noticeable power spikes that we have to be aware of here, because Yangon will hit it first every time.
2,000 gold lead. Now this is getting very troublesome for Team Spirit. And the lead is on Ying on the Dairoth. This guy's gonna start bursting people down. Not to mention again, the fact that he should actually just be the support this game. He should just be the support for Han to get those knockout strikes.
Yeah, but that's the truth.
Sabar. Melissa dengan apa Kirara
tak jadi lagi. But now that he's 4-0-1, you might as well take full control.
Sawo with the taunt just to escape. Han with the rotation, and now take a look at Ying. I think just one jump and a basic attack and Sunset Lover back to base.
Yep, it's too tough to contest for this neutral objective. Oh,
no, there you go. Flicker Raptor Dryad from Blink. Kaise is the one who picks up the kill, and it's another
Tangan tu macam ni slow ball.
Sour able to go for the iframes, but now he's all from Ying. He goes in for the damage. Sour Revitalize comes around with Bomba, and Sour gets out.
And this is why it's dangerous, especially for a winning lane Dairoth. Once he has that lead, once he has that snowball on top of it all, and a Sky Piercer coming in from Hans, like, it is clear. Ying's whole job, shred, play as much damage as possible, and shred as many targets as you can from Team Spirit's side, and hopefully Han should clean up the rest.
Sama juga Rin, kalau kalah kena lari, kalau dia bersuka. Tak ada, yang tu tak kira, yang tu tak kira.
And Ryu down
kalau aku nak menari sebab yang gol menang,
the Street Fighter gang looking for a T2 down on that bot side. It's forcing a reaction coming out from Team Spirit.
Wait a second. Ying with the dash, Cyclone Eye bringing him to a place that you shouldn't want to be. But they get out. They have to burn a flicker, but, you know, they get out.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Yangon were definitely in Team Spirit's basement there for a while, but they managed to sneak their way back out. For now, TS, it's all about scaling at this stage. I don't think he can really contest it at this stage, not until he gets the War Axe, and even then, I feel like it might just delay his overall. Even Hiko doesn't have much of a lead.
But the thing is, whenever you have a Melissa, you can still just play in the late game, right? We saw that from Vitality as well against Falcons when they were down, what, 5,000-6,000 gold in the early game. They could still just wait for the Melissa to scale, then play front to back. Then it's all about Zaur looking for those angles. But look at this lead. 1,200 gold lead in between the XP laners. Then it's
boleh. Late game dia tak ada apa guys.
600. Yeah, they're just stacking up as much of the lead as they possibly can here. They might find something else. His Blink, he's looking for an opportunity.
Good taunt of this engagement. Zaur's still going to be caught. Oh, he doesn't even have the iframes. It was on cooldown. Zaur trying to save him now. He puts himself in 1v5. It's a double for Han, and he has a Sky Piercer.
Man, that was a bad direction to actually go for the dashes. He double dashed away from Sawo when he should have gone around Sawo back into his own territory. That probably should have been it. Without the combo points, without the iframes, he just can't get out.
Kenapa? Dia orang dua main sekali tu. Sebab damage dia terlalu besar. Si Ying dengan Han ni.
Dia main combo, break armor,
betul. Baik tu.
They are looking for everything across the map, every tier 1.
6,000 gold ahead, Hiko. Oh man, even on the turret, it's Hiko losing out of the trade, and Zaur gonna be extra careful, my guy. Oh god, that was just one strike. That was just one skill too.
Yeah, and they're saving the combo here, making sure that they're threatening them through their life totals. but just the raw sustain coming in from Yangon's, it's becoming really, really difficult to keep on contesting, because as much as you want to wait for your cooldowns to come back off, it's just, it doesn't matter if you're not getting yourself that net profit. And now, let's look at the items real quick, because Sawo, smartly enough, decides to go at least to get the Chastised Pauldron. The War Axe is still under way here. Okay, Sawo should be fine. They don't get the AOG out of him just yet.
Oh, even with the dive on Sawo, Revival about to try it as well, but that's going to be the all-in double already. Go away right there, Sunset Lover able to pin them all down. The falling star moon locks him, but there's no damage. Bomba taken out by Han Ying. On their turret, Hiko picking up the kill, flickers out of safety, and finally is able to get a kill on board for Team Spirit.
Yep, and they're also going to get the holy shielding by the mid lane. Everything that could have gone right for Yangon Galacticos have gone right. And better yet, hey Ying, don't let you give the shutdown. It's fine. It's a completely okay. Great shred as it was applied on the multiple frontliners, and more importantly, he just doesn't have the cooldowns to keep iframing forever here. But the worst part about it is that when you think that the Wrath of Dryads is just done, all of a sudden you start seeing Kaise just saying, you know what, slow down or completely stop, halt right there.
Hope still in the air for Team Spirit. It's so low, but there is still hope because of that shutdown. Now it's all on Hiko. Their wave clear, not that good. So they're gonna have to sacrifice a few more structures as YG secure the Lord for free. As YG have 40 stacks on Han Skypiercer.
Yep, he's so huge right now. This is gonna be the strongest point for him in this game. It's only going to get worse for inside of TS. They need to drag this out for another 4 more minutes to get Zard back into position, and I think more importantly for Hiko to finish off his items. 50 stacks already, Malefic Roar already purchased, and a War Axe currently underway.
It's 50. It's not even 40, it's 50. Okay. A siege in the mid lane.
Hey!
Purify out. Sawo with the AOG. Able to land on 2, but now he's going to get bursted down with the Wrath of the Dryad, locking him down. It's Hiko with the muddles. Not doing any damage. Taken out by Han. Go away already by Hiko. He's able to find some damage right now as he goes on.
Okay, ikut ada damage. Ikut ada damage.
Let's go, Sanjay!
Good. Make it even faster. 11K ending. Guess what?
Wih, 10 minit je tu.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going
10 minit.
What an incredible series this has been. Fast. Very, very quick, but statements have been thrown back and forth between both of these teams at the very pinnacle of
what a grand final, bro.
God, what a showing.
Of course, it had to be a best of 7 going all the way. Of course, MSC,
Kalau kau tanya aku kan sekarang kan, momentum YG champion tu.
To surprise, continues to shock everybody who's
YG champion tu.
And man,
gila, 10 minit tu.
It's not the closest of games.
Momentum sekarang YG tu.
It's been stomp 1, then Yangon with a stomp, then Spirit with a stomp. It's just going back.
Kalau macam ini dia orang main
it's back to back for YG.
Yup, finally they
momentum sekarang ni kat YG.
Maybe with the draft order, the TS was going to find something else.
Masih berharap TS win.
Yangon still have some soul left in them. Team Spirit, they gotta pull it together here. They're getting a little nervous. They don't even understand that the momentum is starting to build up for the Galacticos.
Dia tak bagi tu, Hiko. Kalau kata lagi 2 minit, 3 minit, Hiko tu dah sakit gila. Kau tengok kat sini, ha. Ini dah hampir dah. Hampir. Tapi Blazing Duel pula sampai. Blazing Duel, boom, gone.
Game 7 here at MSC 2026. With the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet
the
trophy. These two teams are a photo finish away from
Kalau ada momentum macam tu memang susah nak comeback dah TS. Ya betul. Awai tak kalut.
And ECA now starting to for the first time look a bit doubtful if they can close the job. However, this is what we hope for as neutral fans, as those who love seeing esports, who love moments like this. This is what you wish for, Brigitte. And LaFell, I know that despite you wanting to stand up out of your chair, well, I guess you could stand up. You do it pretty well. There is a nation in Myanmar who is looking at this saying, we've reached the grand finals already. It was an M2. we have finally given ourselves a chance to become the new era, the new heroes of MLBB.
Oh yeah, that was a terrifying performance. We definitely got to see from that game number 6. That was a Dairoth who they literally took a risk with because it was a do or die.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't spell Dairoth without die, and that's what he gave to Team Spirit there. Because let me just say, since MSC has been so good anyways, we gotta go all out. We gotta go all the way to Game 7. This is why I say, good luck to the rest of the games at EWC, man. I mean, like,
yeah, it's tough, man.
We got the viewership, we got the games, we got the action, we got the jokes.
It's gonna be tough. I'm not gonna lie. Been some great games, great competitions across the board, but this one certainly has got to be up there with the best of the best. Heck, it's one of the best in MLBB international history. Especially for these 3 weeks in France, I don't know where else you would have put your attention to say a game
grand final juga tu.
This level of competition,
Kebiasaannya 40-41 dah habis.
This amount of money on the line for
Adakah ini first time the full match?
At one gentlemen who are established pros for 17, 15 years. Some of the people in other roles have been there forever. These guys are still young gentlemen building their lives. $1 million now stands between them in one game of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, and one of the youngest.
Yeah, the youngest.
Part of this tournament, Zar Egoist, that
Abang kena
was
tu
painful to watch.
lot
That was
yang
painful for him. It was a game where he could barely do
Waalaikumsalam
anything,
warahmatullahi
and you could see it even in the
wabarakatuh.
post-game stats. He only
Venalia
got
Kalisha, welcome.
buffs towards his side,
Awak
and
sihat
the rest
ke?
were just all over to
Main
Yangon.
game SRJ bang MSC punya. Ya.
Clearly denied
MSC
of
EWC.
the kind of performance that we've seen from
menang
him
yang
time
ni?
and time again throughout this best of 7.
Tiga sama.
Well, Ying has
3-3 sekarang ni. One last
so many now nicknames.
game.
I'm sure online you guys have already started coming up with new nicknames for Ying.
One last game.
Whether it's
One last
undying,
game.
whether it's terrifying.
He's defying expectations.
Whether it's defying. And I think expectations versus reality was a little bit of a theme earlier. We saw it's not Indonesia, it's not the Philippines, it's Myanmar and EECA. They have given us the show that we were hoping for. Yangon Galacticos on the Arlet, on the Dairoth. Ying has been
YG final boss.
I mean, like, honestly, at this point, I mean, we've been setting this up, I think even like day 3 of MSC, where the EXP laners, they are providing so much for the team. In this case, Ying is special because game number 1 has a lot of chasing control, and game number 2 is a lot of chase as well as damage. Like this guy, having that Dairoth is risky in the sense that if you lose your lane, there's not much you can do. So it's a good thing that he won the lane. He expanded it to all across the board.
You talk about taking that risk in game 7. You talk about what was on the line. Sorry, in game 6. It leads us to a game 7. But how do they do it? How is it successful? Walk us through it, Lefel.
Well, I'm gonna let my partner do this one.
Goyak Inul,
Rata. Amazing analyst. I'm just a chair.
Masih Dayu, Masih Dayu. Masih Dayu boleh.
I mean, if you want me to, I can. But,
okay.
All right. Well, now I
Itu
know
okey lah, Rin. Aku rasa itu okey. Balok rasa macam mana?
Apa tu?
Suruh dia menari lagu Masih Dayu okey bang.
Brazilian dance.
Brazilian dance.
Sebab itu yang tengah popular sekarang kan.
But I think at least in this game, you left us with a question of how
Die.
11-minute win. And it sucks to say, but I think it was mostly really off of a huge error that started this game from Team Spirit. Because you take a look at this clip that we're looking at right now. Mind you, this was right before Sunset Lover and Sao were actually rotating from mid. And they had full information that no one was there, that their matchup wasn't there, that probably Blink and Kaize were elsewhere, and they still decided to go for this rotation. If you take a look at where Zar Egoist was trying to move, where's the zoom in? Where's the zoom in? Oh, here. If you take a look at how Zar Ego... This is not working.
She took it from you so well too, and now she needs you.
Okay, come on. Let's go. Let's pull it back. So, if you take a look at how Zar Ego is still decided to utilize that information, I think prior that he already saw Han. And he probably went into that thinking that it was just Han. But it was clear that it wasn't just Han. So you see how the game or how the team fight actually turned. Eventually, it was a first blood over to Undying. And And he didn't just get one kill off of that. He also got Sao, who just really wanted to help. And this was the beginning of a snowball. I feel like if you were the Rafaela at this point, you could just immediately switch your attention towards, yeah, let's just keep on building up Ying, because he's already taken a huge part of the early game, and that's where they've just decided to continue and proceed with the snowball. We have another clip here, which I think is just an emphasis on how Ying was just a huge problem here, and I will be giving it over to my partner for this one.
I mean, you don't have to. Okay, thank you very much. So this is where we see the draft really shines because of that Rafaela. Rafaela is really a big piece here, because the thing that we have to look at is the fact that Ying is fearless in this one, where he can engage into the fight. Because again, looking at the positions coming in from the rest of Yangon Galacticos, is we really got to highlight how Sanji is basically untouched on this Claude, and all the while, look at Kaize. Kaize's positioning is he is in the middle of everyone, right? He is in optimal position to provide heal as well as slow down the enemy team. And this is why having that Rafaela in the mid really makes very fast games, because it makes it so that it's hard for you to make a mistake. Like you have to overextend so hard that you somehow die and give the advantage over to your opponent. So this is one of the strengths when you get a, I would say, a very offensive draft, having two fighters. Doesn't matter if it's EXP Gold or Jungle, EXP, whatever. As long as you have the Rafaela there, you can keep on fighting, extend the lead, and end the game before 12.
Which is very unfortunate. Honestly, we didn't really see Kaize being as efficient.
Oh,
you're pressing it. You're still pressing it. Because at least before that face check we got to see from Zar, you saw how aggressive Spirit were. They were just forcing flickers out of even the Rafaela from Kaize. They were constantly going for the invades. And I guess it was a bit too much aggression.
Maybe.
That led them to this spot.
And I think that might have been something that Cold Star was mentioning. You saw the reaction when you see the Rafaela. He mentioned something very quickly, very intensely to his team. It might have just been, rah, go ahead, get a win. But it could have also been, guys, we got to make sure this Rafaela does not get off to a good lead. We need to force pressure onto the Dairoth. We can't let this happen. And maybe that's why, because Zaur doesn't make those early mistakes like that very often.
We got to look at the numbers here. 32,000 heal, that's actually quite a lot, and also just shows how much fighting that they had. I mean, like about 14 of the fights is involved with Kaize, 82% kill participation, but this is a support, and he dealt 23,000 damage, so it's not like he did nothing when it comes to chipping the HP of Team Spirit. But with that being said, this is match point, and now we got to look at Kip Bomba as well as Ying. Whoever wins the lane wins the game.
And at this point, that's not surprising.
I see what you did there. Did you see what surprise?
You know, listen, I'm trying to add a little bit more, guys. You know, I love the way that this game has shifted, and I love you too. But it's been a little bit like quicksand for some teams. They've fallen into the pit, and then they couldn't get out. But sometimes the real way to actually get out of quicksand is to move very slowly, and it's to shift your weight. And so, in my opinion, what happened was the weight was falling onto Sanji a lot. They were picking Claude early, and then they shifted the weight back onto Ying. And they said, Ying, do what you do best. Do what got you the nickname. Do what got us here. And now I feel like they're out. They're even. They're flat. But the problem is, how do you avoid falling in? Because Team Spirit have now seen it twice. Maybe they were the ones who represent the quicksand here. They've had power. They've given it away. They're wanting to set something up yet again. And a lot of the cards have been laid on the table. The Arlot's been banned. The Paquito's been left out. I'm setting this up because there is sometimes so much that's happened, Brig, that it's not about anything anymore. It's just about showing up for this one game. Get a lineup you feel comfortable with and outplay your opponents. Is that as simple as it is?
I think it's
game 7.
It's a simple answer to what Yangon has been lacking in this previous series, because even if you base it off their more earlier and first games and series and appearances here, it's always been Ying who's been the more creative player. He's been the person who can afford to really pull off these more unorthodox picks, and they've been making it work. They've been utilizing the Barretts, the Ruby even, and now the Dairoth. And I think that in turn, that shift allowed for Sanji to breathe a little bit more, to just play towards his comfort, to just do what he has to do in lane. But that will just hopefully not become too much pressure on Ying, because there's just so much that he has to do, especially in this crucial game 7.
Well, gentlemen, and yes, Brigitte, you're also a gentleman. This is where coaches earn their paycheck.
That's right.
Because it's not just the draft, but also how do you calm your team down? We even had an interview where
Goldstar's massaging
where
Sunset Lover,
Eterna
by the way.
was talking to one of the coaches like, my job is to keep them mentally well. And let me just say, this is why I like my job, because Rain Day asks a lot of questions, but let's be real, none of that is my problem. It's a problem that the teams have to solve, and because of that, I don't give a crap. Right now, I'm just enjoying the game. Like, this is the moment after the draft. Let me tell you, I'm just gonna be a fan. I don't care what's happening.
And that's the beauty, guys, because Game 7, it's like we've all thrown punches. It is the 12th round.
We are siblings. We are siblings.
Who is gonna take it? It is about grit, it's endurance, it's strength, but it's more than that. It's spirit, it's perseverance, it's opportunity, and sometimes it's destiny. We said there is a new era.
Yep.
We said there would be a new chapter written. We already know that. But what is the difference in all the big moments? And you go back again, the Odyssey, a movie everyone's seeing nowadays. You see these big impact moments that change the course of civilization. And when you break it down to the course of esports, there are these one games, these one picks that go, whether it's going to be Myanmar, who are your new champions, or whether it's going to be EECA. Is it going to be Kid Bomba that goes into the crowd hugging his mom, or is it going to be Ying holding up that MVP trophy and undying, becoming the name that echoes around not only Paris, but across all of Myanmar for years to come?
I do have to say, the thing that I like is that I feel like a new chapter has already been written, but like you said, winning this one, I don't see how the domino effect is going to happen. Like, this is such new territories. For sure, whether YG or Team Spirit wins, it will change MLBB. I just don't know how yet.
Same. I don't know what's next. That's the thing. I don't know what's next, how the other regions will adjust, how they will adapt or pick up some of the learnings that we got from this tournament even.
Saya
ingat Bang Nobar MSC dapat 1, dapat 2, dapat 3. Alhamdulillah kita menang. Saya menangkan. Let's go, last dance. One last dance. One last dance. Skor berapa? 3-3.
Same draft. They're not changing as much.
If they don't pick up Rafa is going to get banned, but they may have something else up their sleeve. And by the speed of how both teams have drafted, I feel like both teams have agreed as like, this is our best draft. We just made that one mistake where we
Arlott ban, Rafaela ban.
Walked in blind into 2 people ganking him. They're just like,
so
let's not do that.
Ni draft yang sama
Because the Dyroth is also still available, but it's not like they know that there's an Esmeralda coming up, so they decide to take it out altogether. So they're just probably going to go all in. They don't want to react to the matchup anymore. They want to play comfort. So if that's the case, could we be looking at maybe even a disruptor hero
Arlott dan juga Rafaela.
There's the Arlott still.
No Arlott available. I mean, they're not going to give it, and that's smart. But now the Uranus question comes up. Do you ban Uranus, or do you leave it open? And you kind of predict that most likely, if it is open, it's something that Bomba would be comfortable grabbing. That gives you some more information on the side of YG, but it's a risky bet because of the Esmeralda ban.
Kontra dia ban apa? Dia ban Uranus.
Into the Uranus anymore,
Dia akan ban
so you have to
Uranus.
settle with something different. I mean, I think you can still Dyroth into the Uranus, but again, considering that the Rafa might get banned or not, because we don't know if Spirit are really looking to take it out.
Uranus. Kau nampak tak? Dia tak nak bagi kek bomba hidup.
That's why. So it's really going to be an XP showdown, regardless of what the picks are going to look like.
And I feel like this is their way of opening up the Kino. It doesn't have to be in the jungle now. Now without the
Tapi dia tak terfikir Mino Rain.
They can put it in the EXP if they so choose.
Dia tak terfikir pun Mino tu. Dalam kepala otak dia tak ada Mino. Nampak Arlott di ban. Okay. So dia biar Rafaela.
Which means I think they understand this Rafaela could come out, but if it does,
Sunrise
I would bet the Cold Star and Team Spirit have an answer now.
I mean, like, they can pick the Rafa now, and then after seeing the entire draft, they can make the decision. Where does this Pakito go? But
okay, Selena.
So
masih lagi good combo.
Kaiser, is it his first time? It's his first time on the Selena, right?
I think they used it earlier, game 2.
At least in the series, yeah.
Maybe game 2.
Ini boleh lapu-lapu tu, guys.
New things being introduced to us here by YG, drafting wise.
But these
Nama Munji tadi Nak memuji di ni. IWC ada main.
Tak pun ada Sora lagi.
Are they going back to the Lapu?
Mino Lapu.
Because again, there's a lot of phobias too. There's a, I mean, I don't want to see the phobias again considering that. I mean, like they don't have a. Okay, so yeah, the Gatot picked up as well as the Lapu.
Okay.
So this is just saying like, dude, you're pretty good at this hero. Could you do it again?
Yeah. So the question of where the Pokito is actually going to be will be answered here. Do they feel like they're still lacking in terms?
Dia tetap nak bawa pergi ke jungle ni, bagi tu jungle.
Damage because I think there's a lot.
They can go for some. Okay, they go for the Suyo.
Suyo!
Because I was about to say this Pokito can go either way, even in.
Takut ya guys. Bismillah.
Come on, guys. Whatever happens. Congrats to the champion because this is gonna be a good one.
You can feel it in the arena. LaFell and Brig have given you their thoughts, but at this point,
okay, yang menang siapa?
Okay, YG menang. MSC. EWC 2026 has not disappointed.
Siapa menang?
And you can't ask for anything better.
Siapa?
TS.
Into this tournament.
YG.
Saya rasa draft Yangon.
Game 7. Let's.
Nah, aku tak suka Suyo.
Today we bear witness to history.
Selena Aero, Valerie Tau.
Ya, the chain stun tu ada pada YG. Tapi aku rasa kali ni dia orang tak boleh habiskan early. By the time Melissa dah hidup. Melissa dah hidup. Sebab tadi dia ada lagi healing. So dia orang boleh bertahan dalam wall. Sekarang tak ada.
Take those gambles in a game 7. You can't just play around comforts. Well, you can, but obviously, look at this composition. YG again, they pull off a composition, that unorthodox all-in style from the match, or the game rather, that we saw against Falcons.
First 5 minit ni guys, jawapan dia.
Just blink.
Really is just blink so far. And I mean, the early game is going to determine everything that's going to happen. And Sawo understands when he is playing on this Gatot, there's a lot of work that he has to do.
Sekarang tak kira guys, draft mana siapa yang kuat. Sekarang ni tengok siapa yang boleh main bagus, itu je.
Despite building their composition in a style where it's definitely having to play around Hiko, they still are willing to
kalau late game belah kiri guys. Saya rasa late game belah kiri. Dengan Hirara, dengan Melissa.
This time around, it's still the same idea. Sanji would walk up again on Hiko. This lane should be good for the Claude, and so far he's done an amazing job at utilizing, capitalizing on that. Now the fight, Gold Crab goes to Sanji. It's all about these small wins.
Talking about small wins here, Ying getting shoved in pretty hard, knowing that a lot of the forces of TS have come down to his side of the lane. Any little advantage could be the difference maker here. And you can see that showing presence makes a huge difference. Now they're going to go for their traditional rotate over into the mid lane to get Sunset Lover as close to 4 as possible. And now that Kibamba is for himself, he wants to maintain pressure.
So far, Kaise hasn't landed a single Abyssal arrow at the start of the game. That's going to be the bravest fighter from Bomba, zoning Han away. Blade Surge Blink out of the way. Ying making his way back in again. The retribution from Sour. Claiming the first turtle of game number 7.
Very tactical, very clean for the side of TS. We don't need to take unnecessary fights. We just need to be together. And now first blood achieved instantaneously. A good arrow coming in from Kaise.
Kaise hasn't played a single Selena game this tournament, and he decides to play it in game 7. One arrow landed, a kill right after. Instant capitalization as YG look to play it slow. They look for those pickoffs, and it's about map control.
And so far, I mean, we need to see Ying do a lot more on his side of the map if they want to at least fight for the next turn. So far, it's about intercepting for the side of the Yangon Galacticos. If they can slow down the rotations coming in from TS, they get that first move. And we've seen teams, that alpha strike that Yangon Galacticos are so capable of with a composition that really benefits that style.
Now it's about that build. How do they play the neutral game when nothing is available? Rapid try to the flicker of Blink. Able to find him, but now he's giving the Blaze Surge on Sawo. Instant talk cancels it. Sawo, the AOG gets out just in time. Barely with a sliver of health.
Nicely done. Very, very nicely done here. There was a moment, a frame, a singular frame that Sawa was able to buffer out the AOG. The chain CC was really, really good. And honestly, the execution from Yangon was there. Unfortunately, they just didn't have enough stats to close it out. Back to the EXP, nothing much is happening here. Both Ying and Kid Bomba are playing a very neutral game. Ying will get first push most of the time, but he's never going to be able to tax Bomba.
Bole Lari 2, fake.
Great cancels all around. Sunset providing support, just not in range. But Sawo, he found the angle, he found that sliver, that window to go in. Zaur again, trying to go for the clear, or the secure rather, on the green camp. Up top it's Sawo, helping Hiko out in this lane. Turtle going to be spawning in 3 seconds, and it's TS with the tempo.
Interesting. They're also bringing Hiko in for this potential fight. He's running the Purify as of right now, but he's going to be the safe haven that TS needs to fall back to. Sunset Lover is going to eat the Abyssal Arrow, but here we go.
Arrow lands on Zaur. Bomba with the body block, as Sawo is able to zone blink away, and that's going to be the second neutral objective for free. Good one. It's a purple buff stolen away up top.
Now, these are the small little advantages that we were talking about here, right? Both sides refuse to give the lead up over to the other side, and naturally TS
the real final match
is a singular unit, while Yangon Galacticos are looking for chinks in the armor. Now, with the vision that we are getting from Kais, he is very aware of the rotations coming in from Zaur Egoism. Oh, Ying.
Blade Surge from Han providing support. Throws out the Queller, lands it on Bomba. A chunk of HP away. Now in the mid lane is going to be the Muddles to take Blink to half HP. Abyssal Arrow lands, but it's only onto Sawo. Now in the bottom lane is going to be the jungle. Oh, Restream win for Han with that second skill, Sky Piercer.
Sky Piercer, rather interesting, but now as we see Sanji get out of the way here, and we're also seeing Hunter Strike being built by Ying as first item, not even opting to go Fury Hammer into War Axe. No, just needs the instantaneous burst.
We have to pull out the items. We have to see what items Bomba has gone for as well, because there's so much damage physical from YG. Bomba needs that Dreadnought armor, or he's gonna get popped.
Motions on the map is already telling us something here, right? We're already seeing that Ying has moved over into the mid lane, but the rest of the team is trying to cover for a potential attack from the side of TS. They read it out very, very well to clear out the Lethal Wanderer, to deny that vision. Unfortunately,
this is a deep cut. This is a greedy cut.
This might be too deep, actually.
He dashes away, has the Bravest Fighter, is able to bait some resources, but it's going to be the Bravest Fighter on cooldown, though.
And also the Retribution as well, right? So now 15 seconds left.
Blink flickers too. TS with a small win. Set up by Bomba, another flicker.
They graze the chin. They graze the chin, and now they have an
opportunity.
Melissa
dah start sakit. Melissa dah start sakit. Let's go.
He gets hit by an Abyssal Arrow and gets one shot, but Sunset's Lover is still holding on to the Wrath of the Dryads. It's still 50-50 here.
Let's see it. He go to the Muddles. Wrath of the Dryad already made it. Zaur walks up again, is able to go for the untargetable. Han gonna be taking a half HP as Bomba walks in with Bravest Fighter. Now on to Kaise, he goes. 3 turtles, all at TS. Oh! And they go.
Let's go, Spirit!
Sanji! Team Spirit have been on the back foot the last 2 games. Game 5, Game 6, it was a YG stop.
OMGG.
Team Spirit in this game, through the neutral objectives they played, they waited, they built those small wins, and then it exploded on YG.
You can feel the frustration, you can feel the history in their movements.
Dapat
they
ni,
understand what this game means to not only them, but every sacrifice they've made up until this point. God-given or not, right now, that's all they've got to be. They just have to have some faith that every move is going to work out. Looking at the items finally, thank you, Zipper. We already see no completed items actually for the second half.
Settle ke? Settle ke?
With a bit more damage, Hiko lands the Muddles, goes in.
Baiklah, Hiko.
With the trade, and on the opposite side, Ying tries his best, but no, Zara able to iframe out of there, still having that level lead.
He can't go for this.
Game kedua apa terjadi? Dah 3 sama dah ni.
Know that he's going to instantly get there, and Zaur, he's already on top of it. At this stage, TS, they're
dapat
in enemy territory to see what's going to go happen. But, ooh, man. There's a lot of like weird moments in this game, especially from Yangon. Sometimes it's like they forget, oh yeah, we can't really force without our battle spells. So I think Yangon, they just need to take a step back. It's about the timing of when they attack, not how hard they hit.
Ni siapa yang menang besok cuti, ya betul.
Catching your opponents off guard. That's when the knockout
Tak senang duduk dah Rin, nak kena menari ni. Bye bye. There you go. Aku dah cakap suyo, bawa lagi suyo. Bawa lagi suyo tu. Bawa lagi.
Again, TS not only taking into account the habits that have been made and little details in this game, but now they're getting really personal with each other, really taking into the account which camp he wants to be on and how he likes to chain his abilities.
Bomba. The Bravest fighter again on Blink. Now the muddle's coming down as well.
Bapak sakitnya.
The Abyssal Arrow set. Sour, Restream.
Close. Very, very close. And even Ying was looking to get into position, but unfortunately could not find the angle at this point of time.
Hampir.
Technicality from TS is immaculate here. And now they are really finding their motion with the next 2 item purchases, the Golden Staff and that Lightning Truncheon coming in from Sunset Lover. Guys, he's got to be very, very careful jumping into these fights. The same can be said about Han. Ying has been a little out of it for
sabar bang. Belum habis bang.
Which is rather surprising. I
Dah nangis siap dah.
He would be there in first position.
Team Spirit with the Lord, they have good siege as well.
Okay, push bawah.
YG, their clear is not that good. They have a Paquito that can go to the sidelines, but when it comes to dealing with the Lord, they're going to have to just group up together, and that means it's an opening for Bomba. It's an opening for Sunset Lover if he steals it, and Sour with AoE as well.
Kau tengok tu Hiko ni, ha?
YG just got to respect it. Hiko in the bottom lane, sending Blink away. The Missile Arrow lands, but he's going to body block as the Sun lands from Bomba.
Dapat!
And that's Sunset Lover waiting for a moment. Bomba Blink around. Han not able to get it. Hiko puts the damage on them with the muddles.
Honestly, not bad, but here comes the second wave, and Hiko is going to start doing it again. Sunset
Okay, dapat mid ni. Confirm dapat dah ni.
He's got flicker and he's ready to go.
Now with the damage, now with the go away, Sunset Lover with the
Second Betul Melissa.
Okay, dapat satu. Dapat dua.
Hiko killing spree, throws it around. Ying up top, running away. It's Bomba.
Mana mau lari? Where are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running?
He's ready to put his life on the line for 5 Young Galacticos.
Mega kill. 4-0 enter. Kaize finally able to get that arrow on a perfect target. It was Sour, it was Sunset that got caught. No bounty, however, it's only on Hiko.
Man, really high intensity game, man. I can feel it up into my chest. The atmosphere in here, that's so many of these dangerous moves. I can't believe they haven't lost confidence in a lot of these motions. Yangon say, you know what? We have terrible wave clear, but if we cut the wave and we start pulling it out, we just bought ourselves another ticket at another.
Ini masalah besar doh yang good. Melissa je problem dia orang ni.
Shielding, unfortunately, but what can you do?
Now it's the orange secured by Kaize.
Melissa Dahl, Dasapara, Nyawa
Dia yang dapat.
In the 10th minute of the game, these arrows are going to start to hurt. And if Kaize can find yet another one on a big target, it could send YG back to level playing field. Bomba taking very low. Sanji already right there, but the BMI sends him back. He needs to play it safe.
I think he needs to reset.
Cloud pun dah sakit Cloud pun dah sakit.
He'll heal himself back up to where he needs to be. 15 seconds left on the neutral objective before that Lord
Okay, dua MM dah sakit dah ni. Ini match MM
Any chance. Wait, hold on. Kid Bomba already trying to engage.
Wih, bapak sakit macam ni doh.
Sanji's right there, and that's going to be hot.
And they catch him! Double kill for Sour Equalist! This Lord should be free! And the question is, TS, you taking the discipline route, or are you going for the throw? Because they're looking to open up the inhibitor first.
It's the Dragon Siege. Once again, Hiko with the muddle, zoning them away. Han and Blink both down. Ying in the bottom lane. Again, they are going to play it safe. Sour was already on the Lord. He just cracked the base open.
Dah ketar-ketir dah.
And that's an elbow right to the temple there. Yangon Galacticos now have to worry
about
pushing mid-wave during these neutral objectives. And worse yet, with a 7.1k lead, is it inevitable, or can there be the temple breaker that they've been praying for?
YG have to defend. It's another siege. They have to find a creative way to the back. That's the only way. But then there's a Wind of Nature. Then there's a go away. Then there's Sawa, who's constantly behind. How do they do this?
One arrow could make the difference here.
They need to find it somewhere, somehow. Kaise is looking for an angle, but TS, they are spreading very, very wide to ensure that there's no way that that's possible. Now with the Abyssal Traps as well, trying to slow down that wave. It doesn't actually connect on the wave, and now here they go!
Bartle's already placed. Lord going to be dealt with now as the wave in the bottom lane, and the top lane is going to come crashing down. That's a base sword up top. Hiko with a dash away from the Abyssal Arrow. Now, one final wave in the bottom lane, but Ying is caught all alone. Sawa with the chase with the AOG.
And Ying,
what is going to happen?
This wave, and that's perfect because look at that top side. Instantly we're seeing Han is able to do something else.
Bagilah macam tu je doh. Dah tak ada jawapan doh. Dah tak ada jawapan doh.
Have the siege and they even absorb the abyssal arrows. It didn't connect.
It did, and now the models are landing. Hiko dodges away, gets some shots on Kaise. So severed from Han, clears out the wave. They stay alive. YG.
Oh my goodness, this game could not get more exciting. I'm already off my seat. My knees are getting weak. My arms
One mistake
are heavy
by
watching
YG.
this match progress. And yet, I think it's going to come down to whether or not Blink can find a super engagement or whether Sunset Lover can finally get a punish onto YG.
I think for Team Spirit, they don't need to go for any risk. It's YG right now that needs to look for a wild haymaker to knock Spirit out. Spirit can just build. They've got the points. They got an 8.5k gold lead. Waves to play with.
Rain, okay, Rain.
All they need to do is suffocate YG. Don't give them anything to farm up.
Tengah cari lagu ke nak joget apa tu?
It's a guaranteed. Slow pushing anyways, but the bottom wave, keep it right there. The jungle, take it all, snatch it all away from YG.
Yep, they don't. YG unfortunately can't just sit there and take it. They can't give their backs up as well. They're willing to sacrifice an arm and a leg, but if that's the necessary cost to win the fight, then so be it.
Ini satu dapat.
Very tight game with his engages not only being immaculate, but denying a lot of the space for
bawa dah menang.
Pick up the fine play for Sunset Lover. Now Blink, the only frontliner, is going to have even more trouble to deal with the damage output from Spirit.
Record XNK Joget 2.
He's going to have to try his best here, and I totally understand.
Arrow lands.
No. They still got plenty of bodies there. They're going to cover for him every single time, even if it slips on through.
Blake! Not going to try it. Bates
Oi, silap. Silap.
Won't be able to land with a stun. It's a big resource burnt out with a purifier, but it's a flicker out for Blink.
And they got nothing out of Team Spirit. The Abyssal Arrows are now getting denied away. Kaise, he's gonna try.
No purify. Sanji can go in. Kaise! Go away, coming out from Hiko as he puts in the models, but that's to the back.
And now they want to go for a little bit more.
Let's go!
He tries his absolute best. They got what they were looking for, but the
Let's go, Team Spirit!
From the side of Young on Galacticos. TS, this could be it. They've been waiting for this for too long.
Bomba right there. Sanji with the BMI into the bottom lane.
Enough, bro! Here goes the new champion!
Johnson with a stun. Sanji right there, but it's not enough.
Every legend starts with an impossible dream.
Remember tonight. Remember when the dragons first took flight.
An apex predator arises.
The dragons have awoken.
Finally, YY.
Team Spirit are your champions.
GGTS.
Congratulations.
GG do.
Handsome Patrol Sunset Lover. You wish KO.
Kayo, $1 million.
Themselves, every sacrifice given today, every blood, sweat, and tear for this moment.
Kaya.
Has never seen a champion from outside of Southeast Asia. This year, we were heading out to Paris, from Saudi, from Cambodia, from regions of the past. Team has wandered this far, but Spirit have done it.
That being said, congratulations to Team Spirit.
Penantian yang sangat lama tu. Orang kata akhirnya penantian. Apa ayat pepatah tu? Pepatah kah tu? Apa statement? Macam mana ya? Tolong typekan sikit. Hampir kes, ya tu.
Sunset Lover.
Congratulations.
Sunset
What a
Lover.
journey you guys have been through. However, before we even continue with our trophy lift, we are first going to crush some keys. So if you guys could follow me to our key crusher over here at the back. Come on over, guys. Emotions are overpouring today. I have a question. Who wants to be crushing the key? Sunset Lover and Sawa, this is a historic moment for the EECA region.
Alhamdulillah, GGTS.
In M1.
MVP dapat 25k, ya tu?
Finally, they are
Aku rasa MVP dia punya jungler. Ataupun mungkin orang bagi kaki bomba. Sebagai orang lama kan. They deserve lah, they deserve.
The emotions are overpouring here on the stage.
Kid bomba, Sawo, Sunset Lover.
Team Spirit is your champions this MSC.
Kid bomba.
Dropping and sending Yangon Galacticus home as the second. This has been a moment everybody has been waiting for.
Brazilian dance macam mana guys? Brazilian dance macam mana?
For the EECA region. And there you guys have it.
It's a dream come true, bro.
If we can now head on over to the front. It is time.
Match ke-7 ni memang match Hiko lah. Hiko is the one who make all the dream come true, bro. Ya, dari M1 bro, dari M1 bro.
This is Team Spirit. You may raise your trophy in 3, 2, 1.
Tak ada ni Yalah nanti rosak stage.
Such a historic day for the world.
Bang, cukup lah bang.
Legends.
Orang lelaki mana boleh nangis macam tu? Dah cukup, sikit dah.
Amazing history in the making, Kid Bomba.
Abang tu mata dah bengkak. Cukup juga sikit-sikit dah.
You guys were so close to the knockout stages in M6. And now you're a champion. How are you feeling right now?
I don't know, it's unreal, you know, I don't believe this is real. I'm like touching myself the whole time, I cannot believe it. I don't know.
I understand, you're definitely overwhelmed. But there's somebody we have to talk to here.
Makabamba is the real MVP.
Sunset Lover. Years in the making and finally you guys are champions. What does this championship mean to you both?
Kalau tiba-tiba live aku terpadam.
We're finally champions. Finally. That was hard work, and it's the result of hard work.
The result of hard work. And I see over here, Hiko Mania. He is very emotional today.
Panjil Mama Bamba, real
jam.
jam.
On the international
Mak Dia
stages
Nanjas
back at
SPB
M6,
Anik Lama
where it was
X
held in
Balik Ruma,
Kuala Lumpur.
Asayak Training G.
Everybody hailed him as Hiko Mania. Hiko, today you finally made it. You lifted a trophy of your own. How do you feel to finally achieve such a dream?
I feel grateful for everyone who came support us and for my team who believe me, and thank you everyone, guys.
We're all so proud of you. And of course, the young jungler, the new face, the newcomer, Zara Egoist. Coming into this tournament, a lot of people had their eyes on you because everybody was saying that you are a great jungler. But at such a young age, already winning your first championship in the international stages. What is next for you? What else do you want to achieve in MLBB?
It's very hard to say. Of course, we keep working and I want to win more, like M-Series, and next it's Phygital. And I want to say thank for my family, especially for my mom, because she always supports me. And thank you all my haters. when I come to Team Spirit.
He gave a special shout out. But now it is time to see the players who stood out amongst the rest. Milosh, come on over.
Thank you, Rose. Congratulations again to Team Spirit, my friends. There is one trophy to add to all of this, and it is our Sony MVP. So please give it up. Our Sony MVP is Kid Bomba! Congratulations. It's pretty heavy if you ask me.
Yay.
25,000 US dollar.
Massive congratulations on the win, on the MVP as well. What does it mean to you to win this today as MVP, as Team Spirit, as EECA representative, and in front of your family here in Paris?
I don't think I did more than them, you know. If ever they did more than me. So I'm just grateful for this award. I don't know how I can win it when I play 0-7 on Phobias, but thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to our
Phobias.
Sony MVP, Kid Bomba. And now,
Makcik Kayo.
gentlemen, please, Team Spirit, go for it once again. Yes, yes, you may. It's all yours. Please give it up for your MLBB, MSC, and EWC 2026 champions, Team Spirit.
Over the years, they were tested, they were challenged, but they refused to break. And today, the Dragons of the North breaks free from the bottomless pit and emerges to claim what they have earned. It is Team Spirit!
The Dragons of the North reign supreme in the world of MLBB as a new region in EECA and a new org in Team Spirit claim the top spot at EWC 2026. A new champion, a new chapter being written. And it was the steadfast spirit of Sunset and Sallow. Since 2019, they have looked for this moment. And without avail, they have suffered and found eventually, finally, the answer. It was domination at the beginning and a bit of heartbreak
Terus MIA. Ada.
towards the end. But
Ada. Okey, jom saya nak end live. Korang semua pergi masuk dekat live frame, kita tengok ramai-ramai dia menari. Okey, sebab dia kena menari. So korang pergi masuk live rain, kita tengok dia menari. Saya pun nak end live. Okay guys, so terima kasih banyak sepanjang MSC, MWI yang dah support saya, hadirkan dalam live saya, comment, likes, gift, subscribe, follow. Thank you very much. Sehingga kita berjumpa lagi di tournament yang akan datang. Kalau GOF tak boleh buat, saya akan cuba untuk saya sedang cuba, kalau tidak MPLMY season 18. Alright, so thank you very much everyone daripada Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Brunei juga. Okay, every time saya tengok analytics memang ada dalam semua negara-negara ni. Thank you very much. Sehingga kita berjumpa lagi di kejohanan yang lain. Bye bye semua. Assalamualaikum dan selamat malam. Bye bye.
Mau volume setting.